already on fire when the order came through. Not the Reagan itself. Not yet. But one of the commercial tankers 3 nautical miles off the port bow was venting a column of black smoke so thick it bent the horizon, and for about 90 seconds every watchstander on the bridge of the USS Ronald Reagan thought they were looking at the opening minutes of a war they hadn't been briefed on. They weren't. The tanker was a Panamanian-flagged chemical carrier called the Delos Prosperity, 620 feet long, and what it was venting was the result of an engine room fire that had started 11 minutes earlier when a fuel transfer valve failed. The crew of 23 was already at their muster stations. The fire was contained. It was, by any operational definition, someone else's problem. But the smoke was everyone's problem because it was drifting southeast across the traffic separation scheme in the Strait of Hormuz at 8 knots, laying a gray-brown curtain across 2 miles of navigable waterway, and that curtain was about to become the backdrop for the worst miscalculation the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had made in 30 years. The Ronald Reagan, CVN-76, Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 1,092 feet long, 97,000 tons full load, was transiting the strait on a Wednesday morning that should have been routine. The ship was eastbound, heading out of the Persian Gulf into the Gulf of Oman, running at 18 knots through water that was 200 feet deep and the color of poured concrete. The air wing wasn't flying. The weather was 104 degrees with visibility dropping because of the smoke, and the strait was doing what the strait always does, trying to kill everyone in it through sheer geometric inconvenience. 34 miles wide at the narrowest point. 2 miles of inbound lane. 2 miles of outbound lane, 2 miles of separation zone, and crammed into those lanes on this particular morning, 9 commercial tankers, 14 cargo vessels, 2 container ships, 6 dhows of various registration, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 small craft contacts that the Spy-6 V-1 radar aboard the escort destroyer USS John Finn, DDG-113, was dutifully tracking as it steamed 3 nautical miles ahead of the Reagan on the threat axis. The John Finn was an Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 destroyer, the newest variant, carrying the AN/Spy-6 V-1 air and missile defense radar, which represented a quantum leap over the older Spy-1D. The SBY-6 used gallium nitride transmit/receive modules that gave it roughly 35 times the sensitivity of its predecessor. It could detect a target with a radar cross-section of 0.1 square meters at ranges exceeding 200 nautical miles. It could track ballistic missiles in the upper atmosphere, while simultaneously maintaining a surface picture dense enough to count fishing boats. It was, by a considerable margin, the most capable naval radar ever put to sea on a destroyer hull. And on this particular morning, it was staring north into the Iranian coastline, painting every square foot of water between Keshem Island and the Musandam Peninsula, and the picture it was painting was about to get very crowded. On the Reagan's flag bridge, Rear Admiral Catherine Harlow, commander of Carrier Strike Group 7, was halfway through her second cup of coffee and reviewing the morning intel brief. The brief mentioned increased IRGC Navy activity at Bandar Abbas over the past 72 hours. It mentioned that Iranian state media had been running footage of fast attack craft exercises for 3 days straight, which was the kind of signal that usually preceded either a genuine provocation or a domestic propaganda cycle. The brief assessed probability of a harassment approach at elevated, probability of a kinetic engagement at low. Harlow read both assessments, noted the delta between them, and called down to the Combat Direction Center to ask a question that would prove more important than anything else she did that day. She asked what the MQ-4C Triton was showing. The MQ-4C Triton is a high-altitude, long-endurance unmanned surveillance aircraft built by Northrop Grumman. It has a wingspan of 131 feet, larger than a Boeing 757, and it operates at altitudes above 50,000 feet for missions lasting more than 24 hours. Its primary sensor is the AN/ZPY-3 multifunction active sensor, a 360-degree active electronically scanned array radar that can surveil more than 2 million square nautical miles in a single mission. It also carries an electro-optical/infrared sensor suite and an automatic identification system receiver. The Navy operates it specifically for maritime domain awareness, which is a polite way of saying it watches the ocean and tells you everything that's moving on it. The Triton orbiting over the northern Gulf that morning had been on station since 2200 the previous night. Its radar had been building a comprehensive surface picture for over 8 hours, layering pass after pass into a track history so detailed that analysts at the Maritime Operations Center in Bahrain could see not just where every vessel was, but where it had been, how fast it had moved, when it had stopped, and in several cases which pier it had departed from. The answer to Harlow's question came back in 4 minutes. The Triton was showing 52 fast surface contacts forming up in the anchorage east of Bandar Abbas. 52. Not a drill formation. Not a transit column. 52 boats in 3 distinct clusters, each cluster arranged in a wedge, and all 3 wedges oriented on a southbound heading directly into the strait. Harlow set her coffee down. The boats were a mix of types the IRGC Navy had been accumulating for 2 decades. The backbone was the Bagamar-class fast patrol craft, the same fiberglass speedboats Iran had been using since the tanker war in the 1980s, updated with newer engines but fundamentally the same design philosophy: small, fast, cheap, expendable. Mixed in were several larger Paycap-class missile boats and at least 6 of the newer Zulfiqar-class fast attack craft, which were 16-meter catamaran hulls capable of 65 knots and equipped with Nasser-1 anti-ship cruise missiles. The Nasser-1 was an Iranian development of the Chinese C-704, a sea-skimming missile with a range of about 22 miles, a speed of roughly Mach 0.8, and a 330-pound semi-armor-piercing warhead. Not sophisticated by Western standards. Not precision-guided in the way an American weapon was. But it didn't need to be. A 330-pound warhead moving at 600 miles per hour does not need to be sophisticated. It needs to arrive. And 52 boats carrying 1 or 2 missiles each meant somewhere between 52 and 100 missiles potentially inbound in a single coordinated salvo. Harlow picked up the red phone, 300 miles to the south, aboard the cruiser USS Chancellorsville, CG-62, operating in the Gulf of Oman as the air defense commander for the strike group's southern element. Tactical watch officer received a flash from Fleet headquarters in Bahrain that had been originated by the Combined Air Operations Center at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The message upgraded the threat condition for the Strait Transit and authorized a series of pre-planned responses that had been sitting in a binder in every combat direction center in the strike group since the Transit Planning Conference 6 days earlier. The responses were not improvised. They were the product of 2 decades of wargaming this exact scenario, refining it after every exercise, every real-world harassment incident, every intelligence report on IRGC Navy tactics. The Navy had lost the 2002 Millennium Challenge exercise to a swarm attack so badly that it had spent the next 23 years making sure it never lost that way again. The doctrine was called Distributed Maritime Operations, and at its core was a simple principle: never let the swarm become a swarm. Engage it while it's still a formation. Disrupt it before it reaches launch range. And if you can't disrupt it, dilute it so that no single ship absorbs the full salvo. Harlow issued 3 orders in 90 seconds. The first order vectored a pair of F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from the Reagan's Air Wing, already airborne on a routine combat air patrol south of the strait, to reposition north at 25,000 foot over the Omani coast with ordnance hot. Each Super Hornet was carrying 2 AGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles and 4 AGM-65F Maverick infrared-guided air-to-surface missiles, plus a full drum of 570 rounds of 20mm ammunition for the M61A2 Vulcan cannon. The Harpoons were overkill for fast boats. The Mavericks were not. The Mavericks' imaging infrared seeker could lock onto a boat engine's thermal signature from 14 miles, and its 300-pound penetrating blast fragmentation warhead would disintegrate a fiberglass hull so completely that recovery crews would find nothing larger than a cooler lid. The second order pushed the John Finn forward, accelerating to 30 knots on a northwest heading to open the engagement geometry and put the destroyer's full weapons suite between the approaching swarm and the carrier. The John Finn carried 96 vertical launch system cells, but for this threat, the relevant weapons were the Mark 45 Mod 4 5-inch gun on the foredeck, the two 25mm Mk38 Mod 2 chain guns amidships, and the Block 1B Phalanx close-in weapon system on the fantail. The 5-inch gun could fire 20 rounds per minute to a range of 13 nautical miles using GPS-guided extended-range munitions that cost about $2,000 each. At that price, the Navy could afford to be generous. The third order was the one that mattered most, and it went not to a ship but to an aircraft already on station. The MQ-9A Reaper drone orbiting at 42,000 foot over the northern strait received a retasking command that shifted its sensor ball from wide-area surveillance to individual target tracking. The Reaper's MTSB electro-optical sensor could identify and classify small surface craft at ranges exceeding 30 miles from its operating altitude. Within 4 minutes of Harlow's order, the Reaper's operator at a ground control station in an air-conditioned trailer somewhere in the Middle East had each of the 52 boats individually designated, numbered, and classified on the targeting network. Every ship in the strike group could now see every boat, its heading, its speed, and its type in real time, on the same screen. The IRGC had planned for American hesitation. They had not planned for American omniscience. At 0618 local time, the 52 boats cleared the anchorage east of Bandar Abbas and entered the strait. They were running in 3 groups. The Western Group, 18 boats, hugged the Iranian coastline headed south-southeast toward the outbound shipping lane. The Central Group, 20 boats, pushed straight south through the separation zone. The Eastern Group, 14 boats, angled southeast toward the inbound lane where the Reagan's formation was steaming. The three groups were spread across a front roughly 15 miles wide, and at speeds between 45 and 55 knots, the entire formation would reach potential missile launch range of the carrier in approximately 26 minutes. 26 minutes is both a long time and no time at all. It is long enough to launch aircraft and reposition escorts. It is not long enough to get a tanker out of the way or to call Washington for permission to do something that might end up on the front page. Harlow did not call Washington. She had weapons-free authority from Fifth Fleet, which had weapons-free authority from Central Command, which had been granted pre-authorized responses for exactly this scenario by the Secretary of Defense during the transit approval process. The chain of command had already made its decision. It had made it 6 days ago, in a conference room in Bahrain, over PowerPoint slides and legal review. The boats did not know this. The 52 boat commanders, most of them junior officers or senior enlisted equivalent in the IRGC Navy, had been briefed on a plan that depended on closing to 8 nautical miles before the Americans could sort the threat from the background clutter and obtain authorization to engage. Their laminated mission cards showed a timeline. 15 minutes to cross the separation zone, 8 minutes in the engagement zone, 3 minutes inside missile launch range, fire at 8 miles or closer, turn east, run for Omani waters. The total exposure time in the Americans' weapons envelope was supposed to be 11 minutes. The plan assumed 11 minutes of American paralysis. Classification, identification, escalation, authorization, weapons release. 11 minutes of a democracy arguing with itself while fiberglass boats crossed open water. The plan got 45 seconds. At 0619, 1 minute after the boats cleared the anchorage, the John Finn Spy 6 radar had all 52 contacts designated and cross-referenced with the Reaper feed. The combat system had a firing solution on the 18 nearest contacts in the Western Group. The weapons direction officer was waiting for one thing, the commanding officer's verbal order to fire. He got it at 0619 and 45 seconds. Open fire. The Mark 45 barked. The sound of a 5-inch naval gun firing is not what movies suggest. It is a short, brutal crack that hits the chest before the ears process it, followed by the clatter of the automatic loader cycling the next round. The first projectile left the barrel at 2,690 feet per second, an extended-range guided munition that deployed stabilization fins and began adjusting its trajectory via GPS 3 seconds after leaving the muzzle. The target was a Bagamar 11.4 nautical miles northwest, running at 48 knots on a heading of 165 degrees. The round arrived in 26 seconds. The Bagamar was constructed of fiberglass over a plywood frame with a foam core. It had no armor. It had no damage control capability. It had no compartmentalization. The 5-inch guided round detonated 8 feet above the waterline on the starboard quarter. The blast fragmentation pattern shredded the engine, the missile rail, and most of the stern. The boat lost power instantly, nose down, and was swamped by its own wake. The 6 men aboard went into water that was 89 degrees and filled with diesel fuel. The engagement, from trigger pull to kill, cost the United States Navy $2,000. The second round was already in the air before the first one hit. The 5-inch gun cycled at 1 round every 3 seconds. In the first 2 minutes of the engagement, it fired 40 rounds. 34 were guided. Of those 34, 26 struck boats or detonated close enough to inflict mission kills through fragmentation and hull breaching. 9 boats in the Western Group were destroyed or disabled before a single one of them had covered 5 miles from the anchorage. The Western Group broke, not according to doctrine, according to panic. The surviving 9 boats turned hard east, some of them nearly capsizing at 50 knots, and scattered toward the Iranian coast. 3 of them collided with each other in the turn. One collision ruptured a fuel bladder and both boats caught fire. The 7 that made it out of the gun's engagement zone ran north at full speed, abandoning their mission entirely. But the Western Group was the feint. Everyone on both sides knew it was the feint. The real attack was the Central and Eastern Groups, 34 boats, pushing straight at the carrier from the north. And these boats were now 12 minutes from missile range. At 0622, the 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets reached their station over the Omani coast at 25,000 feet. Their APG-79 active electronically scanned array radars painted the Central Group at 34 miles. 20 contacts, tight formation, heading due south at 52 knots. The lead pilot, call sign Red Hawk, selected 4 targets on the left side of the formation and designated them for Maverick. His wingman, Vandal, took 4 on the right. The Maverick engagement was almost clinical. The AGM-65 FS imaging infrared seeker stared down through 25,000 feet of Gulf haze and saw what it was designed to see: hot engine exhaust against cooler water. The seeker locked. The symbology went steady. Red Hawk pickled 4 Mavericks in 8 seconds, each one separating from the wing pylon with a thump and a smoke trail before its rocket motor ignited and pushed it to just under 700 miles per hour. The 4 missiles covered 14 miles in 72 seconds. 4 Bagamars ceased to exist. The kills were not gentle. A 300-pound warhead impacting a fiberglass boat at 700 miles per hour does not leave a boat. It leaves a debris field the size of a tennis court. The shockwave from each impact was visible on the Reaper's feed as a white flash followed by a rapidly expanding ring of spray. The infrared sensor showed each impact point cooling from white-hot to ambient in under 10 seconds. There was nothing left to burn. Vandal's 4 Mavericks hit 7 seconds later. 8 missiles, 8 boats, 8 kills. 1,600 pounds of Maverick warhead against $2 million worth of Iranian fast attack craft. The Central Group lost 8 of its 20 boats in under 2 minutes without having fired a shot, without having seen the aircraft that killed them, without any warning at all. The 12 surviving boats in the Central Group did something unexpected. They did not scatter. They accelerated. The formation tightened, the boats moving closer together and increasing speed to 55 knots, pushing their engines past the red line. The IRGC Navy had trained for this. The doctrine said that if the outer boats were killed, the inner boats were supposed to compress the formation and sprint for launch range, accepting the losses, trusting that the Americans could not kill all of them before some reached firing position. It was the logic of the swarm reduced to its most brutal arithmetic: enough of us will survive. The arithmetic was wrong, but the courage was real. At 0626, the Eastern Group, 14 boats, cleared the radar shadow of a cluster of anchored tankers near Larak Island and appeared on the Spy 6 as 14 new contacts bearing 020 degrees from the Reagan at a range of 18 nautical miles. These boats had taken a longer route, hugging the island chain, and they were now closer to the carrier than the Central Group. 18 nautical miles. At 52 knots, that was approximately 20 minutes to missile range if they maintained their current course. But the Nasser 1 missile carried by the Zulfiqar-class boats in this group had a stated range of 22 miles. 4 of these 14 boats were already inside launch range. This was the real play, not the Western feint, not the central charge. The Eastern Group, arriving from an unexpected bearing, masked by commercial traffic and island geography, carrying the longer-range missiles. The IRGC had studied American carrier defense doctrine carefully enough to know that the escorts would push toward the most obvious threat. The John Finn was now 8 nautical miles northwest of the Reagan, fully engaged with the Western and Central Groups, its 5-inch gun cycling continuously. The carrier's defensive screen on the northeast axis was thinner. Harlow saw it. She saw it because the Reaper saw it, and the Reaper's picture was on her screen in the Flag Combat Direction Center, and she had been doing this for 27 years. She saw 14 contacts appear on a bearing that was not the primary threat axis, and she understood in about 2 seconds what the IRGC was trying to do. She ordered the Reagan to come hard to starboard, turning the carrier's stern toward the Eastern Group to open the range. A Nimitz-class carrier at 30 knots turns like a building falling over sideways, but it turns, and every second of heading change added distance. She ordered the destroyer USS Halsey, DDG-97, which had been screening the carrier's starboard quarter, to sprint northeast at flank speed to intercept the Eastern Group. And she ordered the 2 Super Hornets to break off the Central Group and reposition to the northeast. The Halsey was a Flight IIA Arleigh Burke, older than the John Finn but carrying the same 5-inch gun and the same close-in weapon systems. Its commanding officer, Captain David Moreno, understood the geometry the moment the order came through. 14 boats, 4 of them already in missile range, and his ship was the only thing between them and a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with 5,000 sailors aboard. Moreno rang up flank speed. The Halsey's 4 LM-2500 gas turbines spooled to maximum output, pushing 100,000 shaft horsepower through the reduction gears, and the destroyer leapt forward to 31 knots with a bone-white bow wave that rose to the bridge windows. At that speed, on that heading, he would close the Eastern Group in 9 minutes. He did not have 9 minutes. The 4 Zulfiqar boats with Nasser 1 missiles were already inside launch range and could fire at any moment. At 0628, the first Nasser 1 launched. The missile came off the rail of a Zulfiqar boat designated Track 4207 on the Halsey's combat system. The Nasser 1 dropped from the rail, its solid rocket booster ignited, and it accelerated to Mach 0.8 in 4 seconds, transitioning to sea-skim altitude of approximately 15 feet above the water. Its radar altimeter held it steady. Its terminal active radar seeker was set to activate at 3 miles from the programmed target location. The missile weighed 770 pounds and was heading south-southwest at 614 miles per hour toward the USS Ronald Reagan. 7 seconds later, a second Nasser, 1 launched from a different Zulfiqar. Then a third, then a fourth. 4 anti-ship cruise missiles, sea-skimming, inbound on the carrier from the northeast. Aboard the Reagan, the Spy-6 radar on the John Finn detected the missile launches within 2 seconds of booster ignition. The thermal bloom of a rocket motor is unmistakable on a phased array radar, and the system automatically classified the contacts as ASCMs, anti-ship cruise missiles, and generated engagement quality tracks. The data flowed through the Cooperative Engagement Capability Network to every Aegis-equipped ship in the strike group simultaneously. The Halsey's Aegis system had the tracks before the missiles had covered their first mile. The Halsey responded with the weapon designed for exactly this moment. 2 RIM-162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles erupted from the forward VLS cells in a cloud of white exhaust, accelerating vertically before tipping over and screaming toward the inbound Nasser ones at Mach 4. The ESSM cost about $2.5 million per round. It used X-band semi-active radar homing in its earlier variants and active radar homing in the Block 2, which was what the Halsey carried. The Block 2 ESSM could engage sea-skimming targets at ranges up to 30 nautical miles and had demonstrated a kill probability against subsonic cruise missiles that the Navy described as very high in unclassified briefings and that was rumored to be above 95% in classified ones. The first ESSM intercepted the lead Nasser, one at a range of 6.4 nautical miles from the Reagan. The engagement happened at a closing speed of roughly Mach 4.8 combined. The 86-pound blast fragmentation warhead on the ESSM detonated within lethal radius. The Nasser 1 disintegrated. The debris fell into the strait from an altitude of 12 feet, which meant it simply became part of the water. The second ESSM killed the second Nasser 1 4 seconds later. Range 5.8 miles from the carrier.
Clean kill. Debris in the water.
The third Nasser 1 was killed by the Reagan's own close-in defense. The ship's self-defense system aboard the carrier detected the inbound missile, classified it, and automatically engaged it with a RIM-116 rolling airframe missile fired from one of the 2 Mk-49 launchers mounted on the carrier sponsons. The RAM is a small, fast, infrared homing missile that costs about $1 million and was specifically designed to kill the missile that gets past everything else. It killed the third Nasser 1 at a range of 1.9 nautical miles, close enough that several sailors on the carrier's weather decks saw the flash. The fourth Nasser 1 was killed by the Phalanx CWS on the Reagan's starboard quarter. The Block 1B Phalanx tracked the incoming missile with its Ku-band search and track radar, calculated a firing solution in 0.3 seconds, and opened fire with its 20mm M61A1 Gatling gun at a range of 1,600 yards. The gun fired 270 rounds in 3.6 seconds. 11 of them struck the missile. At 3,650 feet per second, each tungsten penetrator carried enough kinetic energy to punch through an engine block. They punched through the Nasser 1's airframe, its fuel section, and its warhead casing. The missile tumbled, broke apart, and impacted the water 890 yards from the carrier's hull.
Close. Too close.
Close enough that the spray from the impact was visible from the flight deck. Close enough that the after-action report would later describe the engagement as inside minimum acceptable engagement range.
4 missiles fired. 4 missiles killed.
0 hits on the carrier. But the margin had been measured in hundreds of yards and single-digit seconds, and every officer in the Combat Direction Center knew that if there had been 10 missiles instead of 4, the math might have been different. The Zulfiqar boats that had fired were now empty. Their one contribution to the fight had been launched, intercepted, and destroyed. They had nothing left. The JRGC doctrine at this point called for them to turn east and run for Omani territorial waters. 3 of the 4 did exactly that, peeling off at maximum speed. The 4th did something no one anticipated. It turned toward the Halsey and accelerated. Track 4207, the first boat that had launched, was now heading directly at the destroyer at 62 knots. The Zulfiqar class was faster than the Bagamar, and this one had shed the weight of its missile and most of its fuel. It was running lighter and faster than anything in the IRGC inventory was rated for. The range was 4 nautical miles and closing. Moreno did not hesitate. He didn't have time to wonder whether this was a suicide run or a navigation error or a mechanical failure that had locked the helm. 4 miles at 62 knots was 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He ordered the Mk-38 25mm chain gun to engage. The Mk-38 Mod 2 is a stabilized remotely operated weapon that fires 25mm high-explosive incendiary rounds at a rate of 180 per minute, accurate to 2,500 meters against surface targets. The gun costs about $500,000. Each round costs about $25. The chain gun opened fire at 2,200 meters. The first burst of 15 rounds walked across the water and into the Zulfiqar's bow. Fiberglass shattered. The second burst hit the wheelhouse. The boat veered to port, then corrected, then veered again. The third burst struck the engine compartment. Black smoke erupted from the stern. The boat decelerated from 62 knots to 30 knots, then to 15, then to nothing. It wallowed beam to in a cloud of its own diesel smoke 1,100 meters from the Halsey's hull. Total ammunition expended, 45 rounds. Total cost, $1,125. The engagement lasted 22 seconds. Meanwhile, the Central Group was dying. 12 boats had compressed their formation and sprinted south, trusting the doctrine, trusting the numbers, trusting that enough of them would survive. The two Super Hornets had repositioned overhead after dealing with the Eastern Group's missile launches. Red Hawk and Vandal were now out of Mavericks but still carrying full guns. They descended to 3,000 feet and began strafing runs. The M61A2 Vulcan on a Super Hornet fires 6,000 rounds per minute of 20mm PGU-28/B semi-armor-piercing high-explosive incendiary rounds. Each round weighs about half a pound. At 6,000 rounds per minute, the gun empties its 570-round drum in 5.7 seconds. A 1-second burst puts 100 rounds into an area the size of a car at a range of 2,000 feet against a fiberglass boat. A 1-second burst is excessive. A half-second burst is excessive. But at 480 knots and 3,000 feet, the geometry of a strafing run does not allow for surgical precision. The pilots took what the physics gave them. Red Hawk's first pass destroyed 2 Bagamars and damaged a third. The damaged boat lost power and began circling to port with its helm jammed. Vandal's first pass killed 1 boat and set another on fire. The burning boat's crew went over the side. They were in the water for 40 minutes before an Oman Coast Guard cutter picked them up. The 5-inch gun on the John Finn was still firing. It had been firing for 12 minutes. It had expended 147 rounds. The barrel was approaching its recommended sustained fire limit, and the gun captain was monitoring barrel temperature with the focus of a man who understood that a cracked gun tube meant losing the ship's primary surface weapon in the middle of a fight. He slowed the rate of fire to 12 rounds per minute. At that rate, the barrel would hold. The Central Group was down to 5 boats.
Then 3, then 1.
The last Bagamar in the Central Group, track 4188, was still running south at 50 knots. It had not fired its C-704 missile. It was 11 nautical miles from the Reagan and closing.
The swarm was gone. The formation was gone. The doctrine was gone.
But this one boat was still coming, driven by either extraordinary courage or total ignorance of what had happened to every other vessel around it. The John Finn's 5-inch gun put a guided round through its engine block at 0641. The boat stopped as if it had hit a wall. The C-704 on its stern rail toppled sideways and fell into the water. The crew of 4 abandoned the sinking hull and were later recovered by a U.S. Navy rigid-hulled inflatable boat launched from the Halsey. At 0644, 26 minutes after the first boat had cleared the anchorage at Bandar Abbas, the engagement was over. The Reaper drone overhead confirmed no further fast surface contacts outbound from the Iranian coast. The Triton at 50,000 feet confirmed no additional formations marshalling at Bandar Abbas or any other IRGC Navy installation. The SBY-6 on the John Finn showed a surface picture returning to the ordinary chaos of commercial traffic. The Strait of Hormuz was resuming its default state, crowded, dangerous, and indifferent. The numbers told the story in the language the Strait understood best, which was money. 52 IRGC Navy fast attack craft had sortied. 31 were confirmed destroyed. 7 were disabled and adrift, later recovered by Iranian tugs. 7 had fled back to the coast in the first 3 minutes after the Western Group broke. 3 had escaped into Omani territorial waters and were later interned. 4 were unaccounted for, presumed sunk in deep water with no survivors. For Nasser, 1 anti-ship cruise missiles had been fired at a United States aircraft carrier. All 4 had been intercepted. The closest had been killed at 890 yards. No American ship was hit. No American sailor was wounded. The Delos Prosperity, the Panamanian tanker whose engine room fire had started this story, extinguished its fire at 0635, requested a tug, and continued its transit to Fujairah 2 days later. Its crew never knew what had happened 3 miles off their bow. Total IRGC Navy assets destroyed or disabled, 38 boats, estimated replacement value $14.2 million, plus 31 missiles that never launched, estimated value $3.7 million. Total Iranian personnel lost. The Navy did not release figures. Estimates from commercial satellite imagery of recovery operations over the following week suggested between 80 and 160 fatalities. Total U.S. ordnance expended: 168 5-inch guided rounds, 16 Maverick missiles, 2 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, 1 rolling airframe missile, approximately 580 rounds of 20mm phalanx ammunition, approximately 45 rounds of 25mm chain gun ammunition, and roughly 2,800 rounds of 20mm Vulcan cannon ammunition from the 2 Super Hornets. Total ordnance cost: approximately $6.8 million. The United States Navy had spent $6.8 million to destroy $17.9 million worth of Iranian naval assets, to intercept 4 anti-ship missiles that could have killed 5,000 sailors, and to keep open the waterway through which 21% of the world's daily oil consumption flows. The Millennium Challenge problem, the one the Navy had lost in 2002 and spent 2 decades solving, had been answered. Not with a new weapon or a secret technology, but with something simpler.
Information.
The swarm's entire theory of victory depended on surprise, on confusion, on the Americans not knowing what was coming until it was too late. The MQ-4C Triton at 50,000 feet, the MQ-9 Reaper at 42,000 feet, the Spy-6 radar, the Cooperative Engagement Capability Network, the Pre-Authorized Weapons-Free Authority, none of these were secret. All of them were publicly known capabilities that the IRGC could have accounted for. The IRGC had built a plan for the Navy of 2002. They had executed it against the Navy of 2025. The gap between those two forces was not measured in ships or missiles. It was measured in seconds. Seconds of awareness. Seconds of decision. Seconds of authorization. The swarm needed 11 minutes of American hesitation. It got 45 seconds. And 45 seconds was not enough time to cross 20 miles of open water against a force that could see every boat, track every heading, and shoot every target from the moment it left the harbor. The Strait of Hormuz went back to being the Strait of Hormuz. The tankers transited.
The oil flowed.
The Reagan passed through the eastern exit and turned south toward the Gulf of Oman. The John Finn's gun crew swabbed the barrel and counted their remaining ammunition. The Halsey recovered 4 Iranian sailors from the water and gave them blankets and medical treatment and Gatorade because that is what the Navy does after it is done killing you. And somewhere in a ground control station in the Middle East, a Reaper pilot who had been on shift for 14 hours watched the last IRGC boat limp back into Bandar Abbas on one engine, trailing smoke, and entered the final target assessment into the log. He saved the file, stood up, and went to get a sandwich. The carrier was never on fire. The plan to set it on fire had lasted 26 minutes. It had cost Iran a generation of fast attack craft and somewhere between 80 and 160 men who had been told the Americans would hesitate. They did not hesitate. The aircraft carrier was already on fire. Not from a missile. Not from a drone. From a fuel line rupture on the hangar deck that had nothing to do with Iran and everything to do with a 19-year-old aviation bosun's mate who cross-threaded a coupling during a 14-hour shift. The fire was out in 90 seconds. Damage was cosmetic. But for 11 minutes, the strike group's launch cycle froze, and during those 11 minutes, the thing that was supposed to stay classified for another 6 months rolled out of a C-5M Galaxy's cargo bay at Al Udeid Air Base and onto a runway that had been cleared of every aircraft, every vehicle, and every human being without a Yankee White clearance. The ground crew called it the coffin, not because of what it looked like, but because of what it did to anything on the other end. Officially, it doesn't have a name. The program designation is an alphanumeric string that even the pilots aren't briefed on. What the mission planners called it, in the only unclassified reference that would ever exist, was Longbow 6. A unmanned low-observable penetration vehicle built around a single purpose: deliver a weapon package deep inside integrated air defense networks that would shred anything else the United States owns. Iran had spent 11 years and somewhere north of $9 billion building those networks. Russian S-300 PMU-2 batteries around Isfahan. Domestically produced Bavar 373 units ringing Tehran. Third Khordad medium-range systems layered between them like concentric walls. And in the gaps, hundreds of mobile short-range systems, Tor M1 vehicles bought from Moscow before the sanctions bit, and Iranian-built Arayad systems that nobody in Western intelligence had fully characterized because Tehran had never turned them on during an exercise long enough for the satellites to map their full capability. The Pentagon had war-gamed a strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment infrastructure every year since 2007. Every simulation produced the same result. You could get aircraft into Iranian airspace. You could hit targets. But you would lose between 14 and 31 aircraft doing it, depending on the scenario, and that number assumed Iran didn't have anything hidden that the intelligence community had missed. It always did. Longbow 6 was supposed to change the math. The vehicle had been in testing at Groom Lake for 3 years. Wingspan of roughly 45 feet. No vertical stabilizer. A planform so clean that the radar cross-section, measured in a purpose-built anechoic chamber at a facility that doesn't appear on any map, came back smaller than a hummingbird at certain frequencies. The airframe absorbed radar energy the way a black shirt absorbs sunlight. What it didn't absorb, it scattered in directions that never returned to the emitter. It carried no gun, no air-to-air capability, no defensive systems in the traditional sense. What it carried, slung internally in a weapons bay lined with radar-absorbent baffles, was a payload that 3 separate congressional oversight committees had been told did not exist. The weapon was called, in development documents later leaked to a defense journal that published 2 paragraphs before receiving a national security letter, a spectrally adaptive electromagnetic disruption package. What that meant in plain language was this. It mapped the operating frequencies of every radar and communication system within a given radius, computed the precise waveform needed to not just jam but permanently damage the receiver electronics of each one simultaneously, and then delivered that waveform in a shaped pulse timed to the microsecond.
Not a bomb, not a missile.
A directed energy event that turned an integrated air defense network into a very expensive collection of paperweights. The physics weren't new. The concept of burning out radar receivers with targeted electromagnetic energy dates back to the late Cold War. What was new was the ability to do it to dozens of systems operating on different frequency bands at the same time, from a single airborne platform, without the platform being detectable before, during, or after the pulse. Iran's air defense doctrine depended on one assumption, that any attacker would have to physically destroy radars and launchers with missiles, one at a time, in a sequence that could be tracked, predicted, and countered. The entire layered defense was built around redundancy. Kill one radar and the adjacent unit picks up coverage. Kill that one and a mobile backup relocates from a camouflaged revetment. The system was designed to bleed an attacker dry through attrition, forcing them to expend hundreds of cruise missiles and dozens of sorties just to open a corridor. Longbow 6 didn't need a corridor. It needed 12 seconds over the target area. At 0347 local time, the vehicle launched from Al Udeid on a trajectory that took it south over the Gulf of Oman, east toward the Pakistani border, and then north into Iranian airspace from a vector that Iran's coastal radar network wasn't optimized to cover. The southern and western approaches to Iran are where the threat lives. That's where the S-300 batteries face. That's where the search radars concentrate their scan volumes. The eastern border with Pakistan and Afghanistan is mountainous, remote, and covered primarily by aging early warning systems that Iran has never fully modernized because the threat from that direction has historically been smugglers and narcotics traffickers, not stealth aircraft. Longbow 6 entered Iranian airspace at 58,000 feet, above the ceiling of every interceptor in the Iranian Air Force inventory. The MiG-29s top out around 55,000 in a clean configuration. The F-14 Tomcats, the ones still flying, haven't reliably reached 50,000 since the mid-90s. And the domestically produced Kausar fighter, which Tehran had paraded on television with great fanfare, had a combat ceiling that classified U.S. assessments placed at 45,000 feet on a good day with a tailwind and a prayer. The vehicle crossed the Zagros Mountains at a point where two radar coverage zones met. There's always a seam. No radar network on Earth has perfect, seamless coverage because the planet is curved, the terrain is uneven, and electromagnetic waves travel in straight lines. Mountains create shadows. Valleys create dead zones. Longbow 6 flight path had been computed to thread every one of them. 300 miles inside Iranian airspace, the first radar painted the vehicle. A Nebo SVU VHF system, one of the newer Russian exports, operating in a frequency band that low observable aircraft are historically more vulnerable to. VHF radars have longer wavelengths, which means stealth shaping designed to deflect higher frequency X-band and S-band signals becomes less effective. This was the system that Iran's defense establishment had publicly claimed could detect any stealth aircraft the United States operated. The Nebo's screen showed a return. Intermittent. Ambiguous. The operator saw it for 4 sweeps, roughly 8 seconds, then lost it. He flagged it in the system. Standard procedure. The track entered the network as a tentative contact, unconfirmed, bearing 047, range 180 kilometers, altitude unknown. Now here's where doctrine collides with reality. Iran's Integrated Air Defense Command operates on a hierarchical model. Sector commanders receive tracks from multiple radar sites, correlate them, and make engagement decisions. A single tentative contact from one radar isn't enough to trigger a launch. You need correlation from a second source. The S-300's own engagement radar, the 30N62, operating in X-band, scanned the bearing. Nothing. The third Cordad's phased array swept the same sector. Nothing. The Bavar 373's long-range search radar, which Iran claimed could track stealth targets at 300 kilometers, reported nothing. 1 radar saw it, 4 didn't. The sector commander had to decide whether to reposition mobile assets based on a ghost return that had already faded. Repositioning meant taking units offline during transit. It meant breaking the coverage web to chase a contact that was probably atmospheric clutter or a flock of birds at altitude. He chose to log it and continue normal operations. Longbow 6 was 140 kilometers from the first target. The weapon's employment sequence began automatically 90 seconds before the optimal release point. Sensors in the vehicle's belly, passive receivers that detected radar emissions the way an ear detects sound without making any noise of its own, began cataloging every electromagnetic source within a 200-kilometer radius. Frequencies, pulse repetition intervals, scan rates, side lobe patterns. Each system had a signature as unique as a fingerprint, and the weapon's onboard processor was matching those fingerprints against a library that contained every known Russian, Chinese, and Iranian radar system's operating parameters. The library had been built over decades. Every time an Iranian radar turned on during an exercise, satellites recorded it. Every time a Russian system was exported and tested by its new operator, signals intelligence aircraft orbiting in international airspace captured the emissions. The library wasn't perfect. Some systems had been modified, some had firmware updates that shifted parameters. But the processor didn't need perfection. It needed to be close enough to compute a waveform that would couple with the target radar's receiver architecture and deliver energy in a pattern the receiver couldn't reject. Think of it like this. Every radio receiver is designed to listen for a specific type of signal. It amplifies that signal and filters out everything else. The weapon computed a signal so precisely matched to each receiver's acceptance parameters that the receiver would amplify it eagerly, the way a microphone amplifies the sound of a hand clap. Except this sound was loud enough to burn the amplifier out permanently. At 0411, Longbow 6 reached the release point. The vehicle was directly over the Natanz enrichment complex at 57,000 feet. Below it, arranged in concentric rings, were 3 S-300 PMU-2 batteries, 2 Bavar 373 units, 4 third Cordad systems, an unknown number of Tor M1 vehicles in camouflage positions, and a RAAD battery that US intelligence had only confirmed the existence of 6 weeks earlier, when a satellite caught the launcher covers being removed during what appeared to be a maintenance cycle. The weapons bay opened for 1.3 seconds. The device that dropped was not a bomb in any conventional sense. It had no explosive warhead. It had no fragmentation case. What it had was an array of phased emitters powered by a capacitor bank that stored enough energy to run a small town for about 1/10 of a second and released all of it in a shaped electromagnetic pulse calibrated to the specific systems below. The device functioned at 41,000 feet, still well above the engagement envelope of every short-range system on the ground. On the S-300's 30N6E2 engagement radar, the pulse arrived as a signal indistinguishable from a legitimate return, amplified through the receiver chain, and overloaded the front-end low-noise amplifier in a cascade that propagated through the signal processing boards like electrical fire through dry timber. The system didn't explode. It didn't smoke. The screen simply went dark, and when the operators attempted to restart, the system reported a fault code that wasn't in the manual because the failure mode had never been anticipated by the designers. The Bavar 373 died the same way. Different frequency, different waveform, same result. The phased array elements, hundreds of individual transmit-receive modules, each received a pulse tuned to their specific operating band. 31% of the modules failed instantly. The system's built-in redundancy was designed to handle up to 20% module loss before degradation became operationally significant. At 31%, the radar's beam couldn't form properly. It could see the sky the way a person sees the world through a shattered windshield. Shapes, light, movement, but no resolution, no track, no fire control solution. The third Cordad systems experienced something different and in some ways worse. The pulse didn't kill the radar outright. It corrupted the signal processing software by introducing false data through the receiver that the system interpreted as legitimate contacts. The screens lit up with hundreds of tracks, a swarm of phantom aircraft that didn't exist, each one triggering engagement protocols that the operators couldn't override fast enough. The system began auto-cycling between targets, slewing the antenna to track contacts that vanished the moment it looked at them and reappeared the moment it looked away. The third Cordad wasn't dead. It was hallucinating. And in the confusion, the sector commander's data feed turned into noise. Every unit reporting something different. The S-300 reporting total failure. The Bavar reporting degraded capability. The third Cordad reporting mass air attack from all quadrants simultaneously. And the Nebo SVU, the one radar that had actually seen Longbow 6 4 minutes earlier, was now the only functional search radar in the sector, and its operator was screaming into a radio net clogged with overlapping damage reports that nobody could prioritize. The Tor M1 vehicles, short-range point defense systems mounted on tracked chassis, were the only assets unaffected. Their radars operated in a frequency band that the weapons library had incomplete data for. A Russian-supplied firmware update 8 months earlier had shifted the Tor's operating parameters just enough that the pulse didn't couple with the receivers cleanly. The Tor could still see. The Tor could still shoot. But the Tor has a maximum engagement range of 12 kilometers and a ceiling of roughly 20,000 feet, and Longbow 6 was at 57,000 feet and already egressing. Below the electronic carnage, the Natanz complex sat untouched. No crater, no debris, no visible damage of any kind. The centrifuges were still spinning. The buildings were still standing. From the ground, looking up, nothing appeared to have happened at all. This was the point. Longbow 6 didn't strike Natanz. It stripped Natanz naked. The air defense network that had been built over a decade to make the complex untouchable was now a collection of broken receivers, confused processors, and operators staring at screens that either showed nothing or showed everything.
And the window wouldn't last. Iran had spare parts. Iran had technicians.
The S-300's receiver modules could be replaced in somewhere between 12 and 72 hours depending on supply chain status. The Bavar's phased array modules would take longer, possibly weeks, because domestically produced components had quality control issues that meant a significant percentage of replacement modules would fail during installation. But the window was open now. At Al Udeid, the second phase was already moving. 47 minutes after Longbow 6 device detonated, a wave of BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers in the Gulf of Oman. The missiles flew a southern route, hugging terrain through Balochistan, entering Iranian airspace through the same eastern corridor that Longbow 6 had used. They carried Broach warheads, a dual-stage penetrator designed to punch through hardened concrete and detonate inside buried structures. Their targets were not the centrifuge halls. Those were too deep, too hardened, and the Tomahawk's warhead wasn't heavy enough to reach them. Their targets were the support infrastructure, the power distribution nodes, the cooling systems, the uranium hexafluoride feed stations, and the cascade connection piping that linked the centrifuge halls to the above-ground processing facilities. Without cooling, centrifuges overheat. Without feed stations, they have nothing to enrich. Without connection piping, the product has nowhere to go. You don't need to destroy the centrifuges if you can destroy everything that keeps them running. The Tomahawks entered the degraded air defense zone at 550 miles per hour and 50 feet above the terrain. The S-300 couldn't see them because the S-300 couldn't see anything. The Bavar's fragmented array detected 3 of the 47 missiles but couldn't generate a fire control solution because the beam couldn't focus. The third Cordad software was still chasing phantoms and couldn't distinguish real cruise missiles from the hundreds of false tracks already saturating its display. The Tor M1 cruise, the only functioning air defense in the sector, detected the first Tomahawk at 9 kilometers.
They launched.
The 9M331 missile accelerated to Mach 2.8 and intercepted at 4 kilometers.
Direct hit.
The Tomahawk disintegrated in a fireball that the Tor's crew celebrated for approximately 3 seconds before the second Tomahawk passed 400 meters to the south, below the Tor's minimum engagement altitude, and impacted the primary electrical substations serving the enrichment complex. The lights at Natan's went out. A second Tor crew engaged 2 more Tomahawks and killed one. The other struck the cooling water intake manifold. A third Tor, repositioning to cover the southern approach, drove into a drainage ditch that didn't appear on its 2009 vintage navigation database and threw a track. The crew spent the next 40 minutes conducting field repairs while cruise missiles passed overhead. 43 of 47 Tomahawks reached their targets. 4 intercepted by Tor systems. 0 intercepted by any other air defense asset in the sector. The damage assessment came from a satellite pass 90 minutes later. 3 of 4 power distribution nodes destroyed. Cooling system intake demolished. 2 of 3 feed stations hit. 1 confirmed destroyed. 1 with structural damage that analysis suggested would require 6 to 8 months to repair. The cascade connection piping, running in above-ground conduits between buildings, had been shredded by blast fragmentation from near misses on adjacent structures. Not targeted directly, but destroyed by proximity.
Natan's was intact.
Every building was still standing. The centrifuges were still in their halls, thousands of them, spinning in the dark in the heat, with no power, no cooling, and no feed material. They would spin for a while on residual momentum.
Then they would stop. Some would crash.
Bearings seize when centrifuges spinning at 60,000 revolutions per minute lose their magnetic suspension. The repair timeline for crashed centrifuges isn't measured in weeks. It's measured in years, because Iran manufactures them domestically at a rate that US intelligence estimates at somewhere between 100 and 200 per month, and the complex held more than 5,000. 300 miles northwest, the same sequence was unfolding at Fordow, the enrichment facility buried under a mountain near Qom. A second Longbow 6 vehicle had entered from the north, threading the Alborz mountain passes where radar coverage was thinnest, and delivered its payload over the facility at 0419. Fordow's air defenses, a mix of Bavar 373 and domestically produced systems, experienced the same cascade of failures. The follow-on Tomahawk strike from a Virginia-class submarine in the Arabian Sea hit Fordow's tunnel entrances, ventilation shafts, and the power grid serving the mountain complex.
You can't Tomahawk a mountain. The rock wins.
But you can seal the entrances with rubble, destroy the ventilation that keeps the air breathable for the workers inside, and cut the power that runs the centrifuges. Fordow became a tomb for machines. Everything inside was physically intact and operationally useless. Tehran learned about Natan's from the sector commander's fragmented damage report at 0438. Tehran learned about Fordow when the facility stopped responding to communications at 0441. The Supreme National Security Council convened at 0502. By 0515, the order went out to activate retaliatory assets. Iran's response doctrine for a major strike on nuclear infrastructure had been rehearsed for years. The Ballistic Missile Force, operated by the IRGC Aerospace Force, maintained a standing order to launch against predetermined targets in the Gulf states and Israel within 90 minutes of confirmed attack on nuclear sites. Shahab-3 medium-range ballistic missiles in hardened silos and mobile launchers. Ahmad and Gadr variants with improved accuracy, and the newer Khaibar-Shikan, a solid-fueled medium-range missile that Iran had tested in 2023 and which Western analysts assessed could reach any point in Israel with a circular error probable of less than 30 meters. The launchers began their pre-launch sequences at 0520, and this is where the second thing that wasn't supposed to exist entered the picture. The US had repositioned 2 THAAD batteries to the Gulf region over the preceding weeks, along with Patriot PAC-3 MSE batteries at multiple locations. Standard defensive posture. What wasn't standard was the asset orbiting at 65,000 feet over western Iraq in a racetrack pattern that it had been flying for 19 hours without refueling. The platform had no official designation in any public document. Ground crews at its operating base referred to it as the Overwatch. It carried a sensor suite that could detect the infrared bloom of a ballistic missile launch within 2 seconds and a communications package that transmitted targeting data directly to Aegis-equipped ships and THAAD batteries faster than Iran's missiles could clear their boost phase. But detection wasn't the interesting part. The interesting part was the directed energy system mounted in a conformal housing along the platform's fuselage, not the airborne laser of the early 2000s. The 747 mounted chemical laser that cost $5 billion and was cancelled because it had to fly within 200 kilometers of the launch site to be effective. This was a fiber-coupled solid-state system that the Missile Defense Agency had been developing in a program so classified that its budget was hidden inside the construction line item for a facility in Alabama that had been completed 4 years earlier. The system couldn't destroy a ballistic missile. The energy density at range wasn't sufficient to burn through a missile's skin in the 60 to 90 seconds of boost phase. But it could do something more elegant. It could heat the missile's guidance section just enough to degrade the inertial navigation system's ring laser gyroscopes. The gyroscopes measure rotation by detecting the phase shift between 2 laser beams traveling in opposite directions around a closed loop. Heat the housing by even a few degrees and the thermal expansion changes the path length. The phase shift drifts. The missile thinks it's on course when it's not. By the time it reaches the terminal phase, the accumulated error translates to hundreds of meters of missed distance on a target that the missile's designers assumed would be hit within 30. At 0534, the first Shahab-3 launched from a site in western Kermanshah province. The Overwatch detected the plume at 0534 and 2 seconds. The directed energy system engaged at 0534 and 9 seconds, maintaining a focused beam on the guidance section for the 47 seconds of boost phase visible above the horizon line. The missile climbed through the atmosphere on what appeared to be a normal trajectory. It entered its mid-course phase. It followed a ballistic arc toward a target in the Gulf, and the gyroscopes, heated just enough to introduce a drift rate of 0.003 degrees per second, accumulated an error that by re-entry translated to 1,100 meters of missed distance. The Patriot PAC-3 battery at its intended target tracked the incoming missile, computed an intercept, and launched. The interceptor killed the Shahab at 15 kilometers altitude. Standard engagement. But the Shahab had already been dead. Even without the Patriot, it would have impacted in open desert over a kilometer from anything that mattered. 5 more Shahab-3s launched in rapid succession from dispersed mobile launchers. The Overwatch engaged each one during boost phase. 3 were subsequently intercepted by Patriot and THAAD. 2 were not intercepted because the defense batteries assessed them as non-threats based on their predicted impact points, which the degraded guidance had shifted into empty terrain. Iran launched 19 ballistic missiles over the next 3 hours. 11 were intercepted by missile defense systems. 8 were not intercepted. Of the 8 that completed their flights, 0 hit their intended targets. The closest impact to a populated area was 740 meters from the perimeter fence of a desalination plant in Bahrain. The farthest was 6 kilometers into the empty quarter of Saudi Arabia, where it created a crater that would eventually be discovered by a Bedouin herder who would assume it was an old ordnance test. Tehran's missile force had spent years and billions developing the capability to overwhelm regional missile defenses through volume. The doctrine assumed that even if 50 or 60% of missiles were intercepted, the remainder would hit with enough accuracy to cause unacceptable damage. The doctrine did not account for the possibility that every missile that penetrated the defense shield would miss anyway, because the guidance had been corrupted during the one phase of flight where the missile was most vulnerable and least defended. The IRGC Aerospace Force Commander reviewed the impact reports at 0830. 19 launches. 0 confirmed hits on any designated target. He ordered a second salvo. The technicians reported that the mobile launchers needed 4 to 6 hours to reload and relocate. The fixed sites had been hit by a second wave of Tomahawks while the first salvo was still in the air. By noon, Iran's ballistic missile force had expended its ready inventory of medium-range missiles and achieved nothing. The air defense network around its most critical nuclear facilities was inoperable. The enrichment infrastructure at Natanz and Fordow was functionally destroyed without a single bomb having penetrated the actual centrifuge halls. And somewhere over Iraq, an aircraft that Iran's intelligence services had no knowledge of was still circling, waiting for the next launch that wouldn't come. The international response was immediate and predictable. Condemnation from expected quarters. Backchannel communications through Oman. Oil futures spiked 14% at opening and then settled to 8% by close as the market realized the Strait of Hormuz was still open and Iran's retaliatory capability appeared to have been a fraction of what everyone had assumed. The classified after-action review, which would eventually be briefed to the president and a total of 11 other people, contained one assessment that the participants would later describe as the most significant conclusion. The operation had demonstrated that the United States possessed the capability to suppress a peer-level integrated air defense network, strike-hardened infrastructure, and defeat a ballistic missile counterattack simultaneously, without a single manned aircraft entering contested airspace and without a single American service member being placed at risk. The briefing slide that summarized this conclusion contained 6 words that none of the 11 people in the room would ever repeat publicly. The slide read, "Deterrence has been replaced by denial." And somewhere in Tehran, an air defense commander was staring at a maintenance request for S-300 receiver modules that Russia could no longer supply because of its own war, and realizing that the system his country had spent a decade building had been rendered irrelevant in 12 seconds by a weapon he still didn't understand and couldn't prove existed. The signal was already there, had been there for 11 minutes. The petty officer watching the passive sonar suite in the Combat Information Center of USS Mason hadn't flagged it yet, not because he missed it, but because it didn't match the profile of anything threatening. It was faint, directionally ambiguous, and rhythmically inconsistent, which, as any experienced ASW operator will tell you, is exactly what a diesel-electric submarine sounds like when it's running on battery power and its crew is trying very hard not to exist. The date was a Tuesday. That matters only because Tuesdays in the Strait of Hormuz don't look different from Wednesdays or Saturdays. The water is murky and hot near the surface, cold and dense lower down. The thermoclines, those invisible boundaries where water temperature shifts abruptly, scatter sound in ways that make acoustic tracking feel less like science and more like weather forecasting. Traffic is relentless. Every hour, tankers, dhows, container ships, and patrol craft move through a corridor that's barely 21 miles wide at its narrowest point. Roughly a third of the world's seaborne oil flows through that channel. Vessels crossing it are tracked by 3 or 4 different nations simultaneously. Radar returns bloom and fade. Radio frequencies are busy. The electronic environment is so saturated that distinguishing a genuine threat signature from background noise requires the kind of patience and experience that doesn't come from a manual. It is simultaneously one of the most strategically vital and tactically miserable operating environments on Earth. Submarines hate it. Surface ships hate it more, because they can't hide. USS Mason, DDG-87, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, was threading that corridor as the trailing escort in a 2-ship formation. Ahead of her by roughly 4 nautical miles was USS Truxtun, DDG-103. Both ships were assigned to escort a military Sea-Lift Command vessel outbound through the strait and into the Gulf of Oman. Routine. The kind of transit that gets logged, forgotten, and repeated the following week. Except nothing about the next 6 hours would be either routine or forgettable. To understand what happened, you have to understand what the Strait of Hormuz does to naval tactics. Every doctrine the U.S. Navy has developed over decades of blue water operations gets compressed and partially broken in those 21 miles. There is almost no room to maneuver. The shallow, cluttered water column degrades sonar performance significantly. Hostile shore-based systems, anti-ship missile batteries, fast attack boats, coastal radar networks sit close enough on both sides that engagement timescales collapse. A missile fired from the Iranian coast can reach the center of the shipping lane in under 90 seconds. The crews know this. They operate knowing this. Every watch rotation, every system check, every decision about emissions control happens inside that knowledge. The U.S. Fifth Fleet had received intelligence in the 72 hours before this transit suggesting elevated activity among Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps naval forces, the IRGCN. Not a specific threat. Not actionable targeting data. Just the kind of background elevation in signal and movement traffic that analysts describe as increased operational tempo. The ships were briefed. Commanders acknowledged. The transit was deemed necessary and proceeded as scheduled. What the intelligence picture hadn't fully resolved was the submarine. Iran operates a small fleet of conventional submarines, Kilo-class boats acquired from Russia in the 1990s, and a number of domestically produced midget submarines under the Ghadar-class designation. The Kilos are genuinely capable platforms in shallow water, quiet, patient, equipped with wake-homing torpedoes, and crewed by personnel who have been running exercises in the Strait for decades. They know every thermocline layer, every acoustic dead zone, every current that can carry a sound signature toward a passive array or away from it. The contact Mason's sonar operator was quietly wrestling with was almost certainly one of them. At roughly the same time Mason's CIC was beginning to take that faint contact more seriously, something else was developing on the surface. 3 IRGCN fast attack craft, Bagamar-type speedboats, each carrying heavy machine guns and rocket-propelled grenade launchers, had sortied from a small patrol base along the Iranian coast and were now converging toward the shipping lane at roughly 35 knots. They weren't on an intercept heading yet. They were running parallel to the formation, maybe 5 miles off, staying just close enough to be visible on radar and just far enough to be legally ambiguous. This is a tactic the IRGCN has used for years. It's not subtle. The boats come out, they run alongside, they do aggressive maneuvers, they create radio traffic, and they probe for reactions. Sometimes it escalates. More often it doesn't. The purpose is partly psychological, to remind any passing warship that it is being watched and that the people watching it are not nervous about proximity. It is also a test. An escalation algorithm run in real time to see how the other side responds, how quickly they react, how tightly they follow their own rules of engagement. Every response gives information. Every non-response gives more. But it also serves a practical function. Surface harassment pulls attention, pulls sensors, pulls communications bandwidth. It creates noise in the decision-making process. The Combat Information Center on a destroyer in the Strait is already managing dozens of contacts simultaneously: commercial vessels, aircraft, patrol craft, coastal radar emissions, satellite uplinks, encrypted fleet communications. Add 3 fast-moving inbound surface threats and the bandwidth consumed by tracking, classifying and broadcasting warnings for those boats is bandwidth pulled directly away from everything else, including whatever might be happening 40 meters below the waterline. That's the design. It's not accidental. The IRGCN has been running operations in the Strait for long enough that its commanders understand how American warships allocate their attention. They know where the seams are. And while attention is pulled outward toward the fast boats, things happening below the surface may receive fractionally less focus than they deserve. Truxton's bridge team had the fast attack craft on radar. The tactical action officer in Truxton's CIC was monitoring them, running them through the Maritime Safety Communications Framework, logging the contacts. Standard protocol. Mason was informed. Both ships adjusted their anti-surface warfare watch posture and notified 5th Fleet's Combined Maritime Forces headquarters. The formation did not slow down. 14 minutes after the sonar operator on Mason first registered that anomalous contact, the signature shifted. Just slightly. The rhythmic inconsistency that had made it hard to classify suddenly smoothed out. The directionality firmed up. It was now tracking northwest at an estimated 4 to 5 knots, and it was doing so at a depth consistent with an attack approach. The operator reported it up. The report went to the ASW coordinator, then to the tactical action officer, then to the commanding officer. Simultaneously, Mason's hull-mounted sonar was cross-referenced against the towed array data to try to triangulate bearing more precisely. The system was generating a firing solution estimate that no one in that room wanted to think about, but all of them were thinking about. The contact was inside 6 nautical miles. It was between Mason and the MSC vessel she was escorting, and the 3 fast attack boats on the surface had just turned. Not parallel anymore. Inbound. The geometry had changed. That's the clinical way to describe what the TAO on Truxton saw on his display at that moment. The geometry had changed. The boats, the submerged contact, and the 2 destroyers plus their charge were no longer in a configuration that could be described as ambiguous. Whatever was happening, it was coordinated. Whether it had crossed a threshold that justified lethal response was a different question, one that would be answered in the next several minutes whether anyone was ready or not. Truxton's commanding officer had been in the Navy for over 20 years. He'd done multiple Gulf deployments. He'd seen IRGCN harassment operations up close. He also knew, with the clarity that comes from having studied every engagement in this waterway for his entire career, that the scenario now developing on his screens was more compressed and more complex than anything the standard harassment template usually produced. He ordered Truxton to increase speed and move to close the gap between her and the MSC vessel. If something was coming from below, he wanted a surface combatant directly overhead. He also ordered his anti-submarine warfare helicopter, an MH-60R Seahawk, to launch immediately. The helicopter was already manned. The crew had been at standby status since the fast attack boats first appeared. In 90 seconds from the order, it was airborne, turning toward the bearing Mason had reported, dipping its sonar buoys and preparing to drop a pattern that would either confirm the contact or tell them the water was playing tricks. Mason, meanwhile, had a decision to make about the fast attack craft. The 3 boats were now inside 4 miles, still accelerating. Mason's rules of engagement allowed warning communications, warning shots, and, if hostile intent was established beyond reasonable doubt, direct engagement. The commanding officer of Mason had been on radio already, issuing warnings on the internationally recognized maritime distress and safety frequency. The boats had not responded. They had not altered course. They were now inside 3 miles and still closing. This is the part that doesn't get discussed enough when people analyze engagements in the strait. The time available to make these decisions is not the time it appears to be on a tactical display. On a screen, 3 boats at 3 miles looks like a manageable problem. In reality, at 30+ knots, those boats have the distance in under 3 minutes. A decision that seems like it can wait cannot wait. Every second spent on an additional radio call, every moment spent waiting for higher authority to confirm, every hesitation born of wanting to be absolutely certain before acting, all of that burns margin that doesn't come back. The captain of a destroyer in that situation is not just making a tactical decision. He is making a legal and political decision simultaneously, in real time, without the benefit of any review. If he acts and the boats were going to stop on their own, he will answer for it. If he waits and they don't stop, his ship absorbs the attack and he answers for that instead, except from a hospital, or not at all. There is no path through the decision that doesn't carry consequences. Mason's CO made it now. He ordered a 5-inch gun mount to train on the lead boat and broadcast a final warning on bridge-to-bridge radio, channel 16, in both English and Farsi. He also ordered 2 Mark 46 torpedoes to be made ready for immediate deployment against the submerged contact. The words went out. Bridge to bridge. Multiple transmissions. The boats heard it. They had to have heard it. Whether they were going to listen was another matter. Overhead, the MH-60 from Truxton was getting something solid. The first sonar buoy dropped had come back with an inconclusive return. The second had a contact, faint, moving slowly. The third buoy, dropped slightly ahead of the projected track, gave them a clean return. Bearing, range, depth, all within parameters. This was a real platform, real propulsion signature, real torpedoes, presumably loaded, in real tubes pointed somewhere in the general direction of the formation below. The helicopter crew reported back to Truxton. Truxton relayed to Mason. The sonar supervisor on Mason, listening to the same buoy audio feed, confirmed. The contact was now inside 3 miles of the MSC vessel and had altered course slightly toward it. That alteration was not innocent navigation. That was a firing setup. There is a threshold in maritime warfare called hostile act. Below that threshold, you issue warnings, you posture, you attempt de-escalation. Once a submarine begins an overt firing setup against a vessel you are protecting, you are no longer obligated to wait for the torpedo in the water before responding. The argument can be made, has been made in the doctrine manuals, that the firing setup itself is the hostile act. Mason's commanding officer made that call. He authorized the helicopter to attack. The MH-60 carries the Mark 54 lightweight torpedo. It's the current production anti-submarine weapon for U.S. surface and air forces. A 50-inch, 500-pound homing torpedo designed specifically for the cluttered, shallow, thermocline-heavy environments where modern diesel submarines like to operate. Its homing system is actively acoustic, meaning once it hits the water, it searches on its own. It doesn't need further guidance from the platform that dropped it. The crew of the helicopter had 2 torpedoes aboard. They prepared for a single weapon drop with a second held in reserve. The drop happened. The weapon hit the water approximately 800 meters ahead of the contact's projected track. For 12 seconds, nothing happened that the sonar buoys could pick up. Then the torpedo's active sonar began pinging. Short, sharp, directional pulses, searching. The contact reacted. The submarine's speed increased sharply. Its bearing changed. It was maneuvering. It was trying to break the acquisition. The torpedo turned with it. What happened in the next 40 seconds is a sequence that sonar operators describe in terms of audio signatures. The torpedo's pings getting faster as it closed range. The submarine's propulsion noise spiking as the crew drove every amp of battery power through the motor trying to run. A sudden cavitation spike. The sound of a propeller driven past its quiet operating limit into the noise floor, because the crew was desperate. And then contact. And then the sound that no one in that business ever wants to hear through headphones and no one who hears it ever fully forgets. The submarine did not surface. The fast attack boats had watched this happen. Or more precisely, they had been close enough to hear the explosion. Maritime sound travels very well, and their radar returns, which Mason's CIC was watching in real time, showed an immediate and significant change in behavior.
The 3 boats slowed, then they turned.
Within 2 minutes of the detonation, all 3 were running back toward the Iranian coast at full speed. There would be no more warnings needed on bridge-to-bridge radio. The MSC vessel, which had spent the last 8 minutes under the direction of Truxton's bridge team to increase speed and stay within the protective envelope of both destroyers, continued its transit. Its crew knew something significant had just happened. The sound was audible from their deck. The radio traffic, even encrypted, gave the general shape of events. They kept moving. The formation cleared the narrowest point of the strait 40 minutes later. In the hours and days that followed, the incident was processed through the layers of military bureaucracy that exist for exactly this purpose. An after-action review was conducted aboard Truxton while both ships were still underway. 5th Fleet Headquarters received detailed reports. Recordings from every sensor system, sonar arrays, radar logs, radio communications, helicopter avionics, were preserved and transmitted up the chain. Legal review began almost simultaneously. The judge advocate assigned to 5th Fleet was on a secure line within hours of the engagement. Every transmission logged, every decision timestamped, every order confirmed against the established rules of engagement packet that the ships had been operating under since the transit began. The process is thorough by design. Not because anyone doubts the commanding officers in the moment, but because in the political and diplomatic aftermath of a kinetic engagement in international waters, the ability to reconstruct every decision with precision is the difference between a defensible outcome and a crisis. The rules of engagement had been followed. The warnings had been issued. The escalation ladder had been climbed in the correct sequence. Every box that needed to be checked had been checked. That doesn't make the outcome easier to describe in plain language, but it matters. In an environment where the margin between correct procedure and disaster is measured in seconds and hundreds of meters, the fact that both ships' commanding officers made the right calls at the right times, under conditions designed specifically to prevent them from doing so, is the thing that needs to be understood. The IRGCN harassment operation was a layered plan. That much was clear in hindsight. The fast attack boats were the visible surface pressure, designed to pull command attention, communications capacity, and sensor resources away from what was happening below. The submarine was the real weapon, positioned to exploit whatever moment the surface harassment created. The two elements were coordinated. They were not independent decisions made by different commanders who happened to be in the same area. This was a combined arms approach in a contested maritime choke point, executed against two of the most capable anti-surface and anti-submarine warships in the American inventory. It almost worked. Not because of any single failure in the defensive response. It almost worked because the window between the moment the threat became unambiguous and the moment it would have become irreversible was extremely small. 14 minutes of uncertain sonar contact, 3 minutes of inbound fast attack boats, 40 seconds of torpedo acquisition. The entire engagement from first credible detection to resolution was under an hour. For an engagement of that consequence, that is a very short hour. The deeper question, which never fully goes away in these situations, is about thresholds and precedent. The Strait of Hormuz has been the site of dozens of incidents over the past 40 years. Tanker wars in the 1980s. Mines. IRGCN seizures of commercial vessels. Repeated harassment of U.S. warships. The pattern is consistent enough that it has its own chapter in naval history textbooks. Provocation, escalation, de-escalation, reset, repeat. Most of these incidents have ended without the kind of kinetic conclusion that this one did. Most of the time, warnings work, or the geometry doesn't close to an irreversible point, or one side blinks before the other has to make a final decision. This time, the geometry closed. The warnings were ignored. And the commanding officers of two American destroyers found themselves at the point where the decision to not act would have been its own kind of action, the choice to absorb a torpedo strike rather than fire first. Neither of them made that choice. There is something worth holding on to in the way both ships operated throughout this engagement. Truxton pushed forward toward the MSC vessel, accepting greater personal risk to place herself between the threat and the ship she was protecting. Mason held the rear, absorbed the surface pressure, tracked the submarine contact, and made the call to authorize the weapon strike. Neither commanding officer hesitated in a way that created additional danger. Neither acted impulsively in a way that would have short-circuited the escalation procedure. The coordination between two ships operating in a degraded communications environment, under simultaneous pressure from above and below, with a third vessel depending on them, was exactly what training is supposed to produce and rarely gets the opportunity to demonstrate. The MSC vessel reached the Gulf of Oman. Its crew filed their reports.
They were debriefed. They went home.
Truxton and Mason continued their deployment. The Strait of Hormuz does not remember. The water closes over whatever happened there and keeps moving. The tankers that passed through the following day had no idea. The GPS coordinates of the engagement are coordinates of open water, unremarkable on any chart, indistinguishable from the coordinates 5 miles in any direction. But somewhere in the archives of 5th Fleet, and in the sonar recordings preserved aboard Mason, and in the memory of the helicopter crew who watched their torpedo track a diving submarine and close to acquisition, the hour exists in full detail. Every bearing, every speed, every communication, every second of the 40-second acquisition run. Military history tends to collect these moments and then compress them into summaries. A line in a report, a paragraph in an after-action review, an asterisk in a deployment log. The compression is necessary. No institution can process the full weight of every individual engagement without losing the ability to function. But the compression also loses something. It loses the 14 minutes of uncertain sonar contact, the operator who almost didn't escalate it, the moment the fast attack boats turned from parallel to inbound, the commanding officer of Mason picking up a radio handset and issuing a warning in 2 languages to 3 boats that were not going to stop. It loses the weight of the hour. The Hormuz Gauntlet is not a single engagement.
It's a condition.
A permanent feature of a waterway that controls too much of the world's energy supply to ever be left uncontested, and that is too narrow and too cluttered for either side to operate in it comfortably. It will happen again. Different ships, different systems, different crews, different geometry, but the same corridor, the same pressure, and the same compressed decision timeline. The question that will always matter is whether the people in those ships, in those seconds, can think clearly enough and act precisely enough to keep the thing they're protecting alive. On this particular Tuesday, they could. This is a speculative military scenario using real-world weapon systems, naval doctrine, and geographic context. The engagement depicted is fictional. No actual classified operations or confirmed events are represented. The aircraft carrier was already on fire. That's not where this story begins, but it's where the Iranian war planners assumed it would end. The entire doctrine behind what was hidden inside a gorge in the southern Alborz Mountains, less than 40 kilometers northeast of Tehran, was built around a single premise: that the weapons concealed there would never need to be used, because the threat of their existence would be sufficient. And for that premise to hold, the weapons could never be found. They were found on a Wednesday, not by a spy, not by a defector, not through a communications intercept or a bribed official or any of the traditional methods that had historically compromised Iranian military secrets. They were found by a geologist, a civilian contractor working at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency who was reviewing subsurface density measurements from a synthetic aperture radar platform that had been retasked over northern Iran during the early phase of Operation Epic Fury. She was not looking for a missile base. She was mapping fault lines, because one of the campaign's secondary objectives required updated seismic data for targeting calculations against facilities in the Tehran Basin. The Alborz Mountains presented a complex geological picture: Jurassic limestone over Paleozoic formations, dense Eocene volcanic tuffs in the south-central ridges, sedimentary layers folded and faulted by millions of years of tectonic compression between the Arabian and Eurasian plates. Understanding how blast energy would propagate through that geology required detailed mapping. The geologist was providing that mapping. What she noticed was not a tunnel. It was the absence of density where density should have existed. Along the southern slopes of the Alborz, northeast of Tehran, the terrain rises sharply from the urban sprawl into steep, narrow gorges cut by seasonal rivers that drain snowmelt from peaks exceeding 3,000 meters. These gorges are geological scars, places where water has spent millennia carving through limestone and shale, creating natural channels that are narrow at the bottom, steep-walled, and largely invisible from directly overhead unless a satellite's orbital geometry happens to catch them at the right angle. The Darabad Gorge was one such feature. It originated near the ridgeline above Tehran's northeastern suburbs and cut northward into increasingly remote terrain. Hikers used the lower portions. Mountain goats used the upper reaches. According to every survey, geological database, and overhead image collected over the previous 2 decades, nothing else used it at all. The synthetic aperture radar disagreed. At 3 points along the gorge's eastern wall, over a stretch of approximately 4 kilometers, the radar returned density readings that were inconsistent with the surrounding geology. The limestone in this section of the Alborz should have presented a relatively uniform density profile, roughly 2.5 to 2.7 grams per cubic centimeter, typical for the Jurassic carbonate formations that dominate the Central Range. Instead, the radar detected zones where the density dropped sharply, then recovered, then dropped again, in a pattern that did not match any natural geological feature.
Not a cave system.
Not a water table anomaly.
Not a fault zone.
The voids were too regular, too evenly spaced, and too deep to be anything produced by erosion or tectonics. The geologist flagged the anomalies and wrote a brief technical note suggesting they warranted further investigation. She classified it as a subsurface irregularity of unknown origin and moved on to the next section of her fault line survey. The note sat in a queue for 11 hours before an imagery analyst at the Defense Intelligence Agency pulled it out and cross-referenced the coordinates with every existing intelligence database covering northern Iran. The coordinates matched nothing. No known military facility. No suspected facility. No historical reporting. No signals intelligence. No human intelligence. The location was, as far as the entire American intelligence apparatus was concerned, empty. That emptiness was the first indicator that it was not. Iran does not leave empty spaces unprotected. And when an imagery analyst began pulling archived satellite imagery of the Darabad Gorge at various resolutions across multiple years, the picture that emerged was one of extraordinarily disciplined concealment. Not the concealment of something hastily hidden, but the concealment of something that had never been intended to be visible at all. The first anomaly appeared in imagery from 2011. A discoloration on the eastern wall of the gorge, roughly 60 meters above the streambed, visible only in a narrow-band infrared capture taken during a winter overflight when snow cover on the surrounding terrain created a high-contrast background. The discoloration was consistent with freshly exposed rock, as if a small section of the cliff face had been recently altered. By the next available image, taken 4 months later, the discoloration was gone. The rock matched its surroundings perfectly. Someone had either applied a surface treatment or allowed enough weathering to occur that the disturbance became invisible. A second anomaly appeared in 2014.
Not visual, thermal.
A brief, faint heat signature emanating from the gorge wall during a pre-dawn pass, when ambient temperatures had dropped to near freezing and any artificial heat source would stand out against the cold limestone. The signature lasted for one satellite pass and was not detected again for 8 months, when it reappeared in almost exactly the same location during another cold weather window. The intermittency suggested a ventilation system operating on a controlled schedule, venting heat only during periods when atmospheric conditions would dissipate the thermal plume before the next overhead collection opportunity. Someone had studied the satellite schedules. Someone had calculated the thermal dissipation rates. Someone had designed a ventilation protocol specifically to avoid detection by orbital infrared sensors. That level of sophistication did not come from a local garrison or a provincial militia. It came from an organization that understood exactly how the United States collected intelligence from space and had engineered countermeasures against each collection method. The IRGC Aerospace Force. Within 48 hours of the geologist's initial flag, the Darabad Gorge had been assigned its own intelligence collection cell. Satellites were retasked. Orbital parameters adjusted. Signals intelligence platforms redirected to listen for any electromagnetic emissions from the area. And a request was sent to the National Security Agency for a retroactive analysis of all communications metadata associated with cellular and radio traffic within a 20-kilometer radius of the gorge over the preceding 5 years. The NSA's analysis returned results that transformed the investigation from a geological curiosity into an operational crisis. Over the preceding 5 years, a pattern of cellular activity had occurred within the gorge that was invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. Individual phones, each used for no more than 72 hours before being discarded, had connected to a cellular tower serving the area at intervals that correlated with known IRGC logistics schedules. The phones never made calls. They sent brief encrypted data packets to a server that was traced, through a chain of digital cutouts, to an IP address associated with the IRGC Aerospace Force's internal communications network. The content of the packets was unrecoverable, but their timing, their destination, and the pattern of their transmission told a story. Personnel were moving into and out of the gorge on a schedule. Equipment was being delivered. Reports were being sent. And it had been happening for years. The next piece came from the geological analysis itself. The subsurface voids that the synthetic aperture radar had detected were not random cavities. When the geologist refined her density models and applied three-dimensional reconstruction algorithms, the voids resolved into a coherent structure. A main bore, roughly 8 meters in diameter, running parallel to the gorge wall at a depth of approximately 120 meters below the surface. Branching off this main bore at irregular intervals were smaller passages, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, extending both deeper into the mountain and toward the gorge wall itself. At 3 locations along the main bore, the void expanded dramatically into chambers approximately 40 meters wide and 20 meters tall, large enough to house heavy vehicles, industrial equipment, or weapons systems of considerable size. The facility was not a simple storage cache. The dimensions suggested something far more significant. The main bore's 8-meter diameter was precisely the dimension required to accommodate the largest transporter erector launcher vehicles in Iran's inventory, the TEL systems designed to carry the Sejal solid-fuel medium-range ballistic missile. The Sejal, with a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers, was the crown jewel of Iran's indigenous missile program, a 2-stage solid-fuel weapon that could reach any point in the Middle East and much of southeastern Europe. It was faster to launch than liquid-fueled alternatives, harder to intercept due to its depressed trajectory capability, and far more survivable because it did not require the lengthy fueling process that made liquid fuel missiles vulnerable during preparation. The chambers matched the footprint of missile preparation bays observed at known IRGC facilities. The branching passages aligned with the configuration of TEL staging areas, where launcher vehicles could be loaded, armed, and positioned for rapid deployment. And the main bore's trajectory, running parallel to the gorge before curving toward the northern face of the ridge, suggested concealed exits on the mountain's far side, exits that would allow TEL vehicles to emerge onto pre-surveyed firing positions with direct line of sight to the sky and retreat back underground before counterfire could be directed against them. Iran had built a launch-ready missile base less than 40 kilometers from central Tehran, inside a gorge that hikers walked through on weekends, and no one had known. The proximity to Tehran was itself revealing. Iran's known missile bases were dispersed across the country's provinces, positioned to provide geographic redundancy and complicate targeting. But a facility this close to the capital served a different strategic purpose. It was a weapon of last resort. A retaliatory capability positioned so close to the political center of gravity that any attacker would face an impossible calculation: strike Tehran, and the missiles emerge from the mountains above it within minutes. The facility's purpose was not first strike capability. It was guaranteed second strike capability, the ability to retaliate even after the country's dispersed military infrastructure had been degraded. This changed the operational calculus fundamentally. The known missile bases in Kermanshah, Hormuzgan, Lorestan, and across the Zagros range were important military targets. But a hidden base near Tehran, equipped with Sejal missiles capable of reaching American bases across the region, Gulf state capitals, and allied territories, was a strategic threat of an entirely different magnitude. If the facility survived Operation Epic Fury, it could serve as the launch point for a retaliatory strike that would dwarf anything Iran had yet demonstrated. The intelligence assessment landed on the desk of the CENTCOM commander within 72 hours of initial detection. The recommendation was immediate. The facility had to be characterized fully and struck before the ceasefire negotiations, which were already underway, could freeze the operational picture. But characterizing a facility buried 120 meters deep in Alborz limestone, accessible only through a narrow mountain gorge, with concealment protocols specifically designed to defeat American intelligence collection, was not a problem that could be solved by simply looking harder. The geology team at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency went to work. The Alborz range in this section was composed primarily of Jurassic limestone, the Lar Formation carbonates that dominated the central range, overlying older shale and sandstone from the Shemshak Formation. The limestone was competent rock, dense and relatively uniform, which explained why the tunnels had been carved there. Limestone is easier to excavate than granite, but strong enough to support large underground chambers without extensive reinforcement. It was the same logic that had guided the construction of the ancient Qanat water systems that ran beneath Iranian cities for millennia, and the same logic that made limestone the preferred medium for military tunnel construction worldwide. But limestone has a property that the IRGC's engineers had either underestimated or accepted as an unavoidable risk.
It is soluble.
Over geological time, water percolating through limestone dissolves calcium carbonate along fracture planes, creating networks of microfissures and enlarged joints that weaken the rock's structural integrity in ways that are invisible to the naked eye but detectable by high-resolution density mapping. These dissolution features act as pre-existing stress concentrators. Apply sufficient force to the rock, a blast wave from a detonation at depth for instance, and the energy propagates preferentially along these weakened planes, creating fractures that extend far beyond what the same blast would produce in homogeneous rock. The geologists identified 3 such dissolution zones along the length of the Darabad facility. Each corresponded to an area where seasonal water infiltration from the gorge above had spent centuries weakening the limestone along natural fracture sets. And each dissolution zone happened to intersect with or lie adjacent to one of the facility's enlarged chambers. The mountain's own hydrology had created structural weak points at the worst possible locations from the facility's perspective and the best possible locations from a targeting perspective. The strike plan that emerged from this analysis was built on a principle that had been validated spectacularly at the Hormuzgan tunnel complex weeks earlier: engineered geological collapse. Rather than attempting to penetrate the full 120 meters of overburden to reach the main tunnel bore, the plan targeted the dissolution zones. Each zone represented a natural stress concentrator that, if subjected to sufficient blast pressure, would initiate fracturing along pre-existing weakness planes. The fracturing would propagate downward through the rock column, intersecting with the tunnel chambers below and compromising their structural integrity. The mountain would do the work that the weapon alone could not. 3 GBU, 57 massive ordnance penetrators were allocated to the Darabad target. Each weapon weighed approximately 30,000 pounds and carried over 5,300 pounds of explosive. Its casing, forged from high-density Eglin steel, was designed to survive the extreme stresses of penetrating through dozens of meters of earth and rock before detonation. The weapon's GPS and inertial guidance system would bring it to within meters of the programmed impact point. The large penetrator smart fuse would determine detonation timing based on penetration depth and the characteristics of the material the bomb was passing through. But the Darabad target presented a complication that Hormuzgan had not. The gorge. The narrow, steep-walled canyon running along the facility's western face created a complex aerodynamic environment for a weapon descending from high altitude. Winds channeling through the gorge, thermal updrafts from the sun-warmed rock walls, turbulence generated by the terrain's irregular geometry, all of these factors introduced potential guidance errors that could place a weapon meters from its intended aim point. And at this target, meters mattered. The dissolution zones were not broad areas. They were specific geological features, some less than 15 meters across, where the maximum structural vulnerability was concentrated. A weapon that missed a dissolution zone by 20 meters would detonate incompetent limestone, producing localized damage but failing to initiate the cascading fracture that the entire strike plan depended on. The targeting team compensated with a technique that had not been employed with GBU-57s before. Each weapon's guidance solution was calculated not from a standard atmospheric model, but from a terrain-specific aerodynamic profile that incorporated the gorge's geometry, predicted wind patterns based on meteorological data from the preceding 48 hours, and thermal modeling of the rock face's radiative effects on near-surface air currents. The approach was computationally intensive and required weather data that was fresh within hours of the planned strike time. A meteorological reconnaissance drone, too small and slow to attract attention, loitered at altitude over the Darabad area for 6 hours prior to the strike window, feeding real-time atmospheric data to the targeting cell. The B-2 Spirit assigned to the Darabad mission launched from Diego Garcia, where the bombers had been forward deployed since the opening days of the campaign. It carried 2 GBU-57s. A second B-2 carried the third weapon. The mission profile called for a southwesterly approach, crossing into Iranian airspace over the western portion of the country where air defense coverage had been most thoroughly suppressed during the campaign's first weeks. Iran's S-300 batteries and indigenous Bavar 373 systems in the northern sector had been targeted early and repeatedly. Assessment data indicated that effective air defense coverage in the Tehran corridor had been degraded by roughly 70%, though the possibility of surviving mobile systems could not be entirely discounted. The bombers flew at altitudes exceeding 50,000 feet, well above the engagement envelope of any remaining short-range systems and at the outer edge of what the degraded long-range systems could plausibly track. The B-2's radar cross-section, measured in fractions of a square meter, made detection at that altitude functionally impossible for anything short of a fully operational, cued early warning system. Iran no longer possessed such a system. At 0247 local time on a night in mid-April, the first B-2's weapons bay doors opened above the southern Alborz. The aircraft was positioned approximately 31 kilometers south-southwest of the Darabad Gorge, offset from the target to account for the weapon's ballistic trajectory and the guidance corrections that would be applied during descent. The first GBU-57 separated cleanly and began falling. For the next 93 seconds, 30,000 pounds of steel and explosive dropped through the atmosphere at accelerating velocity. The weapon's grid fins adjusted continuously, making corrections measured in hundredths of a degree as it descended through the turbulent layer above the mountain terrain. The real-time meteorological data proved critical. At approximately 15,000 feet above ground level, a crosswind shear that the standard atmospheric model would not have predicted pushed the weapon 2.7 meters off its programmed trajectory. The guidance system corrected within 4 seconds, bringing the weapon back onto a flight path that would place it within 3 meters of the first dissolution zone. The GBU-57 struck the limestone ridge at a velocity exceeding 1,000 feet per second. It entered the rock like a nail driven by a hydraulic press. The Eglin steel casing fractured through the upper weathered zone, punched through competent Lar Formation limestone, and continued downward. The large penetrator smart fuse registered the changing density of the material and calculated detonation timing. At a depth of approximately 55 meters, the bomb detonated. The blast did not need to reach the tunnel. The geology reached it instead. Over 5,000 pounds of explosive produced a pressure wave that radiated outward from the detonation point in every direction. In competent rock, this wave would have dissipated within a radius of perhaps 50 meters, creating a cavern of shattered limestone but leaving the tunnel chambers at 120 meters depth largely undisturbed. But the dissolution zone changed the equation entirely. The pre-existing network of water-enlarged fractures and weakened joint planes acted as conduits for the blast energy, channeling it downward along paths of least resistance. The pressure wave propagated through the dissolution zone at velocities and pressures far exceeding what the surrounding competent rock experienced. When it reached the boundary of the first enlarged chamber, it encountered the void space that the tunnel's excavation had created. The chamber's ceiling, 120 meters of limestone that had supported itself for geological ages, was now subjected to a dynamic stress load that arrived not uniformly from above, but preferentially along the very fracture planes that were already the weakest elements of the rock mass. The ceiling did not collapse all at once. It failed progressively, as individual fracture planes opened under the stress, connected with adjacent fractures, and created slabs of rock that detached from the ceiling and fell into the chamber below. Each slab that fell removed load-bearing material that had been supporting the slabs above it, creating a cascading failure that propagated upward through the rock column even as the blast energy continued to radiate outward. Within the chamber itself, the pressure wave that entered through the fracture network created overpressure sufficient to destroy anything that was not hardened to military blast resistance specifications. And transporter erector launchers, while robust vehicles, are not blast-hardened structures. They are designed to survive rough terrain, not underground detonations. Any missile systems staged in the first chamber would have experienced blast overpressure, fragmentation from the collapsing ceiling, and the secondary effects of their own propellant and warhead materials responding to the thermal and kinetic energy of the event. 40 seconds later, the second weapon struck. The aim point was the second dissolution zone, approximately 1.4 kilometers north along the gorge from the first impact. The timing was not arbitrary. Seismic modeling predicted that at 40 seconds post-detonation, the stress waves from the first strike would have propagated through the rock mass and would be arriving at the second dissolution zone in a compressive phase. The rock was already stressed when the second weapon arrived, already weakened by the passage of energy through its fracture networks. The second detonation exploited this pre-existing stress, compounding it to a degree that exceeded what either weapon could have achieved independently. The second chamber collapse was more violent than the first. The geologists' models had predicted this, because the second dissolution zone was broader and more developed than the first, with fracture apertures that were wider and more interconnected. The blast energy found more pathways, propagated further, and produced structural failure across a larger volume of rock. Satellite-mounted seismometers registered the event as two distinct pulses, the weapon's detonation and the subsequent rock mass failure, separated by approximately 1.3 seconds. The third weapon struck 11 minutes later, after the second B-2 had maneuvered into its release position. This weapon targeted the northernmost dissolution zone, the point where the main tunnel bore curved away from the gorge toward the concealed exits on the mountain's northern face. This was operationally the most critical aim point, because even if the southern chamber survived, the northern exits were where the TEL vehicles would need to emerge to launch. Sealing these exits would trap the surviving weapons inside the mountain as effectively as destroying them. The third GBU-57 detonated at a depth of 48 meters, slightly shallower than the first two because the dissolution zone at this location extended closer to the surface. The resulting collapse was different in character from the first two. Rather than a progressive ceiling failure that propagated downward into a chamber, the third strike triggered a lateral collapse along the tunnel bore itself. The fracture network at this location ran roughly parallel to the tunnel's axis, and the blast energy propagating along these fractures produced a shearing failure that displaced an entire section of the tunnel wall inward, filling the bore with thousands of tons of fractured rock across a distance of approximately 300 meters. The concealed exits were not merely blocked. The rock that had contained them was no longer structurally coherent. Reopening them would require not clearing debris from an intact tunnel, but re-excavating through a rock mass that had been converted from stratified limestone into a jumbled aggregate of displaced blocks, some the size of automobiles, compressed together under the weight of the overburden above. Years of work, boring machines, and the certainty that every satellite in orbit would be watching. Post-strike imagery arrived in stages. The first indicator came from seismic monitoring stations across the region, which recorded 3 distinct events at the correct times, locations and magnitudes to confirm successful detonations. The second came from optical satellites passing over the area within hours. The gorge itself showed no dramatic surface changes visible to the casual observer. No Hollywood crater. No mushroom cloud frozen in aftermath. The strikes had occurred deep enough that the surface effects were subtle, but they were measurable. Interferometric synthetic aperture radar, which detects surface displacement measured in millimeters, showed that the ridgeline above the tunnel complex had subsided by approximately 11 centimeters along a 4-kilometer stretch. 11 centimeters does not sound like much until you understand what it represents. The mountain had settled into its own hollowed interior. Chambers that had been open were now closed. Tunnels that had been passable were now rubble-filled voids. Thermal imagery confirmed the assessment from a different angle. In the days before the strike, the faint thermal signatures that had originally betrayed the facility's existence had been detected at low levels, consistent with a facility operating at reduced capacity during wartime conditions. After the strike, the thermal signatures did not diminish. They vanished. The mathematical precision of the disappearance was itself telling. A facility that had been damaged but not destroyed would show residual heat from fires, from trapped machinery still operating, from the slow thermal decay of heated rock. A facility that showed zero residual thermal signature was a facility where the heat-generating equipment had either been destroyed or buried under enough rock that the thermal energy could no longer reach the surface through any pathway. But the most revealing intelligence came from the signals domain, and it arrived not as a dramatic intercept but as an absence. Before the strike, the NSA's retroactive analysis had identified the pattern of encrypted data transmissions from the Darabad area. These transmissions, sent from disposable phones at irregular but predictable intervals, had been the digital heartbeat of the facility, proof that personnel were present, that operations were continuing, that the base was alive. After the strike, the transmissions stopped, not immediately, which would have suggested a communications blackout or a deliberate shutdown. They stopped over a period of approximately 72 hours, a pattern consistent with personnel at the periphery of the facility gradually realizing that the facility no longer existed as a functional entity and ceasing to report to a command structure that could no longer receive their reports. One final transmission was detected 41 hours after the strike, originating from a location approximately 3 kilometers north of the gorge. It was sent to the same IRGC Aerospace Force server that had received all previous transmissions from the site. The content, again, was encrypted and unrecoverable, but its metadata was informative. The transmission lasted 14 seconds and was sent from a phone that had never been used before and was never used again. It was, in all probability, a damage report. The last communication from a facility that had operated in complete secrecy for more than a decade and was now nothing more than rubble and silence. In the days that followed, American surveillance assets tracked the IRGC's response. Engineering assessment teams were dispatched from Tehran, traveling northeast on roads that were openly monitored by drones loitering at altitudes where they were invisible to the naked eye. The teams reached the gorge area, conducted surveys that lasted approximately 8 hours, and departed. Their movements were methodical and unhurried, which itself communicated something. Teams assessing recoverable damage move with urgency. Teams documenting total loss move with the deliberate pace of professionals completing paperwork. No reconstruction equipment followed them. No boring machines. No concrete trucks. No earth movers. In the weeks after the Hormuzgan strikes, a similar absence of follow-on activity had been observed, and the interpretation had been the same. The assessment teams had looked, measured, photographed, and concluded that what they found was beyond repair within any time frame that mattered. The IRGC attempted one response that revealed the depth of the strategic loss. Within a week of the Darabad strike, Signals Intelligence detected a dramatic increase in encrypted communications traffic between IRGC Aerospace Force headquarters and the known missile base at Karamabad in Lorestan province, the facility that housed the largest number of missile silos in the country. The traffic pattern was consistent with an attempt to redistribute strategic assets, to compensate for the loss of the Darabad facility by dispersing its assigned mission to surviving sites. But the surviving sites were themselves under pressure. Karamabad had been struck 3 times during Operation Epic Fury. Its tunnel entrances had been collapsed and partially cleared, collapsed again and cleared again, in the grim cycle that had defined the entire campaign's approach to underground infrastructure. The facility was functional but degraded, and adding the Darabad mission to its burden meant stretching already damaged infrastructure to cover a gap that had never been planned for. Because the Darabad base had never been planned for in anyone's calculations except the IRGC's. Its existence had been unknown to every intelligence service outside Iran. Its destruction was therefore not merely the loss of a military asset but the loss of a strategic assumption. The IRGC had built its retaliatory doctrine on the certainty that the Darabad facility would survive any first strike because it could not be targeted if it could not be found. The discovery and destruction of the facility in a single operational sequence, from the geologist's initial flag to the last bomb's detonation in less than 3 weeks, invalidated a premise that had shaped Iranian strategic thinking for more than a decade. The deeper tunnels, the ones that extended below the main bore into what the density mapping suggested were secondary chambers or deep storage vaults at depths exceeding 180 meters, were beyond the direct reach of the GBU-57 even through the dissolution zones. But they were not beyond the reach of physics. The cascading collapse that the 3 strikes initiated propagated not just laterally along the tunnel system, but vertically through the rock column. The secondary chambers, if they existed, were now sealed beneath hundreds of meters of fractured, displaced rock. Whatever was stored at those depths, if anything was stored there, was entombed in a manner that made recovery a theoretical exercise rather than a practical one. You would need to bore a new shaft through the debris field, through rock that no longer possessed any structural predictability because its internal fracture patterns had been randomized by the blast events. Boring machines operate on the assumption that rock behaves in geologically predictable ways.
Post-strike rock does not.
The financial dimension of the loss was considerable, but secondary to the strategic one. Iran had invested an estimated amount in the range of hundreds of millions of dollars over more than a decade to excavate, equip, and conceal the Darabad facility. The missiles stored inside, Sejal medium-range ballistic missiles with a unit cost that reflected their status as the most advanced weapons in Iran's indigenous arsenal, represented an additional investment that could not be quickly replaced, particularly given that the production facilities that manufactured Sejal components had themselves been targeted during the campaign. The factory at Isfahan, the engine test facilities, the solid fuel propellant plants, all had been struck repeatedly. The supply chain that would produce replacement missiles was as damaged as the facility that had stored them. But the strategic loss transcended money and material. The Darabad base represented something that cannot be purchased or manufactured: strategic surprise. The YAR-GC had possessed a hidden retaliatory capability that no adversary knew about. That knowledge gap was, in itself, a weapon. An attacker planning a first strike against Iran would have calculated the number of known missile sites, estimated the number of missiles each could launch, and designed their attack to suppress that known capability. The hidden capability at Darabad existed outside those calculations entirely. It was the punch that the attacker could not plan for because they did not know it existed. Now it was gone, and its loss was not something that could be rebuilt by carving a new tunnel. The next hidden facility, if Iran attempted to build one, would face a surveillance environment that had fundamentally changed. The thermal detection method that had first betrayed Darabad was not a one-time technical achievement. It was a capability that would only improve with time, as sensor resolution increased and as the analytical methods for identifying subsurface thermal anomalies were refined by the very data that Darabad had provided. The geologist who had flagged the density anomaly had developed her techniques as part of a broader analytical framework that was now being applied retroactively to every stretch of Iranian mountain terrain that had not yet been examined. If there were other hidden facilities, they were now being searched for with instruments and methods that had been validated by success. For the defense establishments of nations that maintained their own underground military infrastructure, the Darabad strike added a specific lesson to the broader one that Hormuzgan had established weeks earlier. At Hormuzgan, the lesson was that sequenced detonations could exploit geological stress points to collapse entire tunnel networks. At Darabad, the lesson was different and in some ways more unsettling. You did not need to collapse the entire mountain. You did not need to penetrate to the target's depth. You needed to understand the geology well enough to identify where nature had already done most of the work, where water had spent centuries weakening the rock along fracture planes that extended from the surface to the target depth. Find those planes, strike them with sufficient force, and the geology does the rest. North Korea's tunnel complexes beneath the Korean peninsula are carved into granite, which is harder than limestone but not immune to fracture propagation along joint sets and foliation planes. China's underground submarine base at Yulin on Hainan Island is excavated into coastal rock formations that include both limestone and metamorphic units with known fault structures. Russia's strategic command facilities beneath Mount Yamantau sit in Ural granite that, while extraordinarily hard, contains the same types of natural fracture networks that exist in all crystalline rock masses. Every one of these facilities has its own version of the dissolution zones that doomed Darabad. The question is whether the geological surveys exist to find them. After Darabad, the answer is that they will be looked for. The gorge itself remains. The seasonal river still runs through it in spring. The limestone walls still rise on either side, indifferent to what was built inside them and indifferent to what destroyed it. If you hiked through the lower reaches today, you would see nothing that announced what had happened. No crater, no scorched earth, no monument to the facility that operated in secrecy for over a decade and ceased to exist in 11 minutes. The mountain absorbed the evidence the same way it had absorbed the weapons. Quietly, completely, leaving only the silence that follows when something that was hidden is found, and something that was built is unbuilt, and the calculation that it all rested on, that depth and darkness and patience were sufficient protection against an adversary with the right instruments, proves to have been not wrong in principle but fatally incomplete in practice. The Sejal missiles are still in there. Somewhere beneath the rubble, beneath the collapsed chambers and the fractured rock and the sealed passages, the weapons that were meant to guarantee Iran's retaliatory capability rest in darkness. They will not launch. They will not be recovered. They will corrode slowly over decades as groundwater, now flowing freely through the fracture networks that the strikes widened, reaches the steel casings and the solid fuel propellant and the guidance electronics and reduces them to components that will never again be assembled into a threat. The mountain keeps them now, not as a guardian, as a grave. This is a speculative scenario. Real weapon systems, platforms, geological formations, and strategic doctrines are referenced, but the events depicted are entirely fictional. At 2:14 local time, a single Iranian Type 412 naval mine broke free from its anchor chain in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz and drifted 600 feet into the westbound shipping lane. It struck the hull of the MV Coral Meridian, a Maltese-flagged crude carrier loaded with 2 million barrels of Basra heavy. The detonation tore a 40-foot gash below the waterline. Within 9 minutes, crude oil was spreading across the warmest choke point on Earth at a rate of 4,000 gallons per minute. Within 14 minutes, the Coral Meridian was listing 11 degrees to port. Within 20 minutes, every maritime insurance company in London had frozen new policy issuances for the Persian Gulf. And within 1 hour, the price of Brent crude jumped $19.
That was Tuesday.
By Wednesday, the Strait of Hormuz was closed.
Not partially, not restricted, closed.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had deployed over 300 sea mines across the shipping lanes in a 48-hour sprint, using a combination of fast attack craft, civilian dhows, and at least 4 Goddard-class midget submarines. They had also activated shore-based anti-ship missile batteries at Keshem Island, Abu Musa, and the coastal garrison. Any vessel attempting transit would face a layered threat combining contact mines, influence mines, cruise missiles, and fastboat swarms. The entire global energy market was being held hostage by roughly 60 miles of water. The stated reason, broadcast on Iranian state television by a spokesman for the Supreme National Security Council, was retaliation for what Tehran called an act of economic warfare. 6 days earlier, the United States had imposed a new round of sanctions targeting Iran's central bank, its sovereign wealth reserves held in Chinese and Emirati financial institutions, and for the first time, secondary sanctions on any port facility worldwide that processed Iranian crude. The effect was immediate and devastating. Iran's remaining oil exports, roughly 1.3 million barrels a day, mostly flowing to China and India through intermediary shell companies, froze overnight. Tankers that had been loading at Karg Island simply stopped. Payment channels collapsed. Tehran estimated losses of $90 million per day. So they closed the strait. And then the message came. At 11 o'clock Washington time on Wednesday morning, the White House released a 4-sentence statement. It did not use diplomatic language. It said that the mining of international waterways constituted an act of war under international maritime law. It said that the United States would guarantee freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. It said that Iran had 48 hours to begin verifiable mine clearance operations and withdraw all anti-ship missile systems to a distance of 50 kilometers from the coastline. And it said that failure to comply would result in the United States and its coalition partners taking all necessary action to reopen the strait.
48 hours.
That was the number. Not 72.
Not a week. 48.
Tehran's public response arrived in under an hour. The Supreme Leader's office issued a statement calling the ultimatum an act of arrogance that would be met with fire. The YAR-GC Navy commander went on television and said that any American warship entering the strait would be sent to the bottom. Social media accounts linked to the Basij militia began posting coordinates of American bases in the region with targeting overlays. The rhetoric was loud. The rhetoric was expected. But 600 miles to the south, at the Combined Air Operations Center at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, the rhetoric was irrelevant. What mattered was the clock.
48 hours.
And the first 12 were already gone. At Al Udeid, the air tasking order for what was being called Operation Bright Horizon was already on its 3rd revision. The problem was not firepower. The United States 5th Fleet, already forward deployed in Bahrain, had been reinforced over the previous 72 hours by the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which had transited the Suez Canal at flank speed, and the America Amphibious Ready Group coming from the Western Indian Ocean. Combined with assets already in theater, the Navy had 2 aircraft carriers, 9 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 4 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 3 Virginia-class attack submarines, and a combined air wing of over 140 aircraft. Ashore, the Air Force had F-35A Lightning IIs staged at Al Dhafra in the UAE, F-15E Strike Eagles at Al Udeid, B-1B Lancers rotating through Diego Garcia, and a squadron of F-22A Raptors that had quietly arrived at an undisclosed Gulf State airfield 3 days before the crisis even started. The problem was not firepower.
The problem was mines.
Sea mines are the most cost-effective weapon in naval warfare. An Iranian EM-52 rising mine costs roughly $10,000 to manufacture. The mine countermeasure vessel needed to find and neutralize it costs $600 million. A single mine can close a shipping lane for days. 300 mines can close it for weeks. And unlike missiles which can be intercepted or ships which can be sunk, mines just sit there.
Silent, patient,
waiting for something heavy to pass overhead. Clearing them requires specialized ships, underwater drones, helicopter-towed sleds, and time.
Lots of time.
The U.S. Navy's mine countermeasures force in the Gulf consisted of 4 Avenger-class mine countermeasure ships, 8 MH-53EC Dragon helicopters, and a handful of unmanned underwater vehicles. Under normal conditions, clearing 300 mines from a waterway the size of the Strait of Hormuz would take 30 to 45 days. They did not have 30 to 45 days. They had 36 hours. 1,200 miles to the west, at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, the airlift was already underway. Two C-17 Globemaster IIIs loaded with Mk Mod 2 unmanned underwater vehicles and their support equipment had departed 4 hours after the ultimatum. A third C-17 carried components of the AN/AQS-20 mine-hunting sonar system. A fourth carried a Navy explosive ordnance disposal team and 50,000 pounds of expendable mine neutralization charges. All 4 aircraft were bound for Bahrain. They would arrive in 11 hours. The equipment would need 6 hours to unpack and integrate. That left 19 hours before the deadline to actually start clearing mines. 300 miles southeast of the strait, the Virginia-class submarine USS Montana was running at 400 feet, making 8 knots on a course that would bring her to the eastern entrance of the strait within 14 hours. Her mission was not mine clearance. Her mission was something much more specific, and her crew did not yet know what it was. The captain had received a fragmentary order coded Pinnacle Lightning. The full tasking would arrive in 4 hours.
Until then, they waited.
At Bandar Abbas, the largest Iranian naval base on the Gulf, the IRGC Navy was not waiting. They were reinforcing. Commercial satellite imagery captured by Planet Labs at 9:47 local time showed 11 fast attack craft being loaded with what imagery analysts at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency identified as C-802 anti-ship cruise missiles. Each of those missiles carried a 365-pound warhead and had a range of 75 miles. 11 boats, each carrying 2 missiles. 22 missiles that could be launched from small, fast, difficult-to-track platforms dispersed along hundreds of miles of coastline. A single C-802 had crippled the Israeli corvette Hanit in 2006. 22 of them, fired in a coordinated salvo, could overwhelm the defenses of a destroyer. But the fast boats were only one layer. At Jask, 190 miles east of the strait, Iran had positioned its newest coastal defense system, the Khaliji-Fars ballistic anti-ship missile. This was a weapon the Pentagon had been watching for years. A modified Fateh 110 short-range ballistic missile with a terminal guidance seeker designed to hit moving ships. It came down at Mach 3 from the upper atmosphere, giving defenders seconds to react. Each launcher carried 2 missiles. Satellite imagery showed 4 launchers, meaning 8 missiles. The system had never been used in combat. Nobody wanted to find out if it worked the way the Iranians claimed it did. They were about to find out anyway. At 6:30 Wednesday evening, 20 hours into the countdown, the Combined Force Commander at 5th Fleet Headquarters in Bahrain held a video teleconference with CENTCOM in Tampa, the Joint Staff at the Pentagon, and the White House Situation Room. The plan that emerged had 4 phases and 0 margin for error. Phase 1 was suppression. Before a single mine could be cleared, the anti-ship missile threat had to be destroyed. Every known coastal defense site, every mobile launcher hide, every fastboat pen along the Iranian coast from Jask to Bushehr would be hit simultaneously. The Air Force would handle fixed sites with standoff weapons. The Navy would handle mobile targets and pop-up threats. Cyber Command would handle something else entirely. Phase 2 was clearance. The moment air superiority was established over the strait, mine countermeasure assets would begin sweeping a 6-mile-wide safe corridor through the densest minefields. MH-53E helicopters towing Mk-105 magnetic influence sweep sleds would handle the influence mines. Avenger-class ships using hull-mounted sonar would locate contact mines for EOD divers and UUVs to neutralize. The timeline for opening a single safe lane was estimated at 12 to 16 hours after clearance began. Phase 3 was escort. Once the corridor was open, a continuous naval escort operation would guide commercial vessels through the strait under the protective umbrella of Aegis-equipped warships. Phase 4 did not have a name on the briefing slide. It was listed only as contingency. Everyone in the room knew what it meant. If Iran escalated beyond the strait, if missiles started flying at bases or allies, the target list expanded to include Iran's integrated air defense network, its ballistic missile infrastructure, and its command and control nodes. Phase 4 was a regional war. Nobody wanted Phase 4. At 10:15 Wednesday night, 28 hours before the deadline, something changed. An RC-135 Rivet Joint Electronic Surveillance aircraft orbiting at 34,000 feet over the Gulf of Oman detected an unusual communications pattern. Iranian military radio traffic, which had been running at roughly 4 times its normal volume since the crisis began, suddenly dropped. Not gradually, not in stages. It dropped by 80% in under 6 minutes. To a signals intelligence analyst, sudden communications silence means one of two things. Either the network has been destroyed, or the network has switched to a pre-planned wartime mode that relies on landlines, fiber optics and couriers instead of radio. The network had not been destroyed. Iran was going to wartime communications posture, 28 hours before the deadline expired. This mattered. It mattered because wartime comm switching is not something you do to bluff. It takes hours to coordinate. It disrupts normal operations. You only do it when you believe combat is imminent and you want to deny the enemy signals intelligence. The Rivet Joint's crew relayed the detection to the National Security Agency at Fort Meade, which confirmed the assessment within 40 minutes. Iran was not preparing to comply. Iran was preparing to fight. At Fort Meade, the confirmation triggered something that had been staged for 72 hours. United States Cyber Command had been holding access to 14 pre-positioned implants embedded in Iranian military networks. These were not new intrusions. Some of them had been placed years earlier, maintained through patient, invisible persistence, updated quietly during routine Iranian software patches, tested through careful signals that mimicked normal network noise. 12 of the 14 implants were in the Integrated Air Defense Network command layer. One was in the IRGC Navy's shore-based missile coordination system. One was in the electrical grid serving Bandar Abbas Naval Base. None of them had ever been activated. They were insurance policies. Expensive, fragile, and single-use. Once triggered, the Iranians would find them, patch them, and they would be gone forever. Years of access, burned in seconds. The order to activate came at 11:40 Wednesday night. It was signed by the Secretary of Defense and confirmed by the President. Execution was set for 2 o'clock Thursday morning local time, exactly 6 hours before the deadline expired. That timing was deliberate. It would be dark. It would be 6 hours before Iran expected anything to happen. And it would give the first wave of aircraft just enough time to reach their targets before anyone on the ground realized their defenses were compromised. What Tehran didn't know was that the 48-hour ultimatum was never intended to expire. The deadline was theater. Useful theater, necessary theater, because it gave allies time to evacuate non-essential personnel, gave commercial shipping time to clear the area, and gave the diplomatic track just enough oxygen to claim that every alternative had been exhausted. But the operational timeline had never been 48 hours. The operational timeline had been decided the moment the first mine was confirmed in the shipping lane. The only variable was how long it took to move assets into position. By Wednesday night, they were in position. 190 miles to the east, at Jask, the 4 Khaliji Fars launchers were being loaded onto their transport erector vehicles for dispersal. Iranian doctrine called for mobile launchers to relocate every 4 to 6 hours to avoid being caught by satellite surveillance. The launchers had been photographed at their garrison at 2 p.m. By midnight, they would be gone, scattered along 80 miles of coastline, hidden under bridges, in warehouses, in the shadows of apartment buildings. Finding them after dispersal would require persistent drone surveillance and real-time intelligence that might or might not be available. The strike planners at Al-Udeid knew this. The Jask launchers had to die in their garrison before they moved. That meant the timeline just got 6 hours shorter. At 11:50 p.m. Wednesday, a pair of B-2A Spirit stealth bombers passed south of Diego Garcia heading north. They had launched from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri 17 hours earlier, refueled twice over the Atlantic, once over the Indian Ocean, and were now entering their pre-strike holding pattern. Each B-2 carried 16 GBU, 31 Joint Direct Attack munitions in its internal weapons bays, 2,000-pound GPS-guided bombs. 32 of them, total. 16 were assigned to the Jask missile garrison. 16 were assigned to the underground command bunker at Bandar Abbas that served as the IRGC Navy's operational headquarters. The B-2s were not alone. 400 miles to the west, 8 F-35A Lightning IIs from the 421st Fighter Squadron had launched from Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE at 11:30 p.m. under the cover of what was listed on the air traffic control log as a routine night training sortie. They were not carrying training weapons. Each aircraft carried 2 AGM-154 Joint Standoff weapons and 2 ALM-120D AMRAAM air-to-air missiles. Their targets were the anti-ship missile batteries on Keshem Island and Abu Musa Island, the two positions that most directly threatened mine clearance operations in the strait itself. The F-35s would strike from standoff range, roughly 40 miles from the targets, using their low observable profiles to avoid detection until weapons release. Simultaneously, the destroyer USS Nitsa, positioned 110 miles south of the strait in the Gulf of Oman, began programming 96 Tomahawk land attack missiles in her vertical launch cells. 96 missiles from a single ship. Her targets included radar sites, communication nodes, fastboat pens at 3 different harbors, and the Noor anti-ship missile battery near Sirik. The Tomahawks would fly circuitous routes, approaching their targets from unexpected directions, timed to arrive within a 60-second window starting at 2:04 a.m. But the Nitsa was not the only ship launching Tomahawks. The cruiser USS Gettysburg, sailing with the Ford Carrier Group now positioned 240 miles south of the strait, had another 64 Tomahawks programmed and ready. The destroyer USS Halsey, forward deployed from Bahrain, had 47. Combined with the Nitsa, that was 207 Tomahawk cruise missiles that would be in the air before a single Iranian radar operator noticed anything unusual. 207 Tomahawks cost roughly $400 million. The coastal defense systems they were targeting had cost Iran approximately $90 million to acquire. That math looks bad until you consider that a single day of the strait being closed cost the global economy an estimated $1.2 billion. At 1:47 a.m. Thursday local time, 13 minutes before H-hour, the cyber weapons activated. The first effect was subtle. The primary radar at Iran's Kish Island air defense sector, a Chinese-supplied JY-14 medium-range surveillance radar, began receiving false returns. Not many. Not enough to trigger an alert. Just enough to place Phantom aircraft tracks 80 miles south of their actual position. The radar operators saw what they expected to see, American aircraft flying patrol patterns in international airspace. They did not see the 8 F-35s that were now 70 miles closer than any Iranian sensor indicated. The second effect was less subtle. At Bandar Abbas Naval Base, the electrical grid serving the facility and the adjacent IRGC Navy experienced a cascading voltage irregularity. It lasted 9 seconds. When power returned, the shore-based missile coordination network needed 4 minutes to reboot. 4 minutes during which no launch order could be transmitted to the fast attack boats already dispersed along the coast. 4 minutes was a long time. The third effect was invisible. Deep inside the Integrated Air Defense Command Network, the software that managed threat prioritization and engagement sequencing had been modified. Iranian surface-to-air missile batteries would still function. They would still track targets. They would still fire. But the fire control solution would contain a tiny error, a 6-degree azimuth offset in the targeting data passed from the surveillance radars to the engagement radars. 6 degrees does not sound like much. At 40 miles, 6 degrees translates to a missed distance of over 4 miles. Every missile fired using corrupted data would miss by 4 miles. And the operators would not know why. At 2 a.m. exactly, the B-2s opened their bomb bay doors. 32,000 feet above the Jask missile garrison, the first B-2 released 8 GBU-31s in a 4-second sequence. Each bomb separated cleanly, its GPS-aided inertial navigation system locking onto coordinates that had been updated 17 minutes earlier by a Global Hawk surveillance drone orbiting at 58,000 feet. The bombs fell for 41 seconds. In those 41 seconds, the 4 Khaliji Fars launchers sat on their transport vehicles, engines warming, preparing to disperse. The drivers had been told to move at 2:15 a.m. They were 15 minutes from safety. The first bomb struck the vehicle maintenance building adjacent to the launcher parking area. The blast wave knocked 2 of the transport vehicles onto their sides. The second and third bombs hit the road leading out of the garrison, cratering it in 2 places and blocking the only exit. The 4th through 8th bombs walked across the launcher positions themselves. The Khaliji Fars missiles carried solid rocket fuel. When the 2,000-pound warheads detonated among them, the secondary explosions were visible from 20 miles away. In 11 seconds, Iran's most advanced anti-ship ballistic missile capabilities ceased to exist. The second B-2 hit the Bandar Abbas command bunker 90 seconds later. The bunker was hardened, built into a hillside with reinforced concrete rated to withstand conventional munitions. The B-2 dropped its 16 bombs in 2 waves of 8, walking them across the same impact point. The first 8 cratered the surface and stripped away the overburden. The second 8 penetrated into the compromised structure. Post-strike assessment would later show that the command center was not destroyed, but it was knocked offline for over 9 hours. During those 9 hours, the IRGC Navy fought without centralized command and control. Every boat, every battery, every unit was on its own. And then the Tomahawks arrived. At 2:04 a.m., the first wave of cruise missiles crossed the Iranian coastline at 480 miles per hour, flying at altitudes between 50 and 100 feet. They came from 3 directions. From the south, the Nitz's missiles hit Keshem Island and the eastern approaches. From the southwest, the Gettysburg's missiles struck targets along the coast between Bandar Lenja and Sirik. From the southeast, the Halsey's missiles came in over the Gulf of Oman and struck Jask's remaining infrastructure and the early warning radar at Shabahar. On Keshem Island, the C-802 battery positions that the F-35s had not already destroyed received 12 Tomahawks in a single minute. The missiles arrived in pairs, 2 per target, with the second missile timed 30 seconds after the first. The first missile destroyed or suppressed the target. The second missile ensured it. Iranian soldiers who survived the strikes later described the sound as continuous thunder that did not stop. At Abu Musa Island, the garrison received 8 Tomahawks and 4 AGM-154 joint standoff weapons from the F-35s. The island's anti-ship capability consisted of 2 C-802 launchers and a single Chinese-made HQ-7 short-range air defense system. The HQ-7 actually fired. It launched 2 missiles at incoming Tomahawks and hit one out of 207. The launcher was destroyed 19 seconds later by a GBU-39 small-diameter bomb dropped by an F-35 that the HQ-7's radar never detected. One Tomahawk destroyed costs $1.9 million. The HQ-7 missile that killed it cost about $80,000. For Iran, that was the best exchange rate of the entire night. 40 miles north of the strait, at the IRGC fastboat base at Bandar Lenja, 11 missile-armed fast attack craft were attempting to get underway. They had received dispersal orders at 1:55 a.m., 5 minutes before H-hour, from a local commander who had noticed the communications disruption and guessed what was coming. It was good instinct. 5 of the boats made it out of the harbor before the Tomahawks hit. The remaining 6 were caught in their pens. The concrete piers, the fuel storage, the ammunition bunkers, everything within 400 meters of the waterfront was destroyed in 60 seconds. The 5 boats that escaped scattered east along the coast at 45 knots, 220 miles south of the strait, aboard the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. The air wing went to full combat operations at 2:10 a.m. The first aircraft to launch were not fighters. They were EA-18G Growlers from VAQ-129, electronic warfare aircraft. Their job was to find, jam, and if necessary destroy any Iranian radar system that was still functioning after the cyber attack and the Tomahawk strikes. Within 30 minutes, 6 Growlers were orbiting at 28,000 feet along a north-south line running parallel to the Iranian coast, flooding the electromagnetic spectrum with noise. Iranian radar operators who had survived the strikes and were attempting to bring backup systems online found nothing but static. Behind the Growlers came the fighters. F divided by a -18E and F Super Hornets armed for both air-to-air and air-to-ground. F-35C Lightning IIs from VFA-147. The Ford's air wing put 42 aircraft into the sky in the first hour. Their immediate concern was not the Iranian Air Force. The Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force had not sortied a single aircraft. Their hangars were intact. Their runways were intact. Their jets sat in shelters with engines cold. This was deliberate. The United States had not struck any Iranian air bases. The message was precise. This is about the strait.
Open it, and this ends.
Expand it, and we expand too. Tehran received that message. The jets stayed on the ground. That decision, made by someone in Tehran whose name may never be known, probably prevented the conflict from becoming a full-scale war. Probably. At 2:38 a.m., the 5 IRGC fastboats that had escaped Bandar Lenja reached a position 18 miles northeast of the strait and turned south. They were heading for the shipping lanes. Each boat carried 2 C-802 missiles and was crewed by 7 men. Their orders, received before communications went dark, were simple. Find an American warship. Fire. Whether they understood they were operating without air cover, without shore-based radar support, and without any coordination with other Iranian forces is unclear. They went anyway. What they did not know was that the submarine USS Montana had entered the strait 4 hours earlier and was now sitting at 200 feet, 3 miles east of the Greater Tunb Island, with her sonar focused north. The Montana had received her full mission tasking at 10 p.m. She was there specifically for this. For the fastboats. Her and /BQQ-10 sonar suite could detect the high-speed propeller cavitation of fast attack craft at ranges exceeding 20 miles. She heard them the moment they turned south. The Montana did not have authorization to engage with torpedoes. Killing the boats was not her job.
Finding them was.
She transmitted their positions via the underwater communication system to the Ford carrier group in a burst that lasted 1.3 seconds. 40 seconds later, the tactical action officer aboard the destroyer USS Paul Ignatius, stationed at the northern mouth of the strait, had the tracks. The Paul Ignatius carried 8 RGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles and 96 cells of vertical launch ordnance. Against 5 small boats, she used neither. Instead, the ship's MH-60R Seahawk helicopter, already airborne on patrol, was vectored to intercept. The helicopter carried 4 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles and an M240 door gun. It found the 5 boats in a loose formation, running without lights, making 42 knots on a heading that would bring them within missile range of the Paul Ignatius in roughly 23 minutes. The Seahawk fired 2 Hellfires at the lead boat.
Both hit. The boat disintegrated.
A $114,000 missile against a craft worth maybe $200,000.
Close enough to even.
The 4 remaining boats split.
2 turned east, 2 turned west.
The helicopter pursued the eastern pair, while the Paul Ignatius launched a second Seahawk for the western pair. Over the next 14 minutes, all 4 boats were destroyed. 3 by Hellfire missiles. 1 by 30mm cannon fire from the second helicopter. Not a single C-802 was launched. 35 Iranian sailors died in those 14 minutes. They had never seen the ships they were trying to attack. In those same 14 minutes, mine clearance operations began. The 4 Avenger-class minesweepers had been holding position 12 miles south of the strait, waiting for the word. At 2:50 a.m., with the immediate anti-ship threat suppressed, they advanced into the eastern approach channel at 6 knots. Ahead of them, MH-53EC Dragon helicopters from HM-15 towed Mk-105 magnetic influence sleds through the water, simulating the magnetic signature of a large vessel. The idea was simple. Trigger the influence mines before a real ship found them. Each triggered mine produced a geyser of water visible from miles away. In the first hour, the helicopters triggered 11 mines.
11 down.
Roughly 289 to go. Simultaneously, the Kingfish UUVs that had arrived from Ramstein were deployed from a support vessel at the western approach. These autonomous underwater drones used side-scan sonar to map the seabed and identify mine-like objects, then transmitted the coordinates to EOD teams following behind. The Kingfish drones worked slowly. Each one could survey roughly 1 square mile per hour. The strait's shipping lanes covered approximately 42 square miles. The math was not encouraging. At 4:15 a.m., roughly 2 hours into the operation, Iran responded. Not with missiles.
Not with boats. With mines.
2 Goddard-class midget submarines, each roughly 120 feet long and carrying a crew of 18, had been lying on the bottom of the strait in 40 meters of water since Monday. They had not moved. They had not transmitted. They had been invisible. Now they began deploying additional mines directly into the clearance corridor. The first indication came when a Kingfish UUV detected a mine that had not been on the previous scan pass.
Then a second. Then a third.
Someone at the Mine Warfare Command Center aboard the USS Lewis B. Puller did the math and realized that the minefield was growing faster than they were clearing it. That realization landed on the Combined Force Commander's desk at 4:22 a.m. Finding a midget submarine in shallow, warm water cluttered with shipwrecks, pipelines, and natural formations is one of the hardest problems in naval warfare. The Goddard-class boats were diesel-electric, nearly silent on battery power, and small enough to hide behind geological features. The Montana could hear fast boats from 20 miles away. A quiet submarine sitting on the bottom at 40 meters might as well not exist. But the Navy had something for this. 2 P-8A Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft from VP-10 had been orbiting south of the strait since midnight. Each carried sonobuoy dispensers loaded with and /SSQ-125 multi-static active sonobuoys. Unlike passive sonobuoys that just listen, active sonobuoys create their own sound pulses and listen for the returns. They do not wait for the submarine to make noise. They find it anyway. The trade-off is that the submarine knows it is being hunted. At this point, subtlety was no longer a priority. At 4:31 a.m., the 2 P-8s dropped a pattern of 64 sonobuoys across the central strait. The acoustic coverage was dense enough to detect an object the size of a refrigerator. A Goddard-class submarine is considerably larger than a refrigerator. The first submarine was detected at 4:38 a.m., sitting on the bottom 2.7 miles north-northwest of the clearance corridor. It was not moving. The P-8 dropped a Mk-54 lightweight torpedo. The torpedo entered the water, acquired the contact, and detonated against the submarine's hull at 4:39 a.m. There were no survivors. The second submarine heard the detonation and did something its crew probably knew was futile. It started its engines and ran. At 8 knots, heading east, trying to escape into deeper water. The noise gave it away instantly. The second P-8 dropped a Mk-54 at 4:44 a.m.
The torpedo hit the submarine at 4:45 a.m. 18 more men gone.
A Goddard-class submarine costs approximately $40 million to build. A Mk-54 torpedo costs roughly $700,000. 2 torpedoes, $1.4 million. 2 submarines, $80 million. The exchange rate was not in Iran's favor. With the submarine threat neutralized, mine clearance accelerated. By 6 a.m. Thursday, 4 hours into the operation, 38 mines had been swept or neutralized. By 9 a.m., the number was 71. By noon, it was 112. The pace was increasing as crews developed better understanding of Iranian mine-laying patterns. The mines were not randomly distributed. They had been placed along predictable lines designed to cover the shipping lanes at regular intervals. Once you found the pattern, you knew where to look next. At 11 a.m. Thursday, exactly 12 hours before the original deadline expired, the Combined Force Commander declared a safe corridor through the strait. It was narrow, 600 meters wide and 31 miles long. It was not a permanent solution.
It was a keyhole, but a keyhole was enough.
At 11:47 a.m., the first vessel transited the corridor. It was not a warship. It was not a tanker. It was the container ship MSC Aurora, Panamanian flagged, carrying 14,000 shipping containers from Singapore to Rotterdam. She was escorted by the destroyer USS Fitzgerald on her port side and the British frigate HMS Richmond on her starboard side. Both warships had their phalanx close-in weapon systems active, their electronic warfare suites radiating, and their crews at general quarters. The transit took 2 hours and 14 minutes. The MSC Aurora's master later described it as the most stressful transit of his 30-year career. But she made it through. Behind her, 16 more vessels were queued. Commercial satellite imagery showed another 43 anchored at Fujairah, waiting. At 1 p.m. Thursday, Iranian state television broadcast a statement from the Supreme National Security Council. It did not mention the word surrender. It did not mention the word defeat. It said that Iran had demonstrated its ability to close the strait and would do so again if provoked. It said that mine clearance was a violation of Iranian sovereign waters. It said many things. But buried in the 7th paragraph was a single sentence stating that the IRGC Navy had been ordered to cease offensive operations in the Strait of Hormuz pending a review of the military situation. That sentence was the white flag, written in bureaucratic Persian and buried where they hoped nobody would notice. By Thursday night, mine clearance operations had expanded the safe corridor to 2 miles wide. American, British, French, and Australian minesweepers were working side by side. The Royal Navy had dispatched the Hunt-class mine countermeasure vessels HMS Ledbury and HMS Penzance from Bahrain. The French frigate Alsace had arrived to provide air defense coverage. The Australians sent a P-8 from their detachment in the UAE. The cost accounting, when someone eventually did it, was staggering. The United States had expended 207 Tomahawk cruise missiles, 32 dams, 16 joint standoff weapons, 12 small-diameter bombs, 11 Hellfire missiles, 2 lightweight torpedoes, and approximately 40,000 pounds of miscellaneous ordnance. Total munitions cost was estimated at $480 million. Aircraft operating costs, ship operating costs, and logistics for the 48-hour operation added another $300 million. The cyber implants that had been burned were valued internally at an estimated program cost of $1.2 billion over the 6 years they had been developed and maintained. Total cost to the United States, approximately $2 billion. Iran's losses included 4 Khaliji Fars ballistic anti-ship missile launchers, 11 coastal defense C-802 batteries, 6 fast attack craft destroyed in port, 5 at sea, 2 Goddard-class submarines, its IRGC Navy headquarters offline for 9 hours, 60% of its Gulf-facing radar infrastructure, and its mine capability in the strait reduced by 112 weapons. With clearance operations continuing. Estimated replacement cost for Iran, $6 to $8 billion and 4 to 7 years. The global economy had lost an estimated $9 billion during the 3 days the strait was fully closed. Oil prices, which had spiked $31 per barrel, dropped $18 within 6 hours of the first successful transit and another $9 over the following 48 hours. The Strait of Hormuz carries roughly 21 million barrels of oil per day. That is 21% of global petroleum consumption. It is the single most important maritime choke point on Earth. Iran had closed it with 300 mines that cost a combined total of roughly $3 million. $3 million held the world economy hostage for 72 hours. That is a return on investment that no weapons system in history has ever matched. And somewhere in Tehran, someone was already ordering 300 more. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on what would happen if Iran sank a US aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. Bye for now. The operator almost ignored the signal. It came in at 40:14 in the morning, a single contact ping from a Sonobue field that had been sitting quiet for 11 days. Weak return, intermittent, the kind of thing a tired analyst explains away as biological noise or a thermal layer playing tricks on the hydrophone. He flagged it anyway. Not because the signal was convincing. Because it was consistent. Every 93 seconds, same direction, nothing biological pulses on a clock. By 40:40, two P-8 Poseidons were airborne out of Al Dhafra and turning south toward the Gulf entrance. By 40:02 they had a track. By 50:17, that track had a classification, an Iranian Kilo-class submarine running shallow, moving northeast, almost certainly trailing a convoy of 4 tankers that had departed Fujairah 8 hours earlier under a commercial escort that had since turned back. The submarine never fired. It never had the chance to. But the fact that it was there, 60 feet beneath the surface of a supposedly swept corridor, moving on a targeting solution it had been building for hours, told the operations center at 5th Fleet something that changed the shape of the whole problem. Iran was not trying to win the surface fight. It had already accepted that the surface was lost. It had gone underneath. To understand why that mattered, you have to go back about 6 weeks, to when the whole question of the Strait of Hormuz was still being argued in terms the public understood. Missiles and warships. Headlines about carrier groups and iron domes, and whether the United States was willing to put a destroyer in the line of fire to protect a tanker full of Kuwaiti crude. The political conversation was about commitment. The military conversation was about something older and more basic. It was about the same thing it has always been about in a narrow sea: geometry. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 miles across at its narrowest point. The deep water channel a fully loaded supertanker actually needs to use is a fraction of that. A 2-mile slot, inbound on the north side, outbound on the south, with shallow water and Iranian-controlled islands crowding both shoulders. Every ship that enters is on a known course. It has to be. The physics of a loaded hull in a constrained channel does not leave much room for creativity. You go where the water is deep enough to carry you, and Iran has known where that is for 50 years. The coast above that slot had been militarized over decades with a patience and a thoroughness that deserves respect even from the people it is aimed at. Radar installations on the high ground, overlapping coverage multiple bands. Anti-ship missile batteries ranged onto the channel at distances where a supersonic skimming weapon gives a crew approximately 15 seconds of warning before impact. Fast attack boats hidden in the coves and inlets along the Kishim Island coastline, small enough to be invisible on a cluttered radar return, fast enough to close a tanker before a defensive gun system can engage them all. And underneath all of it, the mines. Pressure activated, magnetically triggered, acoustically sensitive. Thousands of them seeded across decades of contingency planning, mapped and positioned and ready to be dropped in a matter of hours once the order came. When the order came in early 2026, it came fast. Within 72 hours of the declaration that the strait was closed to American and Allied shipping, the mine laying was already underway. Within a week, the inbound lane had gone from a busy commercial corridor, moving roughly 15 million barrels of oil a day, to an effectively empty stretch of water that nobody with insurance was willing to enter. The shipping companies did not need to be told twice. When 3 tankers were struck in 4 days, 2 of them losing crew, the market made the decision that navies were still debating. Rates tripled. Then they doubled again. Vessels already inside the Gulf anchored and waited. The ones outside turned around. And the oil price did what oil prices do when a fifth of the world's seaborne supply is suddenly in question. Washington stood up Project Freedom within days. Carrier, escorted convoys, flag on the mast, Navy warships riding the shoulders of the merchant column in broad daylight. Exactly the posture that had worked in 1987 during the tanker war, when a visible American presence was enough to make Iranian fast boats reconsider their career choices. The first convoy assembled. It got as far as the entrance to the strait before the problems announced themselves simultaneously. A harpoon-sized return lit up on the radar of the escorting destroyer before anyone had time to categorize it. The countermeasures fired. The decoy bloomed. The missile followed the decoy. Nobody was hit, but the missile had been fired from 42 miles inland, from a position the carrier strike package had assessed as inactive 20 hours earlier. Iran had moved a mobile launcher overnight, set it up in the dark, and fired it the moment the convoy's radar emissions told them exactly where to aim. The convoy turned back. The flagship of Project Freedom returned to port, having demonstrated, very conclusively, that the old logic no longer applied. Being seen had stopped being a deterrent. It had become a targeting service. The people who rewrote the approach did not hold a press conference about it. The first indication that something had changed came from what stopped appearing, not from what started. The insurance tracking services that monitor AA's transponder data noticed that a category of vessel, large crude carriers of a specific draft range, had simply vanished from their displays in a particular region of the Gulf. Not turned around, not anchored, disappeared. The hulls were still there, The signals were not. This is the part of the operation that looks like a trick and is actually a doctrine. A supertanker in peacetime is a lighthouse that moves. It broadcasts its name, its position, its heading, its destination, its speed, its cargo, its flag, its IMO number, continuously to any receiver within range because the law requires it to. The automatic identification system exists because ships are very large and the sea is very dark, and running into each other costs lives and money. The AIS is not a vulnerability. It is a safety system. It was designed to prevent accidents, and it is extraordinarily good at that job. It is also, in a war zone, a beacon that tells a missile battery exactly where to aim. Turning it off is illegal under normal maritime law. It is also, in a narrow strait with an active mining operation, and an enemy tracking every commercial transponder in the waterway, the only move that makes sense. The lawyers worked that out inside of 48 hours. The operators had already started doing it before the lawyers finished. The discipline that went with the blackout was total. AIS off. Navigation lights off. Radio silence except for encrypted burst transmissions to Fifth Fleet every 30 minutes, position and status, then silence again. Radar emissions minimized because a radar searching for mines throws a signal that a shore-based intercept station can detect and localize and hand off to a targeting cell in about 4 minutes. The crews navigated the outbound leg using gyroscopic compass, chart plottings updated by hand, and GPS inputs that they treated with deep suspicion, because Iran had been spoofing the satellite navigation in the strait since the third week of the crisis, injecting false position signals that could make a bridge display show a ship sailing through downtown Bandar Abbas, while the actual hull was still in the water. More than one crew had caught the spoof only because an experienced officer looked out the bridge window and noticed that the coastline visible through the glass did not match the coastline on the screen. Old eyes over new instruments. There is a lesson in that, though it is not a comfortable one. The crews went back further than they expected to go. Paper charts. Parallel rulers. Dividers stepped across the page to measure distance by hand. A discipline that most of these mariners had learned in school and never used in service. Suddenly the only navigation method they trusted inside the strait. The satellite age had folded itself backward by about 60 years because one country had figured out how to poison the signal. Going dark solves one set of problems and creates another one immediately. The human eye on the cliff, the signal intercept station, the night vision watch post, the vessel traffic radar operated by the Revolutionary Guard maritime component. All of those go blind when the ship goes quiet and dark and runs without lights at 1 in the morning. The human visual spectrum, the radio frequency spectrum, the AS data stream, all of it gone. The ship becomes, for those sensors, nothing. What it does not become is invisible to a search radar. A supertanker is approximately 1,000 feet of steel plate arranged in a shape that happens to be nearly optimal for reflecting radar energy. You cannot hide that cross-section. You can paint it any color you like. You can turn off every light and every radio and every electronic system aboard. The hull is still there, and the radar pulse that bounces back off it is enormous. Any coastal search radar within 40 miles would see it instantly. This is where the operation stops being a shipping problem and starts being an air power problem. The USS Abraham Lincoln had been on station in the North Arabian Sea for the better part of 3 months before the strait closed. The USS George H.W. Bush arrived 7 weeks into the crisis and took up position roughly 240 miles to the southwest. The two carriers operating on a rotation that kept continuous flight operations going between them without either crew burning out completely. Between the two decks, the air wing cycles available were sufficient to maintain a near continuous presence over the Gulf, rotating squadrons in and out, keeping at least some aircraft airborne at any given hour. What those aircraft were doing over the Gulf in the relevant hours was not a combat air patrol in the traditional sense. The strikes had already happened. Iran's coastal radar infrastructure had been struck repeatedly over the preceding weeks in a campaign that was methodical rather than theatrical. Not trying to destroy everything at once and accept the political cost. Instead, hitting specific nodes. The high ground radar sites that covered the southern transit corridor. The command relay stations that connected the missile batteries to their targeting feeds. The maintenance facilities for the fast attack boat flotilla at Bandar Abbas and Kishim. Hitting them, watching the Iranians try to rebuild or relocate, hitting them again before the new position was fully operational. The math of that exchange was deliberately asymmetric. An Iranian coastal radar installation costs tens of millions of dollars and takes months to make fully operational. A JDAM guidance kit costs roughly $30,000 and takes about 45 minutes to arrive. Iran could not replace things faster than the air wing could knock them down, and the air wing had 2 carriers worth of ordnance to draw from. But the aircraft over the Gulf in the hours a tanker was transiting were not primarily there to strike. They were there to see and to blind. The E-2D Advanced Hawkeye, which is a radar aircraft that looks roughly like a propeller plane with a flying saucer glued to its back, carries a radar system that can track moving targets on the surface and in the air simultaneously at ranges that would take your breath away if the specifications were unclassified. Flying at altitude above the Gulf, it looks down over the curvature of the Earth that defeats a shore-based radar and sees everything beneath it. Tankers, fast boats, patrol craft, submarines running shallow enough to leave a surface wake. It sees all of it, and it passes that picture to the destroyers and the cruisers, and the submarines working the water below, so that none of them have to light up their own search radars and advertise where they are. The EAATG Growler is a different kind of instrument. It carries no bombs. Its weapons are invisible. It flies into the airspace above an enemy's integrated air defense network, and it pushes electromagnetic noise into every frequency that network depends on. Radar warning receivers are flooded with false returns. Fire control radars lose their lock. The targeting chain that connects a shore-based radar to an anti-ship missile's seeker head gets interrupted at the data link, which means the missile launches and then flies toward a position that the radar reported before the jamming started, which is not where the ship is anymore. The Growler does not stop Iran from firing. It stops Iran from hitting. The combination, hockey picture pushed to friendly forces, Growler interference pushed into Iranian systems, created a situation where the United States could see across the full breadth of the strait in real time and Iran could not. The physics were the same for both sides. The sensors were not. The Kilo submarine that the P-8s found at 5D17 that morning was the part of this that the surface picture could not solve on its own. A submarine running at 60 feet on battery power produces almost no thermal signature, no radar return, no visible wake, no radio emission, and almost no acoustic signature if its crew knows what they are doing and the boat is properly maintained. The Iranian Navy operates 3 Kilo-class submarines, Russian-built diesel electrics that are genuinely quiet on battery power, quiet enough to be a serious problem in the shallow, thermally complex water of the Gulf entrance where sound propagation is inconsistent and sonar performance is degraded by salinity gradients and biological noise. The standard surface escort picture, the one that sees everything on and above the water, goes effectively blind below the surface. And Iran knew that. The shift to submarine operations after the surface fast attack campaign was degraded was not improvised. It was the contingency that had been planned for years. If the surface is lost, go underneath. Make the Americans prove they can fight three-dimensionally in water that favors the defender. The answer to that was the Sonobue field, the PAs, and the patient analyst who flagged a signal that was pulsing on a 93-second interval and could not explain why. The P-8 Poseidon is a submarine hunting aircraft derived from the Boeing 737 airframe, which sounds almost comically civilian until you see what it carries. Sonobues dropped from altitude that transform into hydrophone arrays the moment they hit the water. Magnetic anomaly detection systems sensitive enough to detect the perturbation in the Earth's magnetic field, caused by a large steel hull moving through the water below. Processing systems that take the acoustic data from a dozen sonobuoys simultaneously and triangulate a contact position with an accuracy that would have seemed impossible 30 years ago. And torpedoes, if the situation calls for them. The situation that morning called for something more measured. The convoy behind the Kilo had not yet entered the strait. The submarine was in international waters with no confirmed hostile action yet taken. The P-8s illuminated it with active sonar, which is the underwater equivalent of turning on a spotlight in a dark room and pointing it at someone. The Kilo crew knew immediately that they had been found, that the aircraft above them had a precise fix on their position, and that the torpedoes aboard those aircraft were not theoretical. The submarine altered course. It went deep. It went slow. It spent the next 11 hours trying to shake the P-8 coverage and could not, because the coverage did not stop. The PAs rotated, one landing to refuel and rearm while another took its station, keeping a continuous audio record of every course change the Kilo made. The convoy transited the strait during that window. The submarine never reacquired it. The drone boats at Bandar Abbas happened 4 days before that transit, and the sequence matters because the timing was not coincidental. The Revolutionary Guard naval base at Bandar Abbas sits at the eastern entrance to the strait on the Iranian coast. It is the home port for a significant portion of the fast attack boat flotilla, the speedboats carrying anti-ship missiles and machine guns and sometimes just explosives, boats designed to swarm a larger vessel and overwhelm its close-in defenses through sheer numbers. They are not sophisticated weapons. They are cheap, fast, and numerous, which in a confined waterway is a combination that a very expensive warship has trouble answering gracefully. The base itself was not a viable target for a conventional airstrike in the conventional sense. Iran's shore-based air defense around Bandar Abbas was layered, overlapping, and specifically optimized to engage aircraft approaching from the south, which is the direction any carrier-launched strike would come from. Sending a strike package in against a defended harbor, where the defenders have had 50 years to sight their guns was a cost-benefit calculation that the targeting cell did not love the look of. The aircraft that would be at greatest risk on ingress were also among the most expensive and irreplaceable assets in the theater. An unmanned surface vessel costs roughly $3 million at the current production rate for the systems the Navy was fielding in the Gulf. It carries no crew. It does not care about the air defense network because it travels on the surface of the water, below the radar horizon of systems designed to engage aircraft, and it can be steered by an operator sitting in a trailer in Bahrain with a joystick and a data link, with no physical risk to any American service member. 3 of them went in on a moonless night. They ran dark, transponders off, engines throttled to reduce their acoustic signature, approaching the harbor entrance from the northeast, where the coastline's radar geometry created a shadow. The harbor's own radar coverage had been partially degraded by a growler pass 40 minutes earlier that scrambled the frequencies the shore radar used to filter surface clutter. The boats got inside the harbor perimeter before any alarm was raised that was acted on. 2 of them reached the pier where 3 fast attack boats were moored. The third was intercepted by a guard patrol boat and destroyed by gunfire about 200 meters short of its target. The 2 that reached the pier were not recovered. The fast attack boats they hit were not subsequently operational, and the base's command and control facility, which was located in a building adjacent to the main pier, sustained damage from secondary explosions that disrupted operations for approximately 72 hours. 72 hours, that was the window. The mine-cleared southern corridor, the blinded coastal radar network, the hockey overhead, the PAs on the submarine contact, all of it timed to move a convoy through while the most dangerous section of the Iranian coastal response capability was degraded and disorganized. The drone boats were not a statement. They were a scheduling tool. 4 tankers made that transit. The largest of them was just over 300 meters in length, fully laden, drawing nearly 22 meters of water, moving at approximately 9 knots through a lane that the mine hunters had swept and re-swept over the preceding 48 hours. The crew had been briefed to expect a 6 to 7 hour passage with no communication except the encrypted burst transmissions. They had been told about the spoofed GPS and given the paper charts and told which instruments to trust and which to ignore. They had been told that they would have air cover they could not see and naval support they could not contact, and that this was deliberate, because the thing protecting them was its own invisibility, and anything they did to make themselves feel less alone was a risk they could not afford. One of the officers later described the experience as navigating inside a blackout curtain with the sound turned off. No lights visible in any direction except the stars. No radio traffic on any channel. No other ships visible. The radar screen showing them a picture they had been told not to fully trust. The paper chart spread across the chart table with pencil marks being updated every few minutes by hand. The magnetic compass, a technology that has not changed in any meaningful way since the 12th century. The most reliable instrument on the bridge. They came through on schedule, all 4 of them. No contacts on the visual watch, no vessels approaching, no radar locks detected, no missiles fired. The kilo that had been running a targeting solution on them from below never got close enough to be relevant. The fast attack boats that would normally have been dispersed across the southern corridor to intercept were either destroyed, still assessing the damage at the base, or unable to get a firing solution through the electronic interference above them. The Hawkeye that saw everything and said nothing to anyone who was not supposed to hear it watched them clear the straight exit and logged the time. The convoy formed up in safer water on the other side and eventually, over the next several hours, the AIS transponders came back on one by one as each vessel crossed outside the boundary the lawyers had defined, and they reappeared on the world's shipping displays as if they had never been gone. The insurance tracking services logged the returns. No one outside the relevant operations centers knew the route those hulls had taken, the assets that had been cleared from in front of them, the submarine that had been parked on their track until a patient analyst and a rotating pair of aircraft had sat on it for 11 hours, and refused to let it move. The broader picture from that operation did not resolve the crisis in the Strait overnight. Iran retained its capacity, its mines, its missile batteries, its submarines, its fast attack flotilla, most of which survived the conflict intact and dispersed. What changed was more specific and more durable than a weapons count. The coast's ability to convert that capacity into effective action against a transiting hull had been demonstrably broken, not permanently and not completely, but broken enough that the math of the interdiction had shifted in the wrong direction for anyone trying to enforce a blockade. A blockade is, at its operational core, a detection and engagement system. You have to see the ship to stop the ship. Everything else, the missiles, the mines, the fast boats, the submarines, is downstream of that first requirement. Take away the detection, degrade it, jam it, destroy the infrastructure it runs on, put your own sensors above the horizon, so you see everything your enemy cannot, and what remains of their blockade is a coastline full of weapons pointed at an empty sea. Iran still owns that coast. The geography has not moved. The weapons are still there. But a weapon pointed at nothing is a storage problem, not a military capability. The supertanker that came through dark and silent at 1 in the morning was not hiding from the blockade. It was demonstrating that the blockade's first principle, the idea that owning the coast meant controlling who crossed the water, was no longer a reliable assumption. Each hull that transited was a data point in an argument the Navy was making not to the press but to every operational planner on the Iranian side. The argument was simple. We can see you better than you can see us. We can be invisible when it costs you to find us. And we have already demonstrated what we do to the assets you need to maintain the sightline. The submarine contact from that morning sits in that argument too, because the PAs that found it were not there by accident, and were not there alone. The Sonobue field that caught the initial ping had been laid 3 days earlier, maintained continuously, data processed ashore and flagged for human review by an analyst who noticed a 93-second interval that could not be explained away. The entire detection chain, the buoys, the aircraft, the analyst, the communications back to the operations center, the P8 dispatch, the active prosecution that ran for 11 hours, existed because someone had decided weeks earlier that the submarine threat to the corridor was the detection problem that the surface picture could not solve on its own, and had built a layered response to it before it became an emergency. That is the part of the operation that does not make headlines. Not because it is less important, because it looks like administrative work until you understand that the tanker convoy running dark through a swept corridor, at 9 knots with a kilo-class submarine somewhere behind it is the reason the Sonobue field had to exist at all. One last detail that tends to get lost in the larger shape of the story. The mine hunters who cleared the southern corridor spent 11 days on that work before the first convoy was authorized to transit. 11 days of slow, methodical, unglamorous operations. Unmanned underwater vehicles working the bottom systematically, one grid square at a time. Helicopter, deployed sonar systems searching the water column. Human divers in some cases, when a contact required close investigation and the unmanned systems had given an ambiguous return. Neutralization operations that were individually unremarkable and collectively essential. The mines that were found and destroyed during those 11 days were not exotic. They were pressure-activated moored mines and bottom mines of types that have existed in various forms since the First World War. Iran's mining capability is extensive and well practiced, but the fundamental technology is not new. What made it dangerous was not the sophistication of the mine. It was the volume of water that needed to be cleared, and the time pressure under which the clearing had to happen, and the fact that a single miss meant a hole in a tanker hull and a crew in the water. Every one of those days, and every one of those mine hunters grinding through the grid, was a prerequisite for the night the supertankers ran dark through the channel they had opened. The drone strike at Bandar Abbas got the headline. The mine hunters got the job done. Control of the strait, in the end, came down to that same equation it always does in a narrow sea. Not who owns the water, who can see across it, and who can do something about what they see. The Navy found a way to extend its own sight to every altitude and depth the fight required, while systematically shortening the range at which Iran could reliably find and fix a target. That gap, between what one side could see and what the other could, was the Strait of Hormuz in the spring of 2026. It was not closed, it was just dark, and dark, it turned out, was something the Navy had spent decades learning to work in. The operator almost ignored it. At 0437 local time, in a compartment that smelled like sweat and old coffee, a sonar technician aboard USS Halsey sat up in his chair, pulled one headphone cup tighter against his ear, and stared at a line on his waterfall display that looked like every other line. A faint smear of green against the cascade of noise that the Strait of Hormuz produces every second of every day. Shrimp snapping. Hull cavitation from tankers. The groan of current dragging across a sunken barge somewhere southeast. The strait is not quiet. The strait is never quiet. It is one of the loudest, most acoustically cluttered corridors of shallow water on the planet, and every American sonar operator who has ever worked a Hormuz transit knows the same thing. You will hear 1,000 sounds that mean nothing, and the one that means something will sound exactly the same. He almost marked it by a logic and moved on. He didn't. Somewhere beneath 80 feet of warm, silty water, on a shelf of compacted sand and broken coral where the bottom of the strait rises toward the Iranian coast, 3 submarines sat with their engines off. Each one 29 meters long. Each one displacing 120 tons submerged. Each one built for approximately $15 million. Gota class. Diesel-electric. Iranian. Derived from North Korean designs that were themselves derived from Yugoslav coastal defense boats from the 1970s. They are small. They are cheap. They are not sophisticated. And in the right water, at the right depth, doing absolutely nothing, they are functionally invisible to every major anti-submarine warfare system the United States Navy has spent the last 4 decades perfecting. Because those systems were not built for this. The American anti-submarine playbook is a masterpiece of deep water detection. Towed arrays that can hear a Russian Akula at 40 nautical miles. Hull-mounted sonars that can track a Chinese Jean-class ballistic missile submarine through convergence zones across hundreds of miles of Pacific Ocean. Sonobuoy patterns that can sanitize a box of open water the size of Connecticut in under an hour. In blue water, the United States Navy finds submarines the way a hawk finds mice. Patiently, precisely, and from a distance that makes the kill inevitable before the prey knows it has been seen. The Strait of Hormuz is not blue water. The Strait of Hormuz is a bathtub. The deepest point in the shipping lanes barely reaches 260 feet. The average depth in the traffic separation scheme is closer to 150. The water temperature in summer creates thermal layers so dense that active sonar pulses refract, scatter, bounce off the bottom, bounce off the surface, and return to the transducer as a wall of meaningless noise. The seabed is uneven, cluttered with pipelines, old anchors, debris from decades of tanker traffic, and geological formations that return sonar pings with signatures almost identical to submarine hulls. American sonar operators working the strait have a name for the experience. They call it being deaf in a nightclub. Everything is loud. Nothing is useful. And into this environment, the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy had placed 3 boats with a plan that was not stupid. The plan was, in fact, the kind of elegant asymmetric thinking that keeps war planners in the Pentagon awake in the small hours, staring at ceilings and running cost ratios in their heads. The concept was simple. Do nothing. Let the carrier come to you. This is a speculative scenario. The date is fabricated. The operation is fictional. Every weapon, every system, every cost figure, and every tactical specification in this story is real. The 3 Godders had been towed into position 4 days earlier by civilian fishing boats, a method Iran had practiced in exercises observed by satellite but never fully understood in context. They motored the last 6 nautical miles on battery power, settled onto the bottom in a staggered line running roughly northeast to southwest, 4 nautical miles apart, and shut everything down. No engines. No active sonar. No communications. Crew of 18 per boat, breathing air from rechargeable canisters, eating cold rations, urinating into bottles. Waiting. The only sound each submarine produced was a 47 Hz tonal, a faint low-frequency hum generated by the battery monitoring system, a component that could not be turned off without risking a thermal runaway in the lithium cells. 47 Hz. Buried 30 decibels below the ambient noise floor. Invisible to hull-mounted sonar. Invisible to helicopter dipping sonar. Invisible to every active sensor in the American inventory for this environment. But not invisible to everything. The staggered line was oriented to bracket the narrowest segment of the eastbound shipping lane, a stretch where the navigable channel for a ship drawing 37 feet of water contracts to less than 6 nautical miles across. A Nimitz-class nuclear aircraft carrier draws 37 feet. It cannot deviate from the deep water track without risking grounding. It transits the strait on a predictable course, at a predictable speed, through a channel whose dimensions have not changed since the last ice age. The carrier has to come through. It has to come through here. And when it does, it will pass between the 1st and 3rd Godders at a range where even 1970s-era straight-running torpedoes have a meaningful probability of impact. The man coordinating the ambush sat in the 2nd submarine, the middle boat in the line, Lieutenant Commander Davoud. His background, according to Iranian state media profiles that Western intelligence had assembled into a dossier over 7 years, included 2 years at the Bandar Abbas Submarine Warfare School, a 6-month technical exchange in Pyongyang, and command of a Godder during Exercise Great Prophet 9, where he had simulated a torpedo attack on a target barge being towed at 10 knots and missed by 600 yards. He had not missed in the 40 rehearsals conducted since then in a reservoir outside Bandar Abbas where the depth and temperature profile had been artificially matched to the strait's summer conditions. Davoud carried the cell's only encrypted burst transmitter, a system that compressed a 3-second message into a 0.4-second transmission. A blip, a flicker of electromagnetic energy so brief that direction-finding equipment needed a minimum of 1.2 seconds of continuous signal to generate a bearing fix. The burst would be over before the American electronic warfare systems could triangulate. That was the theory. 12 nautical miles to the south-southwest, the USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN-72, was making her transit. The Lincoln is a Nimitz-class carrier. She displaces approximately 100,000 tons at full load. Her flight deck is 1,092 feet long. Her crew numbers over 5,000. Her air wing, Carrier Air Wing 7, represents roughly $4.5 billion in aircraft alone. The ship herself cost approximately $13 billion in current replacement value. She was making 12 knots eastbound, surrounded by her escort screen, heading for a deployment in the 5th Fleet area of operations that had been scheduled 9 months earlier and accelerated 3 weeks ago when Iran began moving fast attack craft into formations near Abu Musa Island and publicly threatened to close the strait to military traffic. The strike group formation was textbook. The guided missile cruiser USS Mobile Bay, a Ticonderoga class, rode 2 nautical miles ahead and to starboard. She carried 122 vertical launch cells loaded with a mix of SM-2 Block IB surface-to-air missiles at $2.1 million each, Tomahawk cruise missiles at $1.87 million each, and VL ASROC anti-submarine rockets at $1.6 million each. Her hull-mounted and SQS-53C sonar was pinging on a 30-second cycle, its active pulses radiating outward through water that returned so much clutter the sonar supervisor had already downgraded confidence on 4 separate contacts in the past hour, all of which turned out to be bottom features. The destroyer USS Sterett held the port quarter at 3 nautical miles. An Arleigh Burke-class flight IIA, $1.8 billion, 96 vertical launch cells, and SQS-53C hull sonar, and the newer and SQR-20 multifunction towed array, which the Navy quietly considered the most capable passive submarine detection system deployed on any surface combatant in the fleet. The SQR-20 was specifically optimized for low-frequency detection in cluttered littoral environments. It was designed, almost literally, to find exactly the kind of sound a Goddard battery monitoring system makes. The SQR-20 was not in the water. 2 hours earlier, Sterett's sonar team had requested permission to reel in the towed array. The cable was picking up so much flow noise from the shallow bottom currents, so many false tonals from the commercial traffic, so much interference from the thermal inversions that the operators were spending more time dismissing phantom contacts than looking for real ones. Lieutenant Commander Okafor, running Sterett's anti-submarine warfare module, approved the request. This was standard operating procedure for Hormuz transit. Every berk that had transited in the last 18 months had done the same thing. The towed array in the strait was considered a liability, not an asset. Nobody had tested that assumption against a submarine sitting motionless on the bottom. A second destroyer, USS Halsey, trailed 5 nautical miles astern, running the group's other towed array, an older and SQR-19. Halsey's array was still deployed, but the SQR-19 lacked the low-frequency optimization of the SQR-20. It could hear the 47 Hz tonal if conditions were perfect. Conditions in the Strait of Hormuz are never perfect. Above the formation, 2 SH-60R Seahawk helicopters from the Lincoln's Air Wing were running a dipping sonar pattern. Seahawk 612 and Seahawk 614, each carrying an AQS-22 airborne low-frequency sonar, have been cycling through predetermined hover points for 90 minutes. Lower the transducer on its cable.
Ping. Listen. Reel up. Fly to the next point.
The pattern was designed to sanitize a corridor ahead of the strike group's advance, focusing on the approach vectors that intelligence assessed as the most likely submarine threat axes. The assessed threat axis pointed south. Iranian submarine activity and exercises had consistently originated from the southern approaches, from the vicinity of Keshem Island and the deep channel south of Larak. The dipping sonar pattern was weighted accordingly. The hover points were concentrated south and southwest of the formations track. The gutters were northeast. Already inside the screen. Already ahead of the formation. Already waiting. The helicopters were looking in the right ocean. They were searching the wrong water. At 0441, Commander Reyes stood in Mobile Bay's Combat Information Center, watching the radar picture with the particular tension that every surface warfare officer feels during a Hormuz transit. The Spy 1B displays showed 47 surface contacts within 30 nautical miles, most of them tankers, container ships, dhows, and fishing boats that the strait produces in unending streams day and night. The air picture was cleaner. 2 Iranian P-3F Orion maritime patrol aircraft orbiting well inside Iranian airspace, watching the carrier group with the same intensity the carrier group was watching the strait. Everyone was watching everyone. That was normal. What was not normal was the message that had come down from 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain 6 hours ago. Intelligence suggested Iran might attempt a demonstration. The word demonstration was doing a lot of work in that sentence, because it could mean anything from a fast attack craft swarm feinting toward the formation to something considerably more serious. Reyes had spent 20 minutes studying the message and concluded it told him nothing he didn't already know, which was that transiting Hormuz was inherently dangerous and that Iran had the tools to make it more so. He was right about that. At 0448, the passive sonar operator in Davud submarine touched the commander's arm. Bearing rate shift. The Lincoln had passed the first Goddard's position. The carrier was entering the kill zone. At 12 knots, roughly 1,200 feet per minute, she would be centered between the first and second submarines in approximately 6 minutes. Davud opened the torpedo tube outer door interlocks. Pneumatic. Nearly silent. Nearly. The tubes flooded with seawater. 2 torpedoes per boat. In the other 2 submarines, captains who had received the prepositioned timing protocol performed the same sequence simultaneously. 6 torpedo tubes opened across 8 nautical miles of seafloor. The sound of the outer doors was a transient, a brief metallic groan that propagated outward through the water at 5,000 feet per second. 9 nautical miles to the south-southwest, aboard USS Halsey, sonar technician second class Rivera heard something. Bearing 027.
A transient.
Metal on metal, faint, brief, gone. In the open ocean, this would trigger an immediate classification effort. In the Strait of Hormuz, you hear transients on every bearing, every few minutes, all watch long. Wrecks settling, anchors dragging, hulls popping in temperature gradients, shrimp colonies snapping in coordinated bursts that can sound remarkably like mechanical events. Rivera logged it. One line. Transient bearing 027, 0449. Possible mechanical, possible biologic. No classification. He did not call it up to the tactical action officer. He almost let it go. Then Davoud made the transmission. At 0453, Davoud picked up the handset for the burst transmitter and sent the execution code. A single compressed word. The signal lasted 0.4 seconds on a frequency that the American Electronic Warfare Library had catalogued and flagged as a known Iranian naval burst communications band. Rivera didn't hear the burst. His equipment wasn't configured for electronic intercept, but Halsey's and /SLQ-32 electronic warfare suite was. The system caught the 0.4 second emission, matched it against its threat library, and flagged it automatically. The display in Halsey's electronic warfare module lit red. Iranian burst communications. Bearing 029. Rivera saw the EW alert come across the tactical display at almost the same moment he remembered the transient from 4 minutes ago. Bearing 027 then. Bearing 029 now. Close enough to be the same contact. He keyed the intercom before the EW operator finished his own report. The 2 data points converged on the tactical action officer's screen simultaneously. Lieutenant Commander Cho, Halsey's TAO, processed the information in approximately 4 seconds. A transient that sounded mechanical, followed by a burst communication on a known Iranian military frequency. Same bearing. Submarines transmit when they are coordinating. Submarines coordinate when they are about to act. Cho patched to the Strike Group Anti-Submarine Warfare Commander aboard Lincoln. The report went up the chain with the speed that only genuine alarm produces. At 0454, Rear Admiral Price, the Strike Group Commander, issued a single command across the ASW net. Prosecute Sierra 47. All units. And now the math that Iran had so carefully constructed began to invert. Seahawk 612, 3 nautical miles west of the Gotter's position, banked hard to the east. Lieutenant Junior Grade Pham pushed the helicopter's nose down and accelerated. Petty Officer First Class Gutierrez, her sensor operator, was already reeling the AQS-22 dipping sonar cable back onto its drum. The helicopter crossed the distance in under 4 minutes, arrived on bearing 029 referenced from Halsey's fix, and Gutierrez lowered the transducer back into the water. He went active. A 1,500-watt pulse blasted outward. In 80 feet of water, at this range, the physics are brutal and simple. The sound hits the target and comes back almost instantly. Solid return. Metal object on the bottom. Not a wreck. The signature was too clean, too symmetrical. 29 meters long. Gutierrez called it submarine, diesel, on the bottom. Bearing 031, range 3,200 yards. That was Davoud's boat, the one that had just transmitted. Simultaneously, the active pulse illuminated enough of the surrounding seabed that a second return appeared on the display. Fainter, farther, 4 nautical miles to the southwest. Same profile, same size. 2 submarines. Aboard Sterret, Okafor heard the helicopter's report and gave the order that would prove decisive. Deploy the towed array. Now. The SQR-20 began paying out cable. 4 minutes to operating depth. At 0458, the array reached depth and began listening. Within 90 seconds, the sonar operators had the 47 Hz tonal. Bearing 018. Range estimated 11 nautical miles. Northeast of the other 2 contacts. A 3rd submarine. Exactly where a 3rd boat in a staggered ambush line would be positioned. 3 contacts. 3 positions. The geometry of the ambush was now visible, and the Americans could see what it had been designed to do. A bracket shot across the narrowest point of the deep channel, converging on the predicted position of the carrier at the predicted time. The carrier was no longer at the predicted position. At 0455, Price had ordered an emergency turn. The Lincoln's 4 bronze screws churned the shallow water as 100,000 tons of warship began a ponderous swing to starboard, away from the threat bearing. A Nimitz-class carrier at 12 knots needs approximately 3,200 feet to reverse course. Half a nautical mile of ocean consumed by the simple physics of mass and momentum.
She could not stop.
She could only bend her track and hope the geometry changed enough to matter. She was also dumping speed, slowing from 12 knots toward 5, reducing her wake signature. The Iranian torpedoes were wake homers, Chinese-derived U-4 variants. Straight runners that relied on detecting the turbulence pattern of a ship's passage and turning into it. Less speed meant less wake meant less for the seekers to find. The Lincoln's SLQ-25 Nixie torpedo countermeasures were already deployed. Two-towed acoustic decoys, one off each quarter, each a device that mimicked the acoustic and hydrodynamic signature of the ship's wake. Each Nixie cost approximately $50,000. Against a wake-homing torpedo on a straight approach, the Nixie presented a false target that the torpedo's primitive seeker head could not distinguish from the real thing. $13 billion of aircraft carrier, defended by $100,000 of towed noisemaker. The ratio was absurd. The engineering was sound. At 0458, Davoud ordered tubes fired. Compressed air ejected the first torpedo, then the second. 2 weapons in the water from the command boat, running at 40 knots on preset bearings toward where the carrier should have been. 4 nautical miles southwest, the first gunner fired 2. 8 nautical miles northeast, the third gunner fired 2.
6 torpedoes.
Total munitions cost approximately $3.6 million. Aimed at a formation whose combined replacement value exceeded $22 billion. Each torpedo carried approximately 400 pounds of TNT equivalent explosive. Against the hull of a Nimitz-class carrier, that warhead could not achieve a kill. The carrier's underwater protection system, a layered arrangement of voids, liquid loading and structural bulkheads, was designed to absorb precisely this kind of threat. But a 400-pound detonation against the hull below the waterline could buckle frames, breach compartments, damage shaft seals, and compromise propulsion. A single torpedo hit would not sink the Lincoln. A single torpedo hit would force the most expensive warship on Earth into a dry dock for months, remove a carrier from the global deployment rotation, and produce an image that would dominate every news cycle on the planet for weeks. Iran did not need to sink the carrier. Iran needed to touch it. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Mobile Bay fired 2 VL ASROC anti-submarine rockets from her vertical launch cells. Each round, $1.6 million, arced upward on its rocket motor, flew to the designated coordinates, and released a Mark 54 lightweight torpedo by parachute. The Mark 54 is 12.75 inches in diameter. It weighs 608 pounds. It runs at 40 knots. It carries a 96-pound warhead. It costs approximately $400,000. Against a submarine with a thin single-hull construction displacing 120 tons, 96 pounds is catastrophic. The first ASROC targeted Davoud. The second targeted the southern Ghawtar. Seahawk 612 dropped a Mark 54 directly. Gutierrez had a precise fix on Davoud's boat. The torpedo hit the water, activated its seeker, and began a helical search pattern centered on the Ghawtar's last known position. Davoud now had 2 problems that were going to converge into one. His torpedoes were running. His mission, in a technical sense, was complete, but a Mark 54 was in the water above him in 80 feet of depth. There was nowhere to hide. A Ghawtar-class submarine has a maximum submerged speed of approximately 11 knots. The Mark 54 runs at 40. The submarine could not outrun it. It could not outdive it. The water was too shallow to exploit thermal layers, and the Ghawtar carried no torpedo countermeasures. No decoys. No noisemakers. No expendable jammers. The submarine had been designed for one mission profile: get into position undetected, fire, and run for the coast before anyone figured out what happened. The entire concept depended on not being found before the torpedoes were away. Nobody had adequately planned for what happened after being found. Davoud ordered maximum speed southeast. The electric motor wound up. The Ghawtar lurched off the bottom, trailing a cloud of silt, accelerating to 11 knots through water that now contained an active torpedo specifically designed to kill exactly what he was. At 0501, the Mark 54 dropped by Seahawk 612 acquired Davoud submarine at a range of 600 yards. Terminal homing. The torpedo closed the gap in under 30 seconds. Impact was against the pressure hull just after the sail. At 80 feet of depth, the detonation ruptured the hull along a fracture line 3 meters long. Seawater entered the engine compartment at a rate that exceeded any damage control capability a crew of 18 could have mounted even in theory. The submarine's depth gauge swept past 100 feet as the boat, suddenly heavier by tons, descended to the bottom 120 feet below. The descent took 11 seconds. A $400,000 torpedo had just killed a $15 million submarine that was trying to kill a $13 billion aircraft carrier. 4 nautical miles to the southwest, the first Ghawtar's captain heard the explosion through his hull. He also heard the ASROC torpedo enter the water above him. He did not know the details of what had just happened to the command boat. He knew it was loud and it was close, and the sound that followed it was the unmistakable high-frequency ping of an active torpedo seeker sweeping toward him. His own torpedoes were already running. There was nothing more he could do for them. He ordered immediate ascent and maximum speed.
Southeast.
The Iranian coast lay 38 nautical miles away. At 11 knots, roughly 3.5 hours. He needed 3.5 hours. He had approximately 90 seconds. The Mark 54 from Mobile Bay's Asrock acquired him at 800 yards.
Same result.
The warhead opened the hull.
The sea came in.
The submarine settled to the bottom of the strait in a spreading cloud of silt and debris and rising bubbles that would mark the grave site for the salvage divers who would come later. 2 submarines destroyed in 4 minutes. Cost of the 2 Mark 54 torpedoes, $800,000. Cost of the Asrock delivery vehicles, $3.2 million. Total American expenditure to neutralize both boats, $4 million. The submarines they killed had cost a combined $30 million to build. 8 nautical miles to the northeast, the third Goddard was running. The third captain had heard both explosions. He had transmitted once after firing, a brief burst to confirm torpedoes away. That transmission was intercepted by Halsey's electronic warfare suite. Bearing 041. Sterrett's freshly deployed towed array confirmed with a 47 Hz tonal, now Doppler shifted by the submarine's movement, giving both bearing and speed. Seahawk 614 was already repositioning. The pilot covered 6 nautical miles in 8 minutes and dropped a pattern of SSQ 62 die-cast sonobuoys, directional active sonobuoys that cost approximately $2,200 each, across the submarine's predicted escape route. The third Goddard was now being tracked simultaneously by passive sonobuoy, towed array, and active dipping sonar. It was the most precisely located object in the Strait of Hormuz. Sterrett fired a VL Asrock. The rocket arced north. The Mark 54 payload descended by parachute, entered the water, activated its seeker. Acquisition at 900 yards. The third captain attempted a crash dive, which in 80 feet of water meant driving the submarine toward the bottom at maximum downward angle. The maneuver gained him nothing. The Mark 54 caught the submarine at 70 feet.
Detonation. Hull failure.
The third Goddard joined the other 2 on the floor of the strait.
3 submarines. 9 minutes. Over. But the torpedoes were not over.
12 nautical miles to the south, 6 Iranian torpedoes were still running through the water at 40 knots. They had no wire guidance. Once fired, they could not be redirected or recalled. They were ballistic in the truest sense, committed to their preset courses, their simple wake-homing seekers scanning for turbulence. 4 of the 6 had been aimed at the carrier's predicted position at 0458. The Lincoln's emergency turn and speed reduction had shifted her nearly a mile from that position. 3 of the 4 torpedoes ran through empty water, their seekers finding nothing, their fuel burning down to nothing, their casings eventually sinking to the bottom as inert metal cylinders that would be recovered by Navy EOD divers over the following week.
The 4th torpedo found a wake. Not the Lincoln's. The Nixie decoys.
The towed device was doing exactly what it was built to do, generating a false wake signature that a simple seeker head could not distinguish from the real thing. The torpedo turned into the false wake, closed to 50 feet, and detonated. The Nixie was obliterated. $50,000 of decoy absorbed $600,000 of torpedo. The Lincoln felt the detonation as a dull thump transmitted through the water and up through the hull.
No damage, no casualties. The ship continued her turn.
The 2 torpedoes from the third Goddard, fired from 8 nautical miles to the northeast, had been aimed at the predicted positions of the carrier's escorts. One ran out of fuel 1,100 yards from USS Halsey, never having acquired a target. Its seeker had pinged uselessly against the confused acoustic environment of the strait until the battery died.
The 6th torpedo found something. Not a warship. Not a decoy.
A 280,000 deadweight ton Panamanian flagged crude oil tanker, the MV Pacific Harmony, making 8 knots through the outbound shipping lane. The torpedo's wake-homing seeker, designed to chase the turbulence of a moving ship, locked onto the tanker's massive wake. The weapon closed from astern. It detonated 20 feet from the tanker's stern, directly beneath the waterline. The blast buckled 3 hull plates below the waterline. The engine room flooded. The tanker developed an 11-degree list and went dead in the water within 6 minutes. Her crew of 32 evacuated to the bow sections. No fatalities. But the inner hull had sustained a 4-foot gash, and 280,000 tons of Basra light crude oil began seeping into the Strait of Hormuz at a rate that would accelerate as the structural damage worsened over the following hours. At 0512, Admiral Price stood in flag plot aboard the Lincoln, receiving reports. His carrier was untouched. His escorts were untouched. His helicopters had killed 3 submarines in 9 minutes using weapons whose combined cost was less than the price of a single Goddard. By every tactical metric, This was a decisive American victory. The kind of engagement that gets studied at the Naval War College for decades. The kind of kill ratio that makes careers. 3 hours later, CNN opened its broadcast with aerial footage of a black slick spreading across turquoise water. The anchor said the word carrier once in a 12-minute segment. She said the word tanker 14 times. By sunset, the Strait of Hormuz was closed to commercial traffic. Salvage teams needed to stabilize the Pacific Harmony before she broke apart completely. Navy divers needed to survey the 3 submarine wrecks on the bottom for unexploded ordnance. Maritime safety authorities needed to verify that the shipping lanes were clear of torpedo debris. The closure would last 9 days. During those 9 days, approximately 189 million barrels of oil did not transit the strait. At the pre-crisis spot price of $78 per barrel, that represented roughly $14.7 billion in delayed energy shipments. Global oil futures spiked 18% before the New York Stock Exchange opened on the morning after the engagement. Brent crude hit $97 per barrel by close of trading, the highest price in 14 months. The spike rippled through every economy that imports oil, which is nearly every economy. The Pacific Harmony's insurance claim triggered the single largest maritime liability case in Lloyd's of London's history. The cleanup operation, involving specialized skimmer vessels, dispersant aircraft, and environmental remediation teams from 4 countries, would take 14 months and cost in excess of $3 billion. Lawsuits from the governments of Oman, the UAE, and 3 other Gulf states whose coastlines were affected would accumulate for years. Iran spent $45 million on 3 submarines and $3.6 million on 6 torpedoes. Total investment, $48.6 million. The economic disruption from the operation exceeded $17 billion before the insurance claims. Before the diplomatic fallout. Before the emergency session at the UN Security Council. Before the Pentagon was forced to explain to Congress why a carrier strike group that successfully destroyed every threat it encountered had still failed to prevent a catastrophic oil spill in the world's most important maritime choke point. The 3 submarine crews, 54 men, were dead. The carrier was fine. And the side that lost every engagement somehow came out ahead on the ledger. That is the strategic paradox of defending a $13 billion asset in a waterway that carries 20% of the world's daily oil supply. You can detect every submarine. You can sink every submarine. You can execute flawlessly by every measure the Navy uses to evaluate performance. And a single torpedo that misses its intended target and finds a tanker instead can produce consequences that dwarf the entire military engagement in scale, in cost, and in the only metric that ultimately matters in a conflict between a regional power and a global one: political impact. The torpedo that missed the carrier hit something the market cared about more. The 54 men on the seafloor achieved in death what they could not achieve alive. Not the destruction of an American warship, but the demonstration that the strait itself is the weapon, and that any country willing to spend $48.6 million and 54 lives can hold $17 billion hostage with technology from the 1970s. The Lincoln completed her transit 2 days later, after the strait reopened, under escort conditions that had been upgraded to wartime protocols. She arrived in the 5th Fleet area of operations without a scratch on her hull. Her deployment continued as scheduled. Her air wing flew missions for 7 months. None of it made the front page. The oil spill did. There is a ship sitting on the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea right now, 2,500 meters below the surface, somewhere between Spain and Algeria. It went down on December 23, 2024. 2 men died in the explosions that crippled it. 14 others were pulled from a lifeboat by Spanish rescuers in the dark. And for 17 months, almost nobody talked about what was actually inside that ship. Not Spain. Not Russia. Not the United States. The silence itself was the loudest thing about the whole affair. Because the cargo that sank with the Ursa Major may have been 2 nuclear reactors, pulled from decommissioned Russian submarines, headed for the one country on Earth least qualified to receive them: North Korea. The Ursa Major was not some anonymous freighter. She had a history, and all of it pointed in one direction. Built in Germany in 2009, 142 meters long, nearly 13,000 gross tons, this heavy lift ship changed names 5 times and flagged 6 before she ever touched the bottom. She started life as the Scan Britannia, became the Hyundai Britannia, then the Yiti Palmina, then Sparta III. And finally, in 2021, someone rechristened her the Ursa Major, as if a constellation might make people forget she had been running Russian military cargo to Syria for years. Under the name Sparta, she was a regular on Moscow's so-called Syrian Express, the maritime supply chain feeding equipment into Tartu's naval base. She hauled weapons, vehicles, hardware. She was not a cargo ship in any civilian sense. She was a logistics artery for the Russian military, wearing a merchant flag. By 2024, the Ursa Major was owned by a company called SK Yug, a subsidiary of Oberon Logistics, which itself was established under Russia's Ministry of Defense. The United States had sanctioned the ship. The European Union had sanctioned the company. None of that stopped her from loading cargo in early December at the fuel port of Ust Luga, on the Gulf of Finland, before moving to a container terminal in St. Petersburg. CNN later obtained satellite imagery showing her docked at Ust Luga on December 4. Time-lapse video, posted by Oberon Logistics themselves, showed containers being loaded into the hull with a gap left below. A gap just the right size for something heavy, something shaped like a lid, something that was not on the official manifest. The manifest said the Ursa Major was carrying 129 empty shipping containers, 2 large Liebherr cranes, and 2 items described as manhole covers. Manhole covers. That was the word used. The destination listed was Vladivostok, Russia's eastern port on the Pacific. A 15,000-kilometer voyage by sea, from one Russian city to another, to deliver empty containers and manhole covers. Russia has the longest rail network on the planet. The Trans-Siberian Railway connects St. Petersburg to Vladivostok in a straight line. No one ships empty containers around the world by boat when you can load them on a train for a fraction of the cost. Unless the cargo is something that cannot go by rail. Something too heavy, too sensitive, too politically dangerous to let cross a continent on tracks where someone might open the door and look inside. On December 11, 2024, the Ursa Major departed St. Petersburg and sailed west. She moved down the coast of France, into the Atlantic, and turned south toward the Strait of Gibraltar. She was not alone. 2 Russian Navy warships, the amphibious landing ship Ivan Gren and the Rapucha-class vessel Alexander Otrakhovsky, escorted her. Think about that for a second. 2 warships, displacing thousands of tons each, assigned to protect a cargo ship carrying empty containers and manhole covers. That level of escort does not exist for commercial freight. That is the kind of protection you provide when the cargo is irreplaceable, or when losing it would be a geopolitical disaster. Portuguese naval aircraft and patrol vessels picked up the convoy as it transited their waters. They tracked it through, monitoring heading, speed, and formation. On the morning of December 22, somewhere past the Portuguese zone and into Spanish waters, the Portuguese Navy dropped the tail. About 4 hours later, something happened. The Ursa Major's speed collapsed. She went from cruising speed to roughly 1 knot in a matter of hours. Spanish maritime rescue authorities, monitoring the area, radioed the ship and asked if she was in distress. The crew responded that everything was fine. Everything was not fine. Something had struck the ship. Later analysis by Spanish investigators found a hole in the hull, 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters, with a damaged metal bent inward. The captain told investigators he heard no blast, no impact. He simply noticed the ship slowing. Whatever hit the Ursa Major, it did so quietly. The Spanish investigation proposed a Barracuda supercavitating torpedo as a possible explanation. Supercavitating torpedoes work by generating an air envelope around the weapon as it moves through water, dramatically reducing drag and allowing speeds far beyond a conventional torpedo. The key characteristic is that some variants do not carry an explosive warhead. They rely on pure kinetic energy, punching through a hull at extreme velocity without detonation. Only the United States, a few NATO allies, Russia and Iran are believed to possess this type of weapon. That is a short list. Other experts disagreed. Mike Plunkett, senior naval platforms analyst at Janes, suggested the hole was more consistent with a limpet mine, a shaped charge explosive placed directly against the hull by a diver or an unmanned underwater vehicle. Whatever the method, the damage was done. The Ursa Major was taking water, slowing, listing. And for roughly 24 hours, nothing else happened. The ship drifted. The crew waited. The Russian escorts held their positions. Then on December 23, at 11:53 in the morning, 3 explosions ripped through the starboard side near the engine room. The ship lurched. 2 crew members, second mechanic Nikitin and mechanic Yakovlev, were in the engineering compartment. Their bodies were never recovered. The remaining 14 crew abandoned ship on a lifeboat. Spanish rescue services dispatched a helicopter, a fast rescue boat called the Salvamar Draco, and a tugboat. The crew was picked up. A Spanish military vessel arrived by 7:27 in the evening. Half an hour later, the Ivan Gren intervened. The Russian warship ordered all nearby vessels to maintain a distance of 2 nautical miles and demanded the immediate return of the rescued crew. Spanish authorities refused. They had a legal obligation to conduct a rescue operation and an investigation. A Spanish helicopter flew to the Ursa Major. Rescuers attempted to enter the engine room but found it sealed. They checked the living quarters for survivors. They peered inside some of the shipping containers. 2 were filled with trash, fishing nets, and miscellaneous equipment. Not exactly the cargo you escort with 2 warships across the length of Europe. The Ursa Major, listing and damaged but apparently stable, sat on the surface. Investigators believed she was unlikely to sink imminently. Then at 9:50 in the evening, the Ivan Gren fired a series of red flares over the scene. Some analysts believe the flares were intended to blind the infrared channels of intelligence satellites monitoring the area from orbit. 5 minutes after the flares, 4 explosions followed. Spain's National Seismic Network recorded 4 seismic signatures at that exact time, in that approximate location, with patterns resembling underwater mines or quarry blasts. By 11:10 that night, the Ursa Major was gone. She slipped beneath the Mediterranean and settled 2,500 meters down, taking her cargo, her secrets, and the bodies of 2 dead sailors with her. The 14 survivors were brought ashore at Cartagena, a port city on Spain's southeastern coast. Spanish police debriefed them. The captain, identified as Igor Vladimirovich Anisimov, was reluctant to speak. According to the Spanish government's statement to Parliament, he came under pressure to clarify what he meant by manhole covers.
And then he confessed.
The items listed on the manifest as manhole covers were components of 2 nuclear reactors, similar to those used in submarines. He said, without being able to confirm it, that they did not contain nuclear fuel. He also told investigators he believed the ship would ultimately be diverted to the North Korean port of Rason to deliver the reactors. Rason sits on North Korea's northeastern coast, roughly 200 miles from Vladivostok. It is one of the few North Korean ports with any infrastructure for international trade, and it has been a hub for suspected arms shipments between Russia and North Korea for years. The cranes aboard the Ursa Major, investigators noted, may have been included specifically to offload the heavy cargo at a port without adequate lifting equipment. Each of the 2 blue tarped objects spotted on the ship's stern in satellite imagery was estimated to weigh roughly 65 to 70 tons. These are not dimensions you move with a forklift. You need industrial cranes, and you bring your own if the destination does not have them. The Spanish investigation identified the reactor type as likely VM-4SG, a pressurized water reactor used aboard Russia's Delta-IV class ballistic missile submarines. Each Delta-IV carries a pair of them. A single VM-4SG generates roughly 90 megawatts of thermal energy, enough to propel a 15,000-ton submarine indefinitely beneath the ocean surface. The reactor vessels feature steel lids nearly a meter thick, designed to shield crews from ionizing radiation. That thickness, that weight, is exactly what you would expect from objects mislabeled as manhole covers on a shipping manifest. In October 2024, Oberon Logistics had announced that its vessels were newly licensed to carry nuclear material. That detail, buried in a routine corporate statement at the time, now reads like the quiet clearing of a bureaucratic hurdle before a very specific shipment. A week after the sinking, the Russians returned. The Yentar, officially classified as an oceanographic research vessel but widely identified by Western intelligence as a spy ship equipped for deep-sea intelligence gathering and subsea cable operations, positioned itself over the wreckage. Maritime tracking data shows the Yentar moored in Egypt, then Algeria, before sending a position ping roughly 20 kilometers from the Ursa Major's last known coordinates on January 15. The ship sat over the wreck site for 5 days. Then 4 more explosions were detected. Whether they were attempts to destroy the remaining evidence on the seafloor, to recover something from the wreckage, or to deny access to anyone else, remains unknown. The Yentar then left the Mediterranean through the Strait of Gibraltar. The Americans were watching too. A WC-135 R Constant Phoenix, one of the rarest aircraft in the United States Air Force inventory, flew over the wreck site on August 28, 2025, and again on February 6, 2026. The WC-135R is based at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, home of the 55th Wing. Its sole mission is atmospheric collection, sampling the air for radioactive particles and gaseous debris that indicate nuclear activity. This aircraft is not deployed casually. It flies over suspected nuclear test sites, over the Russian Arctic, over Iranian facilities. The fact that it was sent twice to circle a patch of ocean off the Spanish coast tells you everything about what the United States believes is sitting on the sea floor down there. Chris Pierce, a spokesman for the 55th Wing, confirmed the aircraft's role supports nuclear debris collection and analysis but declined to comment on specific flight routing, mission findings, or any partner-related coordination. Another WC-135R had flown a relatively similar path 13 months before the Ursa Major sank, suggesting either prior interest in the region or routine monitoring. Either way, the United States was not flying 2 multi-million-dollar sorties over empty water for exercise. Now connect the timeline. In October 2024, North Korea deployed an estimated 10,000 troops to Russia to fight in the Kursk region against Ukraine's incursion. This was a massive escalation of cooperation between Pyongyang and Moscow. Troops for technology had been the suspected exchange framework for months. Munitions and soldiers flowing east to west, and in return, North Korea expected something. In December 2025, 1 year after the Ursa Major sank, North Korean state media released photographs of Kim Jong-un inspecting what Pyongyang claimed was its first nuclear-powered submarine. The images showed a completed hull at an indoor construction facility, displacement listed at 8,700 tons, comparable to a United States Virginia-class attack submarine. The pictures showed only the outer shell. No evidence of a functioning reactor was visible. If the reactors aboard the Ursa Major were meant to power that submarine, they never arrived. The decision by Russia to transfer nuclear propulsion technology to North Korea, if that is indeed what was happening, would represent one of the most significant acts of nuclear proliferation in decades. Mike Plunkett of Janes described it as something not undertaken lightly, something only done between very close allies. He called the implications very troubling, particularly for South Korea. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, speaking after a December 2024 Foreign Ministers Summit, put it more bluntly. In return for troops and weapons, Russia is providing North Korea with support for its missile and nuclear programs. These developments could destabilize the Korean peninsula and even threaten the United States. The Spanish government has maintained that recovering the Ursa Major's data recorder from 2,500 meters is not possible without significant technical resources and risks. Experts have questioned that claim. Modern voyage data recorders are designed to survive exactly this kind of event. Many float to the surface with locator beacons. Juan Antonio Rojas Manrique, a Spanish opposition lawmaker and former merchant marine captain, told CNN he believes someone already has the black box. Whether that someone is Spain or Russia, he could not say. Russia's official position has been minimal. Oberon Logistics called the sinking a targeted terrorist attack and described 3 explosions and shrapnel strewn across the deck. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters he had not seen the reports and had nothing to comment on. The Russian state newspaper Kommersant reported the Ursa Major was carrying port cranes and hatches for a new icebreaker being built in Vladivostok. That story made no mention of the 2 massive blue tarped objects on the stern, each weighing 70 tons, each shaped precisely like the pressure vessel housing of a VM-4SG submarine reactor. The Ursa Major lies in the dark now, crushed under the pressure of 2.5 kilometers of saltwater. Whatever she was carrying, whoever stopped her, and whatever the Yentaur did to her remains when it returned, those answers sit on the sea floor of the Western Mediterranean. The ship that was built in Germany, that hauled weapons to Syria, that changed its name 5 times and its flag 6, that loaded something in the dark at UST Luga and sailed with a warship escort into the Atlantic, did not reach its destination. 2 reactors that might have given North Korea its first nuclear-powered submarine are either scattered across the seabed or were destroyed by the very country that sent them, rather than let anyone else recover the evidence. Somewhere in Pyongyang, the hull of that submarine still sits in its construction hall, waiting for a heart that will not come by sea.
Not this time.
If you found this story as gripping as we did, check out our other video on how Russia's shadow fleet is reshaping global maritime security.
See you there.
At 2:14 local time, an Israeli Air Force F-35 Ayadir dropped below 200 feet over the Persian Gulf, 40 miles south of Bandar Abbas, and released a payload that had never been used in combat before. The pilot didn't see the target. He didn't need to. The aircraft's mission computer had already confirmed coordinates transmitted from a source the pilot would never be briefed on, locked the weapon, and initiated release sequencing before the jet even crossed into Iranian airspace. The weapon fell for 11 seconds. Then its engine ignited and it disappeared from the pilot's heads-up display entirely. He pulled into a 7G climbing turn back toward tanker airspace.
His part was done.
The weapon's part was just beginning. 6 seconds later, 190 miles to the north, an operator at Iran's Karg Island oil terminal noticed something unusual on his monitoring screen. A pressure reading in the main crude distribution manifold had dropped by 4%. He noted it in his log. He assumed it was a sensor fault. Karg Island processes roughly 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. On a normal day, 5 million barrels pass through its loading systems. This was not going to be a normal day. 1,200 miles to the west, at Nevatim Air Base in the Negev Desert, the operations center was running at full capacity. 47 personnel occupied stations in a room roughly the size of a basketball court. The air smelled like coffee and static electricity. 3 screens along the far wall displayed feeds from assets the Israeli Air Force doesn't publicly acknowledge having in theater. One of them showed a live infrared image of Karg Island from 62,000 feet. The operator watching it said nothing.
He just marked a timestamp.
2:14 and 31 seconds. 700 miles southeast, in the waters off Fujairah, 3 commercial supertankers sat at anchor waiting for loading schedules. Each one carried roughly 2 million barrels of capacity.
Each one was empty.
They had been empty for 11 days. The shipping companies that owned them had received quiet advisories from their insurance underwriters to delay Persian Gulf transits. No reason was given. No reason needed to be. When Lloyd's of London tells you to wait, you wait. And in Washington, D.C., where it was still 5:14 in the evening of the previous day, a statement had been drafted but not yet released. The statement concerned the Strait of Hormuz. It contained exactly one sentence that would rearrange global oil markets within hours of its publication. The sentence had been reviewed by the National Security Council, the Secretary of Defense, and the President himself. It read in part that the United States would consider any hostile interdiction of commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz as an act requiring immediate and proportional military response. The word proportional was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. It was about to do more. Back over the Persian Gulf, the weapon released from the F-35 I had covered 140 miles in just under 4 minutes. It was a variant of the Rampage air-to-surface missile, a supersonic precision munition with a range of approximately 190 miles and a warhead designed not for blast damage but for structural penetration. Think of a telephone pole made of tungsten and high explosive moving at Mach 2.4. It doesn't need to destroy everything. It just needs to hit the right thing. At 2:18 local time, it hit the right thing. The target was not a military installation. It was not a nuclear facility. It was not a government building. It was a 36-inch high-pressure crude oil pipeline junction at the southern edge of Karg Island's Tank Farm No. 3. This junction connected the main export pipeline to 3 of the island's 6 single-point mooring buoys, the floating loading stations where tankers connect to take on crude. Without this junction, those 3 buoys were dead metal in the water. Half of Karg Island's export capacity disappeared in a moment measured in milliseconds. The explosion itself was modest. A flash. A pressure wave that broke windows in a control building 400 meters away. Then a fire that burned at 1,100 degrees for the next 14 hours. The operator who had noted the pressure drop 4 minutes earlier now had a very different problem on his screen. He wasn't looking at a sensor fault. He was looking at zero flow across the entire southern distribution network. He reached for the emergency communications panel. The line was dead. That wasn't an accident. 70 seconds before the Rampage missile reached its target, an Israeli cyber operation that had been dormant inside Karg Island's communications infrastructure for an estimated 19 months activated a prepositioned payload. It didn't destroy the communication system. That would have been obvious and quickly repaired. Instead, it introduced a 5,000 millisecond delay on all outgoing signals from the island's primary and secondary communications nodes. 5 seconds. That doesn't sound like much. In the next 90 minutes, it would be enough. 320 miles to the northwest, a second strike was arriving. This one came from the Mediterranean. 2 Israeli F-15I RAM aircraft operating from a position over northern Syria had launched 4 Delilah cruise missiles 12 minutes earlier. The Delilah is slower than the Rampage, subsonic, about 600 miles per hour. But it has a capability the Rampage doesn't. It can loiter. It can circle a target area for up to 30 minutes, waiting for updated targeting data before committing to its final attack run. These 4 Delilahs were not circling. They were inbound and locked. Their target was the Abadan oil refinery complex in southwestern Iran, one of the oldest and most important refineries in the country. Abadan processes 400,000 barrels of crude per day. It sits on the Shat al-Arab waterway, 11 miles from the Iraqi border. The Delilahs were coming in from the west, below 100 feet, following the river. Iranian air defense coverage in Khuzestan province is dense. On paper, the province hosts 3 battalions of S-300 PMU-2 long-range surface-to-air missile systems, 2 batteries of Bavar 373 indigenous air defense systems, and multiple short-range point defense installations. On any other night, detecting 4 subsonic cruise missiles crossing the border at low altitude would have been difficult but possible, given the radar coverage overlaps designed into the network. On this night, it was impossible. Because at 2:11 local time, 3 minutes before the first Rampage hit Karg Island, every early warning radar in a 200-mile radius of Abadan experienced what would later be described as a catastrophic synchronization failure. This was the second cyber operation, and it was significantly more aggressive than the first. Rather than introducing delays, this payload attacked the timing protocols that allow multiple radar installations to coordinate their coverage and hand off tracking data between stations. Without synchronized timing, each radar station still functioned individually. Each one could still detect objects in its own sector. But none of them could talk to each other. And none of them could pass targeting data to the missile batteries that depended on that information to engage threats. Each radar operator saw pieces of the picture. None of them saw all of it. The four Delilahs threaded through the gaps like water through a cracked dam. At 2:22 local time, the first Delilah struck the main atmospheric distillation column at Abaddon's Unit 2 processing facility. The second hit the adjacent crude desalting plant. The third struck a 200,000-barrel floating roof storage tank. The fourth missed its intended target by 40 meters and detonated on a maintenance road.
The first three were enough.
Within 6 minutes, fires were burning across an area the size of 4 football fields. Secondary explosions in the desalting plant sent burning hydrocarbons into the drainage system that fed into the Shat al-Arab waterway. A black cloud visible from Basra, Iraq, 30 miles away, began to climb. 600 miles to the east, Iran's response was already in motion. But it was the wrong response. At 2:16, 2 minutes after the Karg Island strike, Iran's Supreme National Security Council received initial reports of an explosion on the island. The information was fragmentary because of the communications delay. But the SNSC had anticipated an Israeli strike against its nuclear program for months. Every contingency plan, every prepositioned response, every retaliatory option was built around that assumption. The assumption was that any Israeli attack would target Natanz, Isfahan, or Fordow. The nuclear triad. Every wargame they had run, every scenario they had planned for, started with those 3 locations. At 2:19, a duty officer in Tehran ordered a general air defense alert across all nuclear-associated facilities. S-300 batteries at Natanz powered to full readiness. Bavar 373 units at Isfahan began sweep scanning. Fighter squadrons at Mehrabad and Tabriz were ordered to immediate alert status. Within 12 minutes, Iran had its most sophisticated air defense umbrella active and scanning. It was covering the wrong targets. No Israeli aircraft were within 400 miles of any nuclear facility.
That was the point.
1,200 miles from Tehran, aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower operating in the Gulf of Oman, the Carrier Strike Group's intelligence center was watching everything. They weren't participating. Not yet. Their role, for now, was to observe and to maintain a posture that the Pentagon described internally as conspicuous readiness. The Eisenhower had 2 squadrons of F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornets, a squadron of EA-18G Growlers electronic warfare aircraft, and an air wing that had been at elevated readiness for 9 days. Conspicuous readiness meant that Iranian intelligence could see the carrier group, could see its aircraft on the flight deck, could detect the electronic emissions of a strike group preparing for operations. It was meant to be visible. It was meant to create doubt. If Iran retaliated against Israel, would the Americans join? The answer was supposed to be unclear. Unclear is more powerful than certain. What Iran's intelligence services could not see was what was 200 miles behind the Eisenhower. 3 Ohio-class guided missile submarines. Each one carrying 154 Tomahawk cruise missiles. That's 462 cruise missiles in a space roughly the size of a small parking lot, sitting quietly at 400 feet below the surface of the Arabian Sea. They had been in position for 6 days. They had received no launch orders. They had received one message, repeated daily for the last 4 days. 4 words: maintain current posture, stand by. Back in Washington, the statement about the Strait of Hormuz was released at 5:47 p.m. Eastern Time. Within 11 minutes, Brent crude futures spiked $14 per barrel. Within 30 minutes, the spike hit $22. Trading algorithms that had been watching for keywords including Hormuz, military response, and proportional triggered automated buying across every major commodity exchange simultaneously. By the time human traders at the London IC exchange started their morning 6 hours later, oil was at $127 per barrel and climbing. 24 hours earlier it had been at $89.
This was story 1.
Israeli strikes on Iranian oil infrastructure. American threats regarding the strait. A regional crisis with global energy implications. Every news network on the planet was running this story by 3 a.m. local time. Satellites were being repositioned. Analysts were being woken up. Retired generals were sitting in studio chairs explaining what they thought would happen next. What they didn't know was that the oil infrastructure was the distraction. The real operation had started 11 hours earlier, at 3 p.m. local time on the previous afternoon, and it had nothing to do with missiles, aircraft, or pipelines. At 3:02 p.m. the previous day, an Iranian-flagged container ship named the Shari Cord, a 40,000-ton vessel operating a regular route between Bandar Abbas and the port of Latakia in Syria, suffered what its crew reported as a catastrophic engine room failure approximately 15 miles inside the Strait of Hormuz. The vessel lost propulsion. It began to drift. The crew deployed an emergency anchor in one of the most congested shipping channels on Earth. The Strait of Hormuz at its narrowest point is 21 miles wide. The shipping lanes used by tanker traffic are 2 miles wide in each direction, separated by a 2-mile buffer zone. A 40,000-ton ship sitting dead in the water in one of those lanes is the maritime equivalent of a jackknifed tractor trailer on a 2-lane highway. Traffic began to stack up almost immediately. By 4 p.m., 6 tankers were holding positions south of the disabled vessel, waiting for tugs. By 6 p.m., the number was 14. By midnight, 23 commercial vessels of various types were either holding position, diverting around the obstruction, or anchored in designated waiting areas. Iranian port authorities at Bandar Abbas offered tug assistance. The tugs arrived at 7:30 p.m. They connected lines. They attempted to move the Shari cord.
The ship didn't budge.
The tugs reported that the vessel's anchor chain appeared to be fouled on something on the seabed. The anchor couldn't be retrieved.
The ship couldn't be towed.
Nobody in any Western intelligence service flagged this as unusual. Container ships break down. Anchors get fouled. It happens. The Strait of Hormuz experiences an average of 3 significant shipping disruptions per month.
This was routine.
Annoying but routine. It was not routine. The Shari cord's engine room failure had been manufactured. The anchor was not fouled on the seabed. It was functioning exactly as intended. The ship's purpose was not to transit to Latakia. Its purpose was to sit precisely where it was sitting for precisely as long as it was sitting there. Because directly beneath the Shari cord, on the floor of the strait at a depth of 80 meters, sat something that had been placed there 14 weeks earlier by an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy midget submarine. It was a mine. But not a conventional naval mine. It was a rising mine, a weapon that sits on the seabed and upon activation, releases a torpedo that ascends to intercept a target passing overhead. This particular variant was the EM-52, a Chinese-designed system that Iran had been suspected of possessing since 2015 but had never confirmed. The EM-52 can engage targets in water up to 200 meters deep. Its torpedo component has a range of approximately 10 miles. There wasn't just one. There were 6. Spaced at 1,500-meter intervals along the shipping lanes. The Shari cord was sitting on top of one of them, not because the ship was part of the mine deployment, but because the ship's position was intended to force tanker traffic into a predictable diversion pattern. When ships can't use the normal channel, they use the alternate channel. The alternate channel ran directly over 4 of the other 5 mines. It was a kill box, and 23 ships were slowly being herded into it. The American statement about the strait was not a coincidence. It was based on intelligence. 96 hours earlier, a signals intelligence platform operating from a facility in Bahrain had intercepted a burst transmission from a known IRGC Navy Command node to 3 fast attack craft bases along the Iranian coast. The transmission was encrypted, but its structure matched a pattern that NSA analysts had catalogued 4 years earlier during a previous escalation. The pattern was associated with mine warfare activation.
Not deployment. Activation.
The mines were already in the water. What the transmission ordered was the arming sequence. A second intercept, from a different source, provided partial geographic coordinates. Those coordinates were in the Strait of Hormuz. They were verified within 12 hours by an underwater drone launched from a Virginia-class submarine operating in the Gulf of Oman. The drone, an autonomous system called Razorback, covered 45 miles of seabed and returned with sonar imagery confirming 6 bottom-mounted objects consistent with EM-52 mine profiles. That intelligence went from Bahrain to CENTCOM in Tampa to the Pentagon to the White House in less than 4 hours. The presidential statement about the strait was drafted the same day. The timing of its release, simultaneous with the Israeli strikes, was not a coincidence either.
It was coordinated. Not publicly. Not formally.
Through a channel that doesn't appear in any organizational chart. So there were now 2 crises unfolding simultaneously, and most of the world only knew about one of them. The visible crisis was the Israeli strikes on Iranian oil infrastructure.
Karg Island burning. Abadan burning.
Oil prices climbing. That crisis was loud, photogenic, and impossible to ignore. The invisible crisis was 6 mines in the Strait of Hormuz, a dead container ship sitting on top of one of them, and 23 vessels slowly repositioning into a pattern that would give Iran the ability to shut down 21% of the world's daily oil supply in under 3 minutes. In Tehran, the Supreme National Security Council was in emergency session.
The room was divided.
The strikes on Karg Island and Abadan were an act of war. There was no ambiguity about that. The damage to Karg alone would reduce Iran's oil export capacity by an estimated 40% for a minimum of 6 months. Abadan would take longer. The economic impact was staggering. Iran's oil revenue for the current fiscal year was projected at approximately $50 billion. 40% of export capacity gone meant roughly $20 billion in lost revenue. Annual. For at least a year. The math was not complicated. The YAR-GC commander present in the session argued for immediate activation of the Strait contingency. The mines were armed. The fast attack craft were loaded with anti-ship missiles. 62 missile boats, each carrying 2 to 4 C-802 anti-ship cruise missiles, were dispersed along the Iranian coastline between Bandar Abbas and Jask. The total missile count exceeded 200. Against commercial shipping, those numbers were overwhelming. Tankers don't have countermeasures. They don't maneuver. They're 1,000-foot steel boxes moving at 15 knots. Even a 20% hit rate would mean 40 missiles finding targets. The strait would be closed within hours. Oil would hit $200 per barrel. Maybe $250. The economic damage to the West would dwarf what Israel had just done to Iran. The foreign minister argued the opposite. The American statement had changed the calculus. Closing the strait would not trigger an American diplomatic protest. It would trigger a military response. And unlike previous administrations that had drawn red lines and then negotiated around them, this White House had positioned assets that made the threat credible. The Eisenhower strike group was visible. The statement was public. The word proportional gave the Americans legal and political cover to do almost anything. What the foreign minister didn't know, and what the YAR-GC commander didn't know, was what was 200 miles behind the Eisenhower. Those 3 Ohio-class submarines. 462 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Proportional is an interesting word when you have 462 cruise missiles available. The debate in Tehran lasted 47 minutes. The decision was to activate Phase 1 of the Strait contingency but not Phase 2. Phase 1 meant the fast attack craft would deploy from their bases and take up pre-assigned positions along the coast, visible to American surveillance, creating a threat posture. The mines would remain armed but not triggered. Phase 2, the actual mining and missile attacks on shipping, would be held in reserve as a deterrent. The logic was that the threat of closing the strait was almost as powerful as actually closing it, and significantly less likely to result in an American attack. It was a reasonable calculation. It had one flaw. The flaw was that Israel already knew about Phase 1. They knew because the communications network that carried the SNSC's orders to IRGC Navy Command was compromised. Not the encryption. The metadata. Israeli signals intelligence didn't know what the order said, but they knew when they were sent, from where, to whom, and the response patterns they generated. When 62 missile boats began leaving their berths within 20 minutes of the SNSC session ending, the pattern matched what Israeli intelligence had predicted for a strait closure posture. At 3:40 local time, roughly 90 minutes after the first strike on Karg Island, the Israeli operation entered its second phase. This phase had no missiles, no aircraft, and no explosions. It was conducted entirely in the electromagnetic spectrum. 4 Israeli Gulfstream G550 aircraft modified for signals intelligence and electronic warfare, known as the Nakhon Shavat and Nakhon Item, had been orbiting in a racetrack pattern over the Red Sea at 41,000 feet since midnight. They had been silent until now. At 3:40, all 4 aircraft activated their electronic warfare suites simultaneously. The effect was immediate. Iranian naval communications along the entire southern coastline degraded by approximately 70%. The 62 fast attack craft that had just deployed from their bases suddenly couldn't talk to their command authority with any reliability. Some lost communications entirely. Others received garbled fragments. The boats were designed to operate independently if necessary, but their commanders had trained for a coordinated missile saturation attack. Without coordination, each boat was a single unit with 2 to 4 missiles. Individually, they were annoying. Collectively, they were devastating. Israel had just turned collectively into individually. At the same time, 400 miles to the east, something happened that nobody in Tehran or Jerusalem had planned for. The Shari cord, the container ship sitting dead in the Strait of Hormuz, moved. Not because the tugs pulled it free. Because its anchor chain broke. Or more precisely, because the anchor chain was cut. A U.S. Navy explosive ordnance disposal team operating from a rigid hull inflatable boat that had been staged from the USS Nitsa, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer operating nearby, had placed a small shaped charge on the anchor chain at a depth of 30 meters. The charge detonated at 3:38 local time. The chain parted. The tugs, which were still connected, immediately began towing the now-free vessel south, out of the shipping lane. Within 20 minutes, the Shari cord was clear. Traffic could resume through the normal channel. The normal channel that did not run over the mines. The Iranians recognized what had happened almost immediately. The anchor chain didn't break on its own. The timing, 2 minutes before the Israeli electronic warfare activation, was not a coincidence. Someone had coordinated this. The Shari Cord gambit was burned. But the mines were still in the water. And the mines were still armed. In Tampa, at CENTCOM headquarters, the mine problem was now the priority. 6 EM, 52 rising mines in the world's most important shipping choke point. Each one capable of killing a supertanker. The standard approach to mine clearance is methodical. You send mine countermeasure vessels, MH-53EC Dragon helicopters towing minesweeping gear, unmanned underwater vehicles to locate and neutralize each mine individually.
It takes days. Sometimes weeks.
The strait couldn't be closed for weeks. Every day of closure cost the global economy roughly $2.5 billion. The non-standard approach was faster.
And riskier.
At 4:15 local time, AP-8A Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft operating from Naval Support Activity Bahrain arrived over the strait at 25,000 feet. It was carrying sonobuoys, expendable underwater sensors that could be dropped from the aircraft to create an acoustic picture of the seabed. Over the next 40 minutes, the Poseidon dropped 36 sonobuoys in a grid pattern covering the area identified by the Razorback drone's earlier survey. The sonobuoy data was relayed in real time to the NHTSA, which had the most advanced mine warfare software package in the strike group. Simultaneously, 2 MH-60S Seahawk helicopters launched from the Eisenhower carrying airborne mine neutralization systems, essentially remote-controlled underwater vehicles with explosive charges that could be guided to a mine and detonated. Each helicopter carried 2 neutralization vehicles.
4 vehicles. 6 mines.
The math wasn't perfect. 50 miles to the south, a second underwater drone was launched from the Virginia-class submarine. This one wasn't mapping. It was carrying 4 lightweight charges specifically designed for bottom mine neutralization. The drone's transit time to the minefield was estimated at 90 minutes.
Too long for the first pass.
The helicopters would have to do what they could with 4 vehicles and hope the submarine's drone arrived in time for the remaining mines. At 4:55 local time, the first airborne mine neutralization vehicle reached its target. The mine was sitting in 75 meters of water, partially buried in silt. The neutralization vehicle positioned itself within 2 meters of the mine and detonated. The explosion was felt on the surface as a dull thump. Sonobuoy data confirmed the mine was destroyed.
1 down, 5 to go.
The second vehicle reached its target at 5:03. Successful detonation.
2 down.
The third vehicle experienced a guidance malfunction at 5:10 and drifted off course. The operator on the Seahawk attempted to regain control. The vehicle's battery died at 5:14. It sank to the seabed, useless. 3 vehicles expended.
2 mines destroyed. 1 failed.
The fourth and final vehicle was deployed at 5:18 toward the third mine. Successful detonation at 5:24. 3 mines neutralized. 3 remaining. The helicopters had nothing left. The submarine drone was still 40 minutes out.
40 minutes.
In those 40 minutes, 3 armed mines sat in the shipping lanes of the Strait of Hormuz. 3 mines that could each destroy a supertanker. 3 mines that the Iranian IRGC Navy still had the ability to trigger remotely. And in Tehran, the argument about Phase 2 was starting again. The IRGC commander now had new information. The Americans had moved the Shari Cord. The Americans were actively clearing the mines. The Iranian contingency was being dismantled in real time. If Phase 2 was going to happen, it needed to happen now, before the remaining mines were neutralized. The window was closing. 62 missile boats were in position, though many had degraded communications. The 3 remaining mines were armed and could be command detonated. The foreign minister's counter-argument was simpler now. The Americans were clearing the mines. That meant the Americans knew about the mines. That meant the American threat about the strait was not hypothetical. It was operational. If Iran triggered those mines or launched anti-ship missiles at commercial shipping, the response would not be a statement. It would be 462 Tomahawk cruise missiles. And those would not be aimed at oil infrastructure. They would be aimed at every IRGC Navy base, every missile storage facility, every command center, and every fast attack craft that could be located. The IRGC Navy would cease to exist as a functional force in approximately 90 minutes. There was also the question of China. China buys roughly 27% of Iran's oil exports. China had not been consulted about the strait contingency. China would not appreciate having its energy supply interrupted by an Iranian decision made in the heat of a crisis. Beijing's ambassador had already called twice. He had not been put through to anyone with decision-making authority. That was a mistake that would have consequences regardless of what happened in the next hour. At 5:45 local time, with dawn beginning to lighten the eastern horizon over the Gulf of Oman, the SNSC reached its second decision. Phase 2 would not be activated. The remaining mines would be left in place as a card to be played later, but not triggered. The fast attack craft were ordered to return to port. The strait would remain open. Iran would pursue its response through other channels.
Diplomatic, economic,
Asymmetric. The RGC commander left the session without speaking to anyone. His deputy, waiting in an anteroom, asked him what had been decided.
He said one sentence.
It wasn't recorded, but it was reported later by 3 separate sources with minor variations. The version most commonly cited translates roughly to, "We just paid $50 billion to learn that our navy is a suggestion." He wasn't entirely wrong. The 62 missile boats were returning to port. The electronic warfare jamming from the Israeli Gulfstream aircraft had lifted once the boats began withdrawing, which confirmed for the YARGC that the jamming had been targeted and deliberate, not some broad-spectrum interference. The Israelis had known exactly which frequencies to hit. That meant they had been listening for a very long time. At 6:04 local time, the submarine-launched underwater drone reached the 4th mine. Successful neutralization.
At 6:22, the 5th.
At 6:41, the 6th and final mine was destroyed. The Strait of Hormuz was clear. The entire mine neutralization operation had taken 1 hour and 46 minutes from first vehicle deployment to last detonation. The standard timeline for clearing a minefield of that size in a contested environment was 5 to 8 days. CENTCOM's after-action report would later describe the operation as compressed but acceptable. An unofficial assessment from the EOD team that cut the Shari Cord's anchor chain used different language. They called it stupid lucky. Back in the daylight, the visible damage was becoming clear. Satellite imagery of Karg Island showed a fire burning across the southern tank farm with a smoke plume extending 40 miles downwind. The pipeline junction was destroyed. 3 of 6 loading buoys were inoperable. Iranian emergency crews were on scene but struggling to contain the fire because the water supply system for the firefighting infrastructure drew from a pumping station that had been damaged by debris from the initial strike. A $3.2 million missile had knocked out a pipeline junction, 3 loading buoys, a control building, and a firefighting pumping station. Total estimated repair cost, $1.4 billion. Estimated repair time, 8 to 14 months.
Abaddon was worse.
The atmospheric distillation column is the heart of any refinery. Without it, crude oil is just crude oil. It can't be processed into gasoline, diesel, kerosene, or any other usable product. Abaddon's Unit 2 distillation column was a total loss. The desalting plant was a total loss. The storage tank would burn for another 9 days before it consumed all available fuel. Repair estimates for Abaddon ranged from $2.1 billion to $3.6 billion depending on which engineering assessment you trusted. Timeline, 18 months to 3 years.
4 missiles had hit Abaddon.
3 of them found their targets. Total missile cost, approximately $4.8 million. The damage they inflicted would cost at least $2 billion to repair and remove billions more in refining capacity from the market for years. The cost ratio was not lost on analysts. $1 million of Israeli munitions had purchased roughly $400 million of Iranian economic damage. That ratio would appear in every defense procurement brief for the next decade. On global markets, the picture was equally dramatic. By 8 a.m. London time, Brent crude had reached $134 per barrel. By noon, it touched $141 before settling back to $136 on reports that the strait remained open. The strait remaining open was the only thing preventing a complete market panic. If those 6 mines had been triggered, if even one supertanker had been hit, the model showed oil reaching $200 within 48 hours and $250 within a week. The global economic impact of a sustained strait closure was estimated at $4 trillion annualized. The mines that prevented that scenario had cost approximately $12 million to manufacture and deploy. The neutralization vehicles, submarine drones, sonobuoys, and operational costs to clear them exceeded $200 million. A $12 million investment had required a $200 million response. That ratio also appeared in the procurement briefs. In Jerusalem, the Israeli cabinet met in an emergency session that lasted 3 hours. The strikes were described as a limited defensive operation targeting Iran's ability to fund hostile activities against Israel. The phrase economic heart was not used by any Israeli official. It didn't need to be. Every headline in the world was already using it. The cabinet authorized continued intelligence operations but no additional strikes. The message had been delivered. It was a very expensive message, delivered very precisely, to a very specific set of targets chosen not for their military significance but for their economic irreplaceability. Israel had not touched a single military base, a single air defense site, a single government building. It had hit the money. Everything else flows from money. In Washington, the president held a brief press availability at 8 a.m. Eastern. He confirmed that U.S. forces had conducted freedom of navigation operations in the Strait of Hormuz.
He did not mention mines. He did not mention the Shari Cord. He did not mention underwater drones or explosive ordnance disposal teams cutting anchor chains in the dark. He said that the strait was open, that it would remain open, and that any entity attempting to close it would face consequences. When asked about the Israeli strikes, he said that Israel had the right to defend itself and that the United States had not participated in offensive operations. Both statements were technically accurate. The mine clearance was classified as a defensive operation. The electronic warfare aircraft were Israeli, not American. The distinction between participating and coordinating was apparently a matter of interpretation. Beijing's response came at 11 a.m. Beijing time, roughly 12 hours after the first strike. It was unusually blunt by Chinese diplomatic standards. The foreign ministry spokesman described the strikes as reckless and destabilizing and called for all parties to exercise restraint. The interesting word was not reckless. It was all parties. China was not singling out Israel. It was warning Iran as well. Don't close the strait. We need that oil more than you need revenge. The ambassador in Tehran was finally put through to the foreign minister. The conversation lasted 40 minutes. Its contents were not disclosed, but Iran's state media coverage of the crisis shifted notably afterward. The language about retaliation became less specific. The timelines became vaguer. Some things translate the same in every language. One of them is don't do anything stupid. 72 hours after the strikes, a preliminary damage assessment compiled by commercial satellite analytics firms estimated the total economic impact as follows. Direct infrastructure damage to Karg Island and Abadan, $3.50 to $5 billion. Lost oil revenue for Iran over the following 12 months, $18 to $24 billion. Increased global oil costs attributable to the supply disruption, approximately $400 billion annualized, distributed across every oil-importing economy on the planet. Cost of the Israeli munitions used in the strikes, approximately $17 million. Cost of the American mine clearance operation, approximately $200 million. Cost of the mines themselves, approximately $12 million. The most expensive single item destroyed in the entire operation was a crude oil storage tank at Abadan that had been built in 1963. Its replacement cost was estimated at $180 million. The missile that destroyed it cost $1.2 million. The missile that missed its target and hit a maintenance road cost the same $1.2 million. It destroyed approximately $40,000 worth of asphalt. 6 weeks later, the Shari Cord was quietly towed to a shipyard in Bandar Abbas. An inspection of its engine room found nothing wrong with its engines. Both main propulsion diesel engines were fully functional. The engine room failure had been simulated by the crew on orders from IRGC Navy Command. The crew had not been told why. They had been told to fake a breakdown at specific coordinates and deploy their anchor. They did what they were told. They spent 11 hours sitting on top of a weapon that could have killed every person on their ship if something had gone wrong. They were not told about the mine. The IRGC Navy did not consider this relevant to their assignment. The captain of the Shari Cord resigned from the Iranian merchant marine within a month. He did not give a public reason. People who knew him said he had developed a persistent fear of deep water. Nobody else resigned. The oil kept burning. The prices kept climbing. And in shipping offices from Singapore to Rotterdam to Houston, insurance underwriters quietly added a new surcharge to every policy covering Persian Gulf transits. The surcharge was 17%. Nobody argued about it. When the math is that clear, nobody needs to. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how Iran's mine warfare strategy nearly shut down the Persian Gulf in 1988. Bye for now. Somewhere in the western foothills of the Zagros Range, in a stretch of terrain so geologically unremarkable that it passed through 14 months of overhead collection without raising a single flag, a thermal anomaly appeared on a Tuesday. Not a plume, not an exhaust signature. A faint, persistent warmth radiating from bare limestone at 3 in the morning, when the surrounding rock had cooled to ambient. The signature was 2 degrees Celsius above what the geology predicted. 2 degrees. That is what unraveled 40 years of concealment doctrine. That is what began the sequence that would culminate in one of the most precise underground strikes conducted during Operation Epic Fury. A strike that the Revolutionary Guard did not see coming because they believed, with the confidence of 4 decades of successful hiding, that what lay beneath that ridge was invisible. It was not invisible. It had simply never been looked at with the right instrument at the right time. The story of how the United States military located and then struck a previously unknown IRGC tunnel complex buried inside the mountains of western Iran is not a story about bombs. Not primarily. It is a story about patience, about the quiet accumulation of data across months, about the particular kind of intelligence work that turns geological surveys into targeting packages, and about what happens when an adversary's deepest assumption, the assumption that depth equals safety, encounters a system designed specifically to prove that assumption wrong. To understand the significance of what happened, you need to understand what Iran built and why they believed it could not be found.
The Israeli Army Chief of Staff claiming 60% of the launchers have now been taken out.
Since the mid-1980s, in the aftermath of the Iran-Iraq War, Tehran pursued a strategic doctrine built on a single devastating lesson. Anything visible from above can be destroyed from above. The Iraqi Air Force, equipped with French-supplied aircraft, had struck Iranian cities, military installations, and industrial facilities with relative impunity throughout that 8-year conflict. Iran emerged from the war with a conviction that would shape its military investment for the next 4 decades. Go underground, go deep, and stay hidden. The Revolutionary Guard's Aerospace Force took this doctrine further than perhaps any military organization in history. They did not merely build bunkers. They built cities. Entire production complexes carved into the living rock of Iran's mountain ranges, the Zagros in the west, the Alborz in the north, scattered across provinces from Lorestan to Hormozgan. Brigadier General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, stated publicly that Iran had created missile bases in all provinces and cities throughout the country at a depth of 500 meters. He was not exaggerating for propaganda. Independent satellite analysis and open-source intelligence confirmed the scale. Automated rail systems moving missiles through tunnels between assembly zones. Storage halls capable of housing hundreds of ballistic missiles simultaneously. Hidden exits from which transporter erector launchers could emerge, fire, and withdraw underground within seconds. The facilities were designed not merely to survive a first strike, but to continue producing weapons through sustained bombardment. Assembly lines operating beneath 50 meters of granite while the surface above burned. The logic was elegant and for decades entirely correct. But that logic contained a vulnerability that the IRGC either did not recognize or chose to ignore. Every underground facility, no matter how deep, must breathe. It must vent heat. It must exchange air. And those thermodynamic requirements leave traces that are measurable if you possess the right sensor at the right orbital position at the right time. The discovery of the facility that would eventually be designated Target Package Zagros 7 began not with human intelligence or signals intercept but with a British-developed thermal imaging satellite operating at 30 times the resolution of NASA's Landsat program. The satellite, part of a new generation of commercial infrared platforms capable of detecting individual pieces of equipment from orbit, was not originally tasked against this location. It was conducting a broad survey of geological thermal patterns across western Iran as part of a mapping effort designed to identify discrepancies between predicted rock temperature and observed thermal radiation. The discrepancy it found in the western Zagros was small, barely detectable against the noise floor of natural variation. But it was persistent. Night after night, the same patch of limestone radiated heat it should not have possessed. Not from sunlight retention, the geometry was wrong for that. Not from geothermal activity, there were no known sources in that specific formation. The heat was coming from below. From machinery. From ventilation. From the metabolic output of a facility operating inside the mountain. This initial detection triggered what intelligence professionals call a pattern of life study. Additional collection assets were redirected. Synthetic aperture radar mapped the subsurface density. Electro-optical satellites captured imagery at multiple resolutions across different times of day. Signals intelligence platforms listened for electromagnetic emissions. And slowly, across weeks and then months, the picture assembled itself. The facility was not a simple storage depot. Analysis of the thermal signature's variation over time, its rise during certain hours, its correlation with patterns observed at known IRGC production sites, suggested active manufacturing. Something was being built inside that mountain. The heat signature's periodicity matched the thermal profile of solid rocket motor curing, a process that generates specific temperature patterns over specific durations as propellant is cast and hardened inside motor casings. They were making engines. Specifically, they appeared to be producing propulsion systems for medium-range ballistic missiles, Sigil-class solid fuel variants that represented the newest and most capable generation of Iran's indigenous missile technology. And the facility had never appeared in any previous intelligence assessment. It was not on the targeting list. It was not in the database. For perhaps a decade or more, it had operated in complete obscurity beneath a ridge that looked, from every conventional sensor, like unremarkable geology. The discovery created what planners describe as a targeting cascade. Once you know a facility exists, you can work backward through the logistics chain to identify everything that feeds it. Supply routes, personnel movements, component deliveries, the vehicles that arrive at odd hours on roads that should carry no traffic. Each new thread of evidence confirmed and expanded the picture. Within 3 months of initial detection, analysts had mapped the facility's likely internal layout based on thermal distribution patterns, identified 3 probable access points based on subtle terrain modifications visible only in high-resolution radar returns, and located what they assessed to be ventilation shafts based on the spatial relationship between thermal hotspots and the known aerodynamic requirements of underground industrial facilities of this scale. The ventilation shafts became the critical targeting data point. Iran had learned from the experience at Fordo, where satellite imagery from earlier in the conflict showed the United States had targeted the precise locations of ventilation infrastructure to compromise the underground enrichment facility. Analysts at the International Institute for Strategic Studies had noted that ventilation shafts represent the most vulnerable points of any underground facility because the penetration through rock already exists. The shaft itself is a pre-made pathway into the mountain's interior. But locating shafts at a facility that was never meant to be found required an entirely different methodology than targeting shafts at a known site like Fordo. At Fordo, construction-era satellite imagery from 2009 had captured the shafts before they were buried and concealed. At Zagra 7, no such historical imagery existed. The facility had apparently been constructed with extraordinary concealment discipline, possibly over many years, with access limited to routes that blended into existing infrastructure. The breakthrough came from an unexpected convergence of 2 intelligence streams. The thermal satellite identified a periodic cooling event at 2 specific points on the ridge, locations where the rock temperature dropped below ambient for brief windows, consistent with cold air being drawn inward through an intake shaft. Simultaneously, synthetic aperture radar detected a structural discontinuity at those same coordinates, a break in the rock's density profile suggesting a void or constructed space within the first 15 meters of the surface. The confluence of thermal and radar data at identical coordinates provided what targeters call convergent confirmation. Not one sensor telling you something might be there, 2 independent physics-based measurements confirming that something is there. Planning for the strike against Zagra 7 began in early March 2026, during the most intensive phase of Operation Epic Fury. By this point, the campaign had already struck thousands of targets across Iran. The Iranian Navy had been largely eliminated. Air defense networks were degraded. Known missile sites had been struck repeatedly. But the campaign's central strategic challenge remained. Iran's underground production capacity was enabling continued missile launches despite the devastation above ground. The Institute for the Study of War documented that known facilities like the Yazd complex had been struck 6 times and yet missiles were still being launched from or near the site. 77% of identified tunnel entrances had been hit, yet activity resumed within days as construction equipment cleared debris and reopened access. The problem was clear. Striking known facilities was necessary but insufficient. The unknown facilities, the ones that had never been identified, were sustaining Iran's ability to continue operations. Zagra 7 represented exactly this category, a facility so well hidden that without the thermal satellite detection, it might never have been found at all. The strike package assigned to Zagra 7 reflected both the difficulty of the target and the precision of the intelligence that had revealed it. 2 Spirit stealth bombers, operating from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri on a round-trip mission sustained by aerial refueling, carried GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators. Each weapon, 30,000 pounds of hardened steel and explosive, was designed to penetrate up to 60 meters of earth or 200 feet of reinforced concrete before detonation. The weapon's GPS and inertial navigation guidance would bring them to within meters of a programmed aim point. But the aim points were not the facility's deepest chambers. They were the ventilation infrastructure, the shafts whose locations had been identified through thermal and radar convergence. The logic was the same logic that had guided the earlier strikes at Fordo. You do not need to collapse the entire mountain. You need to compromise the pathways that keep the facility alive. Seal the ventilation and the facility becomes uninhabitable. Destroy the air exchange system and the machinery inside overheats. The diesel generators that power the production equipment cannot operate without oxygen. The personnel cannot remain. The curing ovens for solid rocket motors cannot maintain temperature regulation. The facility does not explode. It suffocates. The B-2s approached Iranian airspace in the early hours, their radar-absorbing geometry rendering them functionally invisible to whatever degraded air defense capability Iran still possessed. The aircraft flew at high altitude, above the effective engagement envelope of any remaining surface-to-air systems. The weapons bay doors opened. The GBU-57s released, their massive weight pulling them earthward at terminal velocity while guidance fins made micro-corrections measured in fractions of a degree. The first weapon struck the ridge at the coordinates identified as ventilation point alpha. 30,000 pounds of kinetic energy and explosive force driving through limestone and into the void space beneath. The detonation occurred at depth, sending shockwaves through the mountain's internal structure. The shaft and whatever connected to it below experienced overpressure sufficient to collapse structural elements across a wide radius from the point of detonation. The second weapon struck ventilation point Bravo, 400 meters northeast of the first impact. The same physics.
The same devastation delivered through the same pathway that air had once traveled.
2 shafts, 2 weapons.
The facility's respiratory system severed at both points simultaneously. Post-strike analysis over the following days observed something that confirmed the intelligence assessment more definitively than any pre-strike data could have. Thermal emissions from the ridge ceased entirely. The persistent warmth that had first betrayed the facility's existence simply stopped. Machinery that had been operating continuously for years had gone silent. The mountain's thermal signature returned to what geology predicted. The facility had either been abandoned or was no longer capable of supporting operations. But the strike on Zagros 7 was not an isolated event. It was one node in a broader campaign of underground infrastructure neutralization that reflected a fundamental evolution in how the United States approached the problem of hardened buried targets. The traditional approach, the approach that had defined American bunker-busting doctrine since the First Gulf War, was to deliver the largest possible weapon against the target's strongest point and hope that sheer destructive force would overcome depth and hardening. Zagros 7 represented something different. Not overwhelming force against maximum protection, but precise force against identified vulnerability. The difference between trying to collapse a mountain and understanding how a mountain keeps its secrets. This distinction matters because it signals a shift that extends far beyond this single facility. The Wall Street Journal reported that US and Israeli aircraft were circling over subterranean bases, destroying missile launchers as they emerged to fire. CNN documented that Iran was using the ceasefire period to dig out missile launchers trapped underground by collapsed entrances. Satellite imagery showed bulldozers working frantically to clear debris from tunnel mouths. All of this pointed to a campaign that had systematically exploited the specific vulnerabilities of underground architecture, rather than simply attempting to punch through its strongest defenses. The ventilation problem is universal. Every underground military facility on Earth, whether in Iran, China, North Korea, or Russia, must solve the same thermodynamic equation. Machinery generates heat. Personnel consume oxygen. Diesel generators require air intake and exhaust. These requirements create signatures that advanced sensors can detect and targeting systems can exploit. The deeper you bury your facility, the more elaborate your ventilation system must become, and the more points of vulnerability you create in the process. Iran's defensive response to this vulnerability had been concealment rather than redundancy. Hide the shafts. Bury them. Make them indistinguishable from natural terrain. And for decades this worked. Conventional optical satellites could not distinguish a buried shaft from surrounding geology, but thermal imaging changed the equation. You can hide a shaft from a camera. You cannot hide its heat signature from an infrared sensor tuned to detect temperature differentials measured in fractions of a degree. The YARGC's awareness of this vulnerability appears to have been incomplete. Satellite imagery from February 2026, weeks before the Zagros 7 strike, showed Iranian engineers frantically backfilling tunnel entrances at Isfahan. They were addressing the access point vulnerability, the obvious doorways into their underground facilities. But they were not, as far as analysis could determine, addressing the thermal signature problem. Perhaps because they did not know how. You cannot eliminate the heat output of operating machinery without eliminating the machinery itself. And eliminating the machinery eliminates the facility's purpose. This creates what strategic analysts describe as an irreducible vulnerability, a characteristic that cannot be designed away without abandoning the core function the facility was built to serve. Iran's underground missile production required power, required cooling, required ventilation. Those requirements generated signatures. Those signatures enabled detection. Detection enabled targeting. Targeting enabled the strike that silenced Zagros 7. The broader implications ripple outward from this single ridge in ways that defense planners across multiple continents are now processing. China maintains the Yulin submarine base in Hainan, with tunnels carved deep into coastal mountains to protect nuclear-armed submarines. Russia operates the Yamantau strategic complex in the Urals, built to endure nuclear conflict. North Korea has constructed perhaps the most extensive tunnel network in the world beneath the Korean peninsula's mountains. Every one of these programs generates heat. Every one requires ventilation. Every one creates thermal signatures that advanced orbital sensors can, in principle, detect. The lesson is not that these facilities are indefensible. The lesson is that concealment alone is no longer sufficient defense. The assumption that an undetected facility is an untargetable facility has been tested in the mountains of western Iran and found wanting. Not because the weapons were more powerful than expected. Because the intelligence was more precise than anyone in Tehran thought possible. There is a secondary dimension to the Zagros 7 operation that deserves attention because it speaks to the coalition's broader approach to underground warfare during Operation Epic Fury. The facility was struck, but the roads that serviced it were also struck. The equipment that might have been used to repair or reopen access was also targeted. Satellite observation documented that across multiple sites, Iran's ability to reconstitute damaged underground facilities was being systematically degraded. Bulldozers targeting the access points were themselves becoming targets. Repair crews arriving to clear debris found that the debris was being refreshed by follow-on strikes timed to the repair cycle. This layered approach, strike the facility, then strike the repair effort, then strike the logistics that enable the repair, represents a doctrine of permanent denial rather than temporary disruption. The goal is not merely to damage infrastructure, but to ensure that damage cannot be reversed within any operationally relevant timeframe.
Weeks become months. Months become years.
And a facility that might have been restored to partial operation within days if left alone instead remains inert indefinitely because the entire support ecosystem that would enable restoration has been systematically dismantled. For the JRGC commanders who built their careers and their strategic doctrine on the promise that the mountains would protect Iran's military power, the implications are profound.
The mountains still stand.
The tunnels still exist. But the machinery inside has gone quiet, and the means to restart it have been methodically removed. The promise of invincibility that the underground cities represented to both the military and the civilian population has been undermined not by a single dramatic explosion, but by the patient, systematic application of intelligence and precision that turned the mountain's own thermal physics into a betrayal. As the ceasefire holds and negotiations continue, the question that Iran's military planners must answer is not whether to rebuild. It is whether rebuilding is even possible in an environment where the sensors that found Zagros 7 continue to orbit overhead, where thermal signatures cannot be eliminated without eliminating function, and where the coalition has demonstrated both the capability and the willingness to strike what it finds with precision that exploits the very infrastructure designed to keep underground facilities alive. The ridge in the western Zagros looks the same as it did before. Unremarkable limestone, a natural fold in the terrain, indistinguishable from 10,000 other ridges across the range. But beneath its surface, where machinery once hummed and rocket motors once cured in temperature-controlled chambers, there is now silence. 2 degrees of thermal difference revealed what 40 years of concealment had hidden, and 2 30,000-pound weapons ensured that what was revealed could not continue. The mountain keeps its silence now, but it is a different silence than before. Before, it was the silence of concealment, of something hidden and operating and waiting. Now it is the silence of conclusion, of a calculation that was tested and found insufficient, of a doctrine that met its counter and could not adapt in time. Whether Iran attempts to rebuild this capability, whether it seeks new methods of concealment, whether it accepts the strategic reality that has been imposed upon it or finds novel ways to circumvent it, these are questions whose answers will unfold across months and years. But the precedent has been established. The thermal signature of underground industry is a physical law that no amount of engineering can fully suppress. And the coalition has demonstrated that it possesses both the sensors to detect that signature and the weapons to exploit it. That combination, detection and precision delivered together, is the new reality of underground warfare. And it extends far beyond one ridge in one mountain range in one country. It reaches anywhere that military power has been buried beneath the earth with the expectation that depth alone provides security. That expectation has now been tested under operational conditions. The results speak through the silence of a mountain that once held an empire's most guarded capability and now holds only the evidence of what happens when concealment meets a sensor that measures the world in fractions of a degree. At 0342 local time, a Tomahawk Block V cruise missile crossed the Iranian coastline at 550 miles per hour, 50 feet above the salt flats south of Bandar Abbas. It was the first of 47 launched from the USS Gettysburg, a Ticonderoga-class cruiser positioned 340 nautical miles southwest in the Gulf of Oman. The missile's terrain-following radar painted the ground ahead like a blind man reading Braille at highway speed, adjusting altitude 40 times per second to hug the earth beneath Iranian air defense coverage. The Tomahawk costs $2.1 million. The target it was aimed at, a hardened aircraft shelter at Bandar Abbas Air Base, cost Iran $180,000 to build in 1987. The math would have been funny if 12 more weren't already in the air behind it. What the cruise missile didn't know, what the mission planners aboard the Gettysburg couldn't have known, was that the shelter had been empty for 9 days. The Su-35 that was supposed to be inside had been towed to a dispersal site 14 kilometers north, parked under camouflage netting between 2 apartment buildings in a residential district. The Iranians had stopped trusting their hardened shelters the day American satellites started counting shadows. The Tomahawk flew for another 23 minutes. It threaded a valley between 2 mountain ridges, popped up to 200 feet to clear a communications tower, dropped back down, and detonated against 4 feet of reinforced concrete protecting absolutely nothing. Somewhere in Bandar Abbas, an IRGC logistics officer was probably already drafting the press release about intercepting an American cruise missile. 120 nautical miles to the north, over the Strait of Hormuz,
The real problem was just getting started. An E-2D Advanced Hawkeye, call sign Overwatch, orbited at 25,000 feet with its APY-9 radar spinning lazy circles above the water. The APY-9 can track over 2,000 targets simultaneously out to 350 nautical miles. It sees everything from fishing boats to ballistic missiles and sorts them into categories the way a bouncer sorts a club line: harmless, watch closely, or call the cops. Right now it was watching something that didn't fit any category. A surface contact, radar cross-section consistent with a small fishing vessel, had been tracking northeast at 8 knots for the past 6 hours. Normal behavior for the hundreds of dhows that work these waters. Except this one had stopped 40 minutes ago, and now it was accelerating. 15 knots, 25, 40. The operator keyed his radio. Overwatch to sentry flight, surface contact bearing 047, range 85, speed now indicating 45 knots, classify fast attack. 45 knots from a dhow was impossible. 45 knots from a small combatant was Tuesday in the Persian Gulf. 80 nautical miles southeast. 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from VFA 143, the Pukin dogs, were already turning toward the contact. They had been flying combat air patrol since 0200, bored, caffeinated, and hoping something would happen. Something was happening. Sentry Lee descended through 15,000 feet and put his APG-79 radar, an active electronically scanned array that can switch from air-to-air to air-to-ground modes faster than a pilot can blink, onto the surface. The contact resolved. Small hull, deck-mounted structure, thermal bloom consistent with gas turbine exhaust. Paycap class fast attack craft, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy, 76 feet long, armed with 2 Chinese C-701 anti-ship missiles, capable of 52 knots in calm water. The ARGC had 14 of them scattered across the Gulf, and they used them the way insurgents use car bombs: cheap, fast, expendable, and absolutely capable of ruining someone's day. The Paycap wasn't alone. As Sentry Lead watched, 2 more thermal signatures emerged from behind a rocky outcrop on the Iranian coast. Then 2 more. 5 fast attack craft accelerating toward the Gettysburg's last known position in a spread formation designed to overwhelm point defense systems with simultaneous attacks from multiple vectors. What the Paycap commanders didn't know was that the Gettysburg wasn't where they thought it was. The cruiser had displaced 30 nautical miles west 4 hours ago, standard operating procedure after a Tomahawk launch to avoid exactly this kind of retaliation. The Iranians were charging toward a patch of empty ocean where an American warship had been yesterday. But 30 nautical miles west put the Gettysburg directly in line with something else. The USNS Rappahannock, a fleet replenishment oiler, currently transferring 400,000 gallons of JP-5 aviation fuel to the USS Bataan, an amphibious assault ship carrying 1,800 Marines and the aviation assets to support them. 2 ships connected by fuel lines, dead in the water, 95 nautical miles from 5 inbound missiles on hulls. The geometry was about to get very personal. Overwatch plotted the intercept. At current speeds, the Paycap formation would reach the replenishment group in 47 minutes. The Gettysburg could engage with SM-6 missiles at 130 nautical miles. The Super Hornets could engage with harpoons at 70. The problem wasn't range. The problem was identification. Rules of engagement required positive identification before weapons release. A Paycap looked exactly like a civilian speedboat on radar until it launched a missile or opened fire. The C-701 had a range of 15 nautical miles. A Paycap could close to launch range, fire, and be turning away before a pilot confirmed it was military. And the Strait of Hormuz at any given moment contained somewhere between 200 and 400 civilian vessels that looked exactly the same size on radar. Sentry Lead descended to 8,000 feet and slaved his targeting pod to the lead contact. The Fleur, a camera system that can read a license plate from 10 miles away in daylight, showed a gray hull, no flag, deck-mounted launcher that could have been a missile rail or a fishing net crane. He needed closer. 5 miles from the contact, doing 400 knots, Sentry Lead rolled wings level and let the Fleur build a picture. 2 tubes angled forward on the bow. Definitely military. Definitely armed. He keyed the radio. Sentry Lead, Overwatch, Tally hostile, Paycap class, weapons visible, requesting clearance to engage. The response took 11 seconds. In those 11 seconds, the formation covered another half-mile toward the replenishment group. Sentry flight, Overwatch, cleared to engage, weapons free on hostile surface contacts. The lead Hornet was carrying 2 AGM-84D Harpoon anti-ship missiles. The Harpoon costs $1.4 million, flies at 530 miles per hour, carries a 488-pound warhead, and was designed during the Cold War to sink Soviet cruisers. Using it on a 76-foot patrol boat was like hunting rabbits with a howitzer. Effective? Certainly. Cost-efficient? Absolutely not. Sentry Lead pickled the first Harpoon at 18 nautical miles. The missile dropped from the centerline station, turbofan ignited, and accelerated toward the sea surface while its radar seeker searched for the largest metal object in its field of view. The PACAP's radar warning receiver screamed. At 52 knots, the patrol boat commander had roughly 90 seconds to decide between evasion and acceptance. He chose evasion. Hard turn to port, chaff blooming behind the boat like metallic confetti, a maneuver that might have worked against an older missile. The Harpoon's seeker wasn't fooled. It ignored the chaff cloud, adjusted course 3 degrees, and impacted the PACAP's stern at 530 miles per hour. A 488-pound warhead against a 76-foot hull is less a naval engagement than a magic trick. The boat was there, then it wasn't. Fire, debris, and 6 crew members scattered across a quarter-mile of water. 4 PACAPs remaining. 42 minutes to the replenishment group. What the American pilots didn't know was that the PACAP attack was a diversion. The real threat was already inside the engagement envelope, and it had been there for 3 hours. A Goddard-class midget submarine, 29 meters long, diesel-electric, virtually silent at creep speed, had been loitering 8 nautical miles southwest of the replenishment group's current position since before dawn. The Goddard was designed for exactly this mission: shallow water ambush in the crowded shipping lanes of the Gulf, where thermal layers and biological noise made submarine detection a nightmare. The Goddard carried 2 heavyweight torpedoes. Either one could break a ship's back, both could sink an oiler full of aviation fuel and the 400 men aboard it. Aboard the Rappahannock, the unrep was 60% complete. Fuel hoses stretched between the 2 ships like umbilical cords, JP-5 flowing at 800 gallons per minute. The ships moved at 12 knots, slow enough to maintain the connection, fast enough to keep steerage way. Neither captain knew what was 8 miles behind them. The Goddard commander had been watching through his periscope for 20 minutes, building a firing solution on the larger of the 2 contacts. The torpedo run would take 4 minutes at high speed. Once he fired, the Americans would know exactly where he was. He would have perhaps 90 seconds before every sonobuoy and dipping sonar in the Gulf converged on his position. 1 shot, maybe 2. Then run for shallow water and pray. He flooded the tubes. 30,000 feet above, an MQ-4 Sea Triton, the Navy's high-altitude surveillance drone, detected something that shouldn't have existed. A momentary thermal anomaly on the water surface, 8 nautical miles from the replenishment group, consistent with a submarine's diesel exhaust venting. The Goddard had snorkeled 6 hours ago to recharge batteries. The Triton's multispectral sensors caught the residual heat signature where the exhaust had warmed the surface water. The algorithm flagged it. A human analyst in a ground station 7,000 miles away looked at the flag, cross-referenced it with acoustic data from a distributed sonobuoy field, and made a phone call. Overwatch received the flash traffic 47 seconds later. The E-2D operator stared at his screen. The submarine contact was behind the replenishment group, inside minimum torpedo range, positioned for an ambush shot on the oiler's vulnerable stern. The PACAPs charging from the northeast weren't the attack. They were the distraction, forcing American assets to focus north while the real threat crept in from the south. 2 problems. 1 airframe available to solve them. An MH-60R Seahawk, call sign Hunter 21, was orbiting 15 nautical miles east of the replenishment group, originally tasked with surface search along the shipping lanes. The Seahawk carried 2 Mk-54 lightweight torpedoes, a dipping sonar, and a crew of 4 who were about to have a very busy morning. Hunter 21, Overwatch, Retask immediate, subsurface contact bearing 195 from Hotel Alpha, range 8, classify hostile, cleared hot. The pilot banked hard, dropped the nose, and started toward the contact at 140 knots. The tactical coordinator in the back began programming the sonar, while the sensor operator readied a torpedo. They had maybe 6 minutes before the Goddard was in optimal firing position. Maybe less. 40 nautical miles north, the remaining PACAPs were spreading further apart, each boat now a separate threat axis requiring individual tracking. Sentry 2 engaged the second contact with a Harpoon at 15 miles. Impact. 3 remaining. The Super Hornets were running low on anti-ship missiles. 2 Harpoons remaining between them, 3 targets, and the rules of engagement didn't allow gun runs on surface contacts that hadn't fired first. The math wasn't working. Overwatch made a call. Sentry flight, break off surface engagement, redirect to subsurface prosecution support. The PACAPs would have to be someone else's problem. The submarine was 6 minutes from a firing solution on an oiler carrying enough fuel to burn for a week. Hunter 2-1 arrived over the datum point and deployed the dipping sonar. The AQS-22 dropped into the water on 200 feet of cable, its transducer pinging active pulses into the thermocline while passive arrays listened for engine noise, prop cavitation, anything that sounded like a submarine instead of a shrimp bed. Contact. Bearing 210, range 2,400 yards, depth 80 feet, moving slowly northeast. The Goddard commander heard the dipping sonar the moment it went active. He had roughly 30 seconds before the helicopter prosecuted. He could fire now, accept the counterattack, and hope the torpedo reached its target before his boat was destroyed. Or he could go deep, run silent, and try to escape into the acoustic clutter of the shipping lanes. He fired both torpedoes. The acoustic signature of a torpedo launch is unmistakable: 2 distinct splashes, followed by the high-frequency whine of contra-rotating propellers accelerating toward 45 knots. The Seahawk crew heard it instantly. Hunter 2-1, torpedo in the water, 2 fish, bearing 030, speed 45, depth 40 feet. The sensor operator dropped a Mk-54 on the submarine's position, while the pilot keyed the guard frequency to warn the replenishment group. The torpedo entered the water, acquired the Goddard screw noise, and started its terminal run. 4 miles north, aboard the Rappahannock, alarm sounded. Emergency breakaway. The fuel hoses disconnected automatically, valves slamming shut to prevent spills, while both ships went to flank speed and diverged. A replenishment ship emergency breakaway takes approximately 2 minutes. The incoming torpedoes would cover 4 miles in 5 minutes. The math was close. The Batan's SLQ-32 electronic warfare suite detected the torpedo seekers and began jamming, filling the water with acoustic noise designed to confuse the guidance systems. The Rappahannock had no such system. It had a hull full of aviation fuel and a top speed of 20 knots. The first torpedo tracked straight for the oiler's wake. Torpedo seekers home on the acoustic disturbance a ship's propellers leave in the water, a trail of turbulence and cavitation bubbles that points directly at the target like an arrow. The Rappahannock was making 20 knots, generating exactly the kind of wake a torpedo loves. 900 yards out, the torpedo's seeker locked onto the bubble trail and accelerated for terminal attack. The Batan launched a Nixie torpedo decoy, a towed noisemaker designed to sound more like a ship than the ship itself. It pulled away from the formation at 25 knots, trailing 500 yards behind the Batan's stern, screaming acoustic energy into the water like a drunk at a concert. The second torpedo, the one tracking the Batan, diverted. It abandoned the warship's wake and chased the Nixie, detonating 200 yards behind the decoy in an explosion that sent a geyser of water 100 feet into the air. The concussion rattled windows aboard the Batan but caused no damage. The first torpedo didn't have a decoy to chase. The Rappahannock didn't carry Nixie. It carried fuel. 400 yards. 300. The Seahawk's Mk-54 impacted the Goddard at the same moment. The midget submarine, running shallow to escape, took a 96-pound warhead through its pressure hull. The explosion broke the boat in half. Both sections sank in water too shallow to hide them, 200 feet down, visible on sonar as 2 distinct debris fields. 29 Iranian sailors died without ever knowing if their torpedoes hit. They didn't. At 150 yards, the Iranian torpedo's guidance system suffered a failure that the after-action report would later attribute to thermal gradients near the surface. The weapon passed 40 yards ahead of the Rappahannock's bow, continued northeast for another mile, exhausted its fuel, and sank. The oiler's captain was about to need new underwear. Everyone aboard the Rappahannock was about to need a drink. But 400,000 gallons of aviation fuel continued floating on the surface of the Gulf, unburned, because a torpedo seeker hiccuped at the wrong moment. Luck is not a military strategy, but it is occasionally a military outcome. 70 nautical miles to the north, the remaining 3 pay caps had closed to within 25 nautical miles of where they thought the Gettysburg was. They were still charging toward empty ocean. The Gettysburg, now fully aware of the threat, had launched 2 SM-6 missiles at the closest contact. The SM-6 is a different animal than the Harpoon. It costs $4.3 million, flies at Mach 3.5, and was designed to intercept aircraft and cruise missiles at extreme range. Using it against a patrol boat was like swatting a mosquito with a sledgehammer. But the sledgehammer was available, and the mosquito was 25 miles away and carrying anti-ship missiles. The first SM-6 impacted the third pay cap in a vertical dive from 70,000 feet, converting the boat into scattered debris before the crew knew they'd been targeted. A $4.3 million missile against a $3 million patrol boat. The economics were almost reasonable, if you squinted. 2 pay caps remaining. Both had watched their formation mates disappear and decided discretion was the better part of martyrdom. They turned, went to maximum speed, and ran for Iranian territorial waters. The Gettysburg could have pursued. The ROE allowed engagement of hostile forces attempting to flee. But 2 patrol boats running home at 52 knots weren't a threat anymore. They were a message. Iran had just lost a submarine, for fast attack craft, and approximately 80 personnel in under 30 minutes. The Americans had lost nothing but missiles and fuel. The exchange rate was what defense analysts would later call unsustainable. 400 nautical miles to the west, in a bunker complex outside Natanz, an IRGC general was receiving real-time reports of the disaster. The pay cap attack had been his plan. The submarine ambush had been his innovation. Both had failed completely, killed everyone involved, and destroyed assets that would take years to replace. He looked at the map on his wall,
the blue symbols marking American carrier positions, the red symbols marking Iranian assets that no longer existed, and began drafting a message to Tehran. The message recommended immediate cessation of naval operations in the Gulf. The message noted that American anti-submarine capabilities had proven significantly more effective than intelligence assessments predicted. The message did not mention that the general had been the one who wrote those assessments. 3 days later, the Iranian Navy pulled every remaining Ghadar submarine back to port. The PACAP fleet, now reduced by a third, was ordered to cease operations in international waters. The Strait of Hormuz remained open. Oil continued flowing to Asia and Europe at the rate of 21 million barrels per day. The entire engagement, from the first Tomahawk launch to the last PACAP fleeing for Iranian waters, had lasted 3 hours and 47 minutes. It had cost Iran 1 submarine, 4 patrol boats, and any illusion that harassment tactics in the Gulf would go unpunished. It had cost the United States approximately $18 million in missiles spent on targets worth perhaps a tenth of that value. Defense contractors in Tucson and St. Louis were probably already scheduling celebratory lunches. Aboard the Rappahannock, the crew secured from general quarters and resumed replenishment operations with the Bataan. The fuel transfer that had been interrupted by torpedo attack completed 4 hours later without further incident. The Oilers' deck log noted the event in the understated language the Navy reserves for near-death experiences: 0347 emergency breakaway due to hostile subsurface activity. 0351, torpedo passed ahead at close range. 0815, resumed unrep. The Bataan's Marines, most of whom had slept through the entire engagement in berthing compartments below the waterline, woke up to rumors about torpedoes and submarines and decided the Navy types were probably exaggerating. The Navy types decided not to correct them. Hunter 2-1 recovered aboard the Bataan with empty torpedo tubes and a crew that would be telling this story for the rest of their careers. The sensor operator who called the submarine contact would receive a Navy Achievement Medal 6 months later. The citation would note his quick reaction to developing tactical situation, without mentioning that developing tactical situation was Pentagon speak for almost got an oiler blown up. The Triton drone that detected the submarine's thermal signature continued orbiting at 55,000 feet, its cameras and sensors sweeping the Gulf with the patience of a machine that doesn't get bored, doesn't get tired, and costs $180 million to build. The algorithm that flagged the thermal anomaly would be updated the following week to improve detection of diesel submarine exhaust patterns. A programmer in San Diego added 6 lines of code and went to lunch. Somewhere in the Gulf, an Iranian rescue vessel searched for survivors from the Ghadar. They found debris, an oil slick, and no one alive. The submarine had been one of 23 in Iran's midget submarine fleet, vessels specifically designed for operations in the shallow, cluttered waters of the Gulf. 22 remained. But the commanders of those 22 now knew exactly what would happen if they tried the same tactic again. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point. Roughly 20% of the world's oil passes through it every day. For 3 hours and 47 minutes on a Tuesday morning, control of that passage was genuinely contested. Then it wasn't. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on the F-35's electronic warfare capabilities that helped shape the air battle over Iran. Bye for now. At 4:12 local time, 2 Khalij-Fars anti-ship ballistic missiles leave their transporter erector launchers from a ridgeline above Bandar Abbas and accelerate through the pre-dawn darkness over the Strait of Hormuz. Their target is 120 kilometers to the south, moving at 18 knots through international waters. It weighs 104,000 tons. It carries 90 aircraft, and it has no idea that the next 6 minutes are about to rewrite every assumption the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has held about what it means to strike an American aircraft carrier. The USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN-72, is the 4th Nimitz-class carrier to rotate through the 5th Fleet area of operations this year. Her flight deck stretches 1,092 feet. Her 4 catapults can throw a 50,000-pound aircraft from 0 to 165 miles per hour in under 3 seconds. Her air wing, Carrier Air Wing 7, includes 44F divided by a -18E and F Super Hornets, 5EA, 18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft, and an assortment of helicopters and surveillance platforms that give her the ability to see, jam, and kill anything within a 500 nautical mile radius. She costs $8.5 billion. The 2 missiles heading toward her cost $3 million combined. Somebody in Tehran looked at that math and thought it was a bargain. The strike group surrounding the Lincoln is not a single ship. It is a floating fortress spread across 40 nautical miles of dark water. The guided missile destroyers USS Carney and USS Nitsa, both Arleigh Burke-class flight IIA ships, carry a combined 192 vertical launch cells. Between them, those cells hold SM-6 interceptors capable of engaging targets from sea level to the edge of space, SM-2 Block IIC area defense missiles, Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles, and Evolved Sea Sparrow point defense rounds. Beneath the surface, 300 meters down in the warm waters of the Gulf of Oman, the Los Angeles-class attack submarine USS Cheyenne tracks every Iranian vessel within 60 kilometers using her BQQ-10 sonar suite while carrying 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles in her torpedo tubes, each one programmed with coordinates that were last updated 4 hours ago. This is the most capable naval formation on Earth. And in the mountains above Bandar Abbas, the IRGC Aerospace Force battery commander who just launched those 2 ballistic missiles believes he has found its weakness. He is not entirely wrong. 130 kilometers north of the Lincoln, along 3 separate stretches of Iranian coastline, 12 Shahed 238 jet-powered attack drones ignite their turbojet engines 40 seconds after the ballistic missiles launch. These are not the lumbering Shahed 136 one-way attack drones that became famous over Ukraine, the ones that sound like lawnmowers and fly at 115 miles per hour. The Shahed 238 is a different animal entirely. Turbojet-powered, radar-guided, capable of Mach 0.8, roughly 600 miles per hour at wave-top altitude. They cross the radar horizon with less than 90 seconds of warning time. Each one costs approximately $50,000. All 12 together cost less than a single SM-6 interceptor, which runs the United States Navy $4.3 million per round. Every missile fired to stop a $50,000 drone is a financial victory for Tehran before a single warhead detonates. The Lincoln Spy-6 radar, the most advanced naval search radar ever deployed, detects the 2 ballistic missiles at a range of 270 kilometers. The system classifies the threat, computes an intercept solution, and passes it to the Aegis Combat System aboard USS Carney in under 2 seconds. The alarm sounds across every ship in the strike group simultaneously. Battle stations. The entire carrier defense architecture shifts to full engagement posture in 11 seconds. Sailors who were asleep 15 seconds ago are running to their stations in the dark, pulling on flash gear, strapping into chairs. USS Carney fires 2 SM-6 interceptors at the lead ballistic missile. The SM-6 is a 3,300-pound missile that accelerates to Mach 3.5, roughly 2,700 miles per hour, and can engage targets at ranges exceeding 150 nautical miles. Think of a telephone pole that steers itself through the atmosphere using an active radar seeker in its nose, hunting its target the way a flashlight finds a face in a dark room. The first SM-6 finds the lead Khalij Fars cleanly. Intercept at 60 kilometers. The ballistic missile disintegrates. Debris rains into black water that nobody will ever search. The second ballistic missile is the problem. It executes a terminal maneuver, a pre-programmed we've designed to defeat the predictive algorithms that guide American interceptors during the final phase of engagement. 2 SM-6 missiles chase it. The first loses tracking during the maneuver and self-destructs. The second detonates close enough to shred the seeker head and damage the guidance fins, but the warhead survives. The missile transitions from a guided weapon to a 1,500-pound piece of debris falling along a degraded ballistic arc, and that arc intersects the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. At 4:16 local time, 4 minutes and 44 seconds after launch, the damaged Khalij Fars strikes the Lincoln's flight deck at an angle, punches through the armored steel plating, and detonates inside the hangar bay. The warhead is a unitary high-explosive penetrator. The fireball reaches 60 feet. 3F divided by a -18E Super Hornets parked in the hangar bay are destroyed instantly. Shrapnel tears through bulkheads. The concussion wave throws sailors against walls, into equipment, onto the deck. 9 American sailors in the hangar bay die in the first second. 27 more are wounded by blast, burns, and fragmentation. The flight deck buckles across a 40-meter section. The number 3 catapult is offline. Fire suppression systems activate automatically, but the hangar bay fire has already found aircraft fuel, and the drones are 30 seconds out. What the IRGC planners understood, what made their attack architecture genuinely brilliant, was sequencing. The ballistic missiles were never meant to sink the Lincoln. They were meant to saturate the Aegis engagement timeline at exactly the moment the low-altitude drone swarm crossed the radar horizon. Every SM-6 fired upward at a ballistic missile is an SM-6 that cannot be fired laterally at a sea-skimming drone. Every second the fire control system spends computing a ballistic intercept solution is a second it is not tracking the wave-top threats approaching from 3 different azimuths. It is the right idea. It has been the right idea in every simulation the IRGC has run for the past decade. And in this moment, it is working. 12 Shahed 238 drones cross the radar horizon at 18 kilometers. The Aegis systems aboard Carney and Nitsa detect them, but the engagement windows are compressed. 7 drones are intercepted, 5 by SM-2 missiles, 2 by the Phalanx CWS close-in weapon systems, the automated 20mm Gatling guns that serve as the final layer of defense. Each Phalanx fires 75 rounds per second, throwing a wall of tungsten into the path of an incoming threat at a range of less than 2 kilometers. 5 drones penetrate.
Two strike the Lincoln's Island superstructure, the command tower rising above the flight deck. One hits the forward flight deck near the damaged section, compounding the structural failure. Two hit USS Nitsa. Her bridge is destroyed. Her commanding officer, executive officer, and 6 watchstanders are killed instantly. 8 more American sailors dead. At 4:17 local time, 5 minutes into the attack, the toll stands at 17 American sailors killed and 62 wounded across 2 ships. The Lincoln's flight deck is burning. Nitsa is combat effective from her secondary control station, but her command structure has been decapitated. Carney is undamaged but has expended 23 SM-6 interceptors, each one worth $4.3 million. The math so far: Iran spent roughly $6.6 million in weapons. The interceptors alone cost $98.9 million. Tehran's procurement office could call that a win even if every weapon missed. What the IRGC battery commander did not know, what his intelligence officers could not have told him, what no Iranian signals intercept or Russian satellite feed had ever revealed, was that the response to his attack had been planned, authorized, armed, and loaded into launch systems 11 months before he pressed the fire button. Operation Granite Hammer. Classified contingency strike package, submitted by United States Central Command to the Secretary of Defense following 14 months of escalating IRGC harassment of American carrier groups in the Strait of Hormuz. The package identified 41 Iranian military targets within 350 kilometers of the strait. Every radar site, missile battery, command node, fuel depot, weapons storage facility, drone launch platform, and naval base that contributes to Iran's ability to threaten carrier operations in the Hormuz transit corridor. Each target was assigned to a specific platform. Each platform was assigned specific weapons. Flight routes were deconflicted. Time on target calculations ensured simultaneous impact across all 41 targets. And the Secretary of Defense signed pre-delegated launch authority. No White House phone call. No National Security Council meeting. No congressional notification before execution. The trigger condition was simple: confirmed hostile fire from Iranian territory resulting in American casualties aboard a United States warship. Iran satisfied that condition at 4:16 local time. The execution order reaches 5 platforms simultaneously at 4:18, 2 minutes after the Lincoln took her first hit. 180 nautical miles to the southeast, in the deep water of the Gulf of Oman, the USS Florida surfaces to launch depth. Florida is not a regular submarine. She is an Ohio-class guided missile submarine, originally built as a ballistic missile boat, converted to carry 154 Tomahawk cruise missiles in 22 vertical launch tubes. She is the most heavily armed conventional strike platform in the United States Navy. Her crew has been at modified battle stations for 9 days, waiting for a message exactly like the one that just arrived. Beneath the strike group, USS Cheyenne acknowledges her portion of the strike package. Her 12 Tomahawks are already warm. 2,100 nautical miles to the south, over the central Arabian Sea, 2 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers from the 509th Bomb Wing, operating out of Diego Garcia, have been holding in a racetrack orbit for 6 hours. Each carries 16 GBU, 57 massive ordnance penetrators, bunker-busting bombs weighing 30,000 pounds each, designed to penetrate 200 feet of reinforced concrete before detonating. They were built for exactly 3 categories of targets on Earth: North Korean tunnels, Iranian mountain bunkers, and Chinese underground facilities. Today they have Iranian addresses. Aboard USS Carney, despite the chaos of the past 5 minutes, the weapons officer executes her assigned launch sequence. Her vertical launch cells still function. Tomahawks begin rising from the forward deck. And on the Lincoln herself, even as damage control teams fight the hangar bay fire, 12F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from Strike Fighter Squadron 86 that were already airborne on combat air patrol receive updated targeting packages. Each aircraft carries 2 AGM-158C long-range anti-ship missiles reconfigured for land attack, known as JSSMER, the Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile Extended Range. Range: 575 miles. They can release from outside Iranian radar coverage, turn around, and land back on an Allied airfield without ever crossing into Iranian airspace. From authorization to last weapon away, 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Total precision-guided munitions converging on Iranian territory, 148. 41 targets. Simultaneous time on target impact calculated to the second. The largest coordinated naval strike since Operation Desert Storm, assembled from assets that were pre-positioned, preloaded, and waiting for exactly this morning. Somewhere in a Raytheon boardroom, the next quarterly earnings call just wrote itself. First impacts begin at 4:27 local time, 11 minutes after the Lincoln took her hit. Bandar Abbas Integrated Missile Command Center. This is the brain, The facility that coordinated the morning's attack sits under 3 meters of reinforced concrete, hardened against conventional cruise missile strikes, considered survivable against anything short of a nuclear weapon. 2 GBU, 57 massive ordnance penetrators arrive 0.4 seconds apart. The first punches through the roof and buries itself in the operations level. The second follows through the entry hole and detonates at a depth of 40 feet. 30,000 pounds of guided American steel moving at 700 miles per hour does not care about reinforced concrete. The command center collapses into itself. Every officer who planned and executed the morning's carrier strike dies in the same detonation. Their screens are still showing the damage assessment of the Lincoln when the ceiling becomes the floor. 90 kilometers east, at Bandar Jask, the Khalij Fars battery that launched the 2 missiles at the Lincoln this morning is still repositioning its transporter erector launchers for a second salvo. The battery commander has been on the radio for 6 minutes trying to confirm the Lincoln's damage. He wants to fire again. 8 Tomahawks arrive before he gets his answer. The launch vehicles explode on their transports. The reload trucks, parked 200 meters behind the ridgeline in what the battery crew believed was a concealed position, cook off simultaneously. The fuel depot ignites. Secondary explosions continue for 9 minutes. Every piece of equipment and every crew member associated with the morning's ballistic launch ceases to exist. Iran's carrier killer battery program just became a $400 million debris field. 200 kilometers to the west, Kish Island Air Defense Radar Complex. This is the installation that provided the Lincoln's coordinates to the missile battery. Without its long-range phased array radar feeding targeting data in real time, the ballistic strike could not have been coordinated. 12 Tomahawks are allocated. The phased array antenna, a structure the size of a 3-story building, disappears in the first 4 impacts. The command building takes 3 direct hits through its roof. Backup generators, communication towers, the vehicle park, all destroyed within 40 seconds. Iranian maritime surveillance across a 200-kilometer sector of the strait goes permanently dark. The operators who spent 9 hours tracking the Lincoln and feeding her position to the missile crews have the same amount of warning time their targets did. Which is to say, none. Keshem Island IRGC Naval Base. Iran's forward operating position for fast attack boat operations in the strait. 47 missile-armed speedboats are tied to their moorings. Each boat carries 2 C-802 anti-ship missiles, a Chinese-derived weapon with a range of 120 kilometers. In IRGC doctrine, these boats would swarm an American warship in coordinated waves, overwhelming point defenses with sheer numbers. 8 Tomahawks hit the pier complex. Boats explode at their berths as their missile magazines detonate. The fuel farm ignites into a column of fire visible from 60 kilometers. The barracks, the maintenance shops, the base commander's headquarters, systematically destroyed in a 90-second window. 47 boats that were supposed to be Iran's insurance policy against American naval power burn at the waterline. It turns out the swarm doctrine works better when the swarm survives to launch. Shahid Bayhoner Naval Base. Iran's primary IRGC naval headquarters for Strait of Hormuz operations. 18 Tomahawks. The 4-story headquarters building, the operational brain of Iran's entire Hormuz defense strategy, receives 4 cruise missiles through its facade in a 2-second sequence. The building pancakes. The operations center that was monitoring the Lincoln's damage and drafting follow-up strike orders is buried under 20 meters of concrete. The weapons storage facility takes 3 hits. Stored NOR anti-ship missiles detonate in a chain reaction that destroys 4 adjacent structures and starts fires that will burn for 2 days. The 3 coastal drone launch positions from which the morning's 12 Shahid 238s were released each receive 6 Tomahawks. Mobile launchers, support vehicles, propellant storage, communications relays. Systematically erased across all 3 sites in a 4-minute window. 14 additional targets, radar nodes, communications relays, ammunition depots, hardened command bunkers scattered across a 300-kilometer coastal arc, receive the remaining weapons. Total strike duration from first impact to last detonation, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. At 4:32 local time, 20 minutes after the attack on the Lincoln began, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' entire integrated anti-ship and anti-carrier strike network along the Strait of Hormuz, a system that took 30 years and an estimated $40 billion to construct, exists only as satellite imagery of burning wreckage. The infrastructure is not damaged. It is not degraded. It is gone. And it was gone before the fires on the Lincoln's flight deck were contained. The exchange, calculated with the cold precision that defense analysts prefer. Iran fired 14 weapons. America returned 148. Iran killed 17 American sailors. An estimated 670 Iranian Revolutionary Guard personnel died across 41 facilities. Iran damaged 1 carrier and 1 destroyer, both reparable. America destroyed 41 installations, none rebuildable under current sanctions in any timeline that matters. Iran spent $6.6 million in munitions. The American response cost approximately $320 million in weapons expenditure, roughly the cost of 3 days of carrier operations in the Fifth Fleet area of responsibility. Iran traded 30 years of military infrastructure for 6 minutes of footage showing smoke rising from an American flight deck. That footage will play on Iranian state television for decades. But the satellite images of 41 burning facilities will play in every IRGC planning room for longer. The diplomatic aftermath unfolds with mechanical predictability. Iran's foreign ministry claims the Lincoln violated an Iranian maritime exclusion zone, a zone that does not exist under international law and has never been recognized by any nation including Iran's own allies. The United States releases full radar tracks proving the Lincoln's position in international waters, communications intercepts confirming attack authorization from IRGC headquarters, and satellite imagery of every destroyed facility. The evidence package reaches the United Nations, NATO, and every Gulf capital within 3 hours. Saudi Arabia calls the Iranian attack unprovoked aggression. The UAE offers expanded port access for American ship repairs. Bahrain reaffirms its defense cooperation agreement. Even Oman, Tehran's traditional back-channel partner, issues a statement expressing deep concern. The regional message is unanimous and clear. Nobody is mourning Iran's missile batteries. The Lincoln returns to Bahrain under her own power. Flight deck repairs are estimated at 11 months. The 17 sailors killed are transported home with full military honors. Their families receive notification before any public statement. They were 21 years old, 23 years old, 34 years old. They had plans they had not yet finished making. And in every IRGC command post from Bandar Abbas to Tehran, the officers who survived the morning of the Lincoln incident now carry one piece of knowledge they did not have 24 hours ago. The American response to a carrier attack is not a decision. It is not a debate. It is not a proportional, calibrated, diplomatically sensitive reply designed for international optics. It is a preloaded, pre-authorized, pre-aimed annihilation package that activates automatically the moment American blood hits an American deck. The officer who gives the launch order does not just order an attack on a carrier. He orders the simultaneous destruction of his own command center, his own radar stations, his own missile batteries, his own naval base, and his own life. He just does not know it yet. Iran found out why Americans do not have free healthcare. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on what happens when China's carrier killer missiles meet the USS Gerald Ford's layered defense network. Bye for now. 3:15 in the morning. The Strait of Hormuz. On the bridge of the USS Preble, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer riding point for the entire Fifth Fleet, the surface radar screen is doing something no captain wants to see. It is bleeding contacts. 240 commercial ships, oil tankers, container carriers, LNG haulers, small dhows moving between Bandar Abbas and Qasab, all of them are dropping their transponders in a rolling wave from east to west. It looks like a power outage rolling through a city, except this is happening across 60 miles of open water. The physical returns are still there. The radar can still see the hulls. What it cannot do anymore is tell which of those hulls belongs to a Greek-flagged crude carrier and which one belongs to an Iranian Revolutionary Guard fast attack boat packed to the gunnels with C4. The captain of the Preble is 38 years old, on his first deployment as a commanding officer, and he has exactly 7 seconds to decide whether to go to general quarters or wait for confirmation from the strike group commander sitting on the Truman 50 miles behind him. He does not wait. The klaxon starts screaming through the ship before his hand comes off the button. At the same moment, 190 miles to the northwest, a Triton drone flying at 50,000 feet catches something on its infrared pod that makes the analyst back in Sigonella lean forward in his chair. 30 heat signatures, low to the water, moving in a loose diamond formation at roughly 40 knots. They are coming out of a small inlet near Bandari Lenja, and their heading, if projected forward 12 minutes, terminates on the port side of the USS Harry S. Truman. The Truman launches 2 Super Hornets off the waste catapults inside of 90 seconds. The pilots, still buckling in as the aircraft accelerate down the deck, are given a target brief that is essentially 2 words. Fast boats. Kill them. But this is where the trap begins to close, and nobody on the American side has realized it yet. A Nor anti-ship missile, Iran's domestic version of the Chinese C-802, lifts off from a concealed rail battery hidden inside a limestone quarry 12 miles inland from Bandar Abbas. The rail was covered with a fabric tarp painted to match the surrounding rock. Satellite imagery had passed over that quarry 41 times in the last 6 months and never flagged it. The missile clears the ridge, drops to 16 feet above the water, and begins its terminal run at just under the speed of sound. The Preble sees it. Of course it sees it. The SBY-1D radar on an Arleigh Burke can pick up a soccer ball moving at Mach 1 from 60 miles away. But to actually kill the Nor, the Preble has to bring its illuminators online and go active. It has to shout, in electromagnetic terms,
at the top of its lungs. The moment those illuminators light up, every passive electronic warfare sensor along a 300-mile stretch of Iranian coastline gets a perfect bearing on the Preble's position. Not an approximate location, an exact one, down to the meter. The Preble fires 2 SM-2s. Both hit. The Nor disintegrates over the water in a cloud of burning kerosene and shredded aluminum. The bridge crew has about 4 seconds to feel relieved before the electronic warfare officer says, very quietly into his headset, "Sir, we just told them where we are." And then the radio net lights up. It is not an American transmission. It is not encrypted. It is a broadcast on civilian emergency frequencies, in Farsi, being repeated on a loop, and it is being picked up by every ship in the strait, every fishing boat, every civilian aircraft holding at Dubai. The Iranian Ministry of the Interior is ordering the immediate evacuation of Bandar Abbas, Bandar Elenja, Keshem Island, and the entire coastal strip from Jask to Shabahar. Women and children first. Move inland. Do not stop for possessions. Do not wait for organized transport. An intelligence officer on the Truman, listening to the translation come through in real time, sets down his coffee and says something that gets repeated up the chain within 90 seconds. Iran does not evacuate its coast to prevent American strikes. Iran evacuates its coast when Iran is about to turn that coast into something no civilian could survive standing on. The strike group commander gives the order to close the strait. Not to patrol it, to close it, physically. And this is where the geometry of the situation becomes a problem, because to enforce a blockade in a waterway that is only 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point, you have to bring your ships in close enough to visually identify every vessel trying to transit. Which means 20 American warships, including 2 aircraft carriers, are now being ordered to compress themselves into a stretch of water smaller than the surface area of the city of Chicago. The Truman and the Theodore Roosevelt move up to within 80 miles of the Iranian coast. That is not an operational distance. That is a suicide distance for capital ships in an active shooting war. Every shore-based battery Iran owns is now in range. Every one of them. And Iran owns a lot of them. 4 Super Hornets peel off from the Truman's combat air patrol and drop to 300 feet above the water, screaming down the shipping lane at just under 600 knots. They are not looking for military targets. They are herding tankers. A 1,000-foot VLCC that does not turn around within 30 seconds gets a burst of 20mm fire across its bow. 2 Panamanian-flagged tankers immediately execute wide starboard turns. A Liberian crude carrier does not. The Super Hornet on that intercept puts a Maverick into the water 50 yards off the ship's port bow, and the captain of that tanker, a man from Odessa who was already having the worst morning of his career, throws his engines into full reverse and starts screaming for his crew to launch the lifeboats. The kill zone is being cleared, which is exactly what the Iranian commanders in the joint headquarters at Bandar Abbas have been waiting for. Because a Ghadar-class submarine, 120 feet long, displacing 120 tons, crewed by 18 men, has been sitting on the seabed at a depth of 90 feet for the last 40 hours. Its batteries are on standby. Its diesel is cold. It is producing almost no acoustic signature at all. There are, according to the best American estimates, somewhere between 14 and 19 of these submarines currently unaccounted for. Iran has built them specifically for the Strait of Hormuz. They are too small to be useful anywhere else. In these waters, they are almost impossible to find. The sonar technician on the USS Michael Murphy hears it first. A hatch cycling, then the unmistakable gut-hollowing whine of a torpedo tube flooding. The contact appears on his screen as a thin, angry line moving at 45 knots. It is not aimed at any of the destroyers. It is not aimed at the Truman. It is aimed at the USNS Supply, a 50,000-ton fast combat support ship carrying 9 million gallons of JP-5 jet fuel, 4,200 tons of ordnance, and enough food to keep the entire strike group operational for 6 weeks. The supply's captain deploys the AN/SLQ-25 Nixie decoy. The Nixie is a torpedo countermeasure system that trails behind the ship on a long cable and broadcasts loud artificial engine sounds, trying to convince an incoming torpedo that the decoy is the target. Against most torpedoes, it works. Against a Russian-designed wake-homing torpedo, which is what a 53-65 KE is, it does absolutely nothing. The 53-65 KE does not care about sound. It has a sensor on its nose that detects the turbulence pattern left behind by a ship's propellers, and it zigzags across that turbulence trail like a dog following a scent. The torpedo hits the supply 17 feet below the waterline, directly beneath the starboard propeller shaft. The explosion lifts the entire stern of the ship 6 feet out of the water and then drops it back down at a broken angle. JP-5 begins pouring out of the aft bunkers at a rate of 11,000 gallons per minute. The engine room floods to the overhead in under 4 minutes. 241 sailors are on board. The supply does not sink immediately. Ships that size rarely do. But it is dying, and it is dying in the middle of the deep water channel, and it is dying while surrounded by an oil slick that is now spreading at a rate of 100 meters per minute. 2 MH-60R Seahawks lift off the Truman inside of a minute. They drop to 30 feet above the water and begin dipping active sonar transducers into the strait, pinging the depths, trying to find the submarine that just fired. But the water here is shallow, 140 feet on average. And it is full of rock formations, thermal layers, ancient shipwrecks, and drifting garbage. Every ping comes back with a dozen echoes, and the Gotter is small enough to look, on a sonar return, like a boulder. The Gotter does not surface. It does not move. It vents just enough compressed air to shift its position by 80 meters along the seafloor, and then it goes silent again. The Seahawks pass directly over it twice and find nothing. On the bridge of the Truman, the strike group commander looks at the tactical display and sees the problem laid out in front of him with brutal clarity. He cannot leave the supply. There are hundreds of survivors in the water and a burning oil slick that could ignite the entire southern approach to the strait. But if he stays to defend the supply, his 20-ship flotilla becomes a stationary target inside the range envelope of every anti-ship battery Iran owns. He orders the group to push forward anyway, deeper into the strait, toward the choke point. And this is where the second layer of the trap opens up. The seabed of the Strait of Hormuz has been salted with EM-52 rocket-propelled mines. These are Chinese-designed weapons that Iran began purchasing in the mid-90s and has been quietly manufacturing under license ever since. An EM-52 sits on the bottom in up to 180 feet of water. It waits. It has a magnetic sensor, an acoustic sensor and a pressure sensor, all three of which have to agree that a large warship is passing overhead before it triggers. When it triggers, it fires a rocket-propelled warhead straight up. The warhead covers 100 feet of vertical water in under a second and detonates directly beneath the target's keel. The MH-53 Dragons launch from the Truman to sweep the channel. These are the largest helicopters in the American arsenal, 3 engines, 65 feet long, towing a Mark 105 magnetic minesweeping sled that generates an artificial magnetic field designed to trick mines into detonating on empty water. It works against older mines. Against an EM-52 with modern discrimination logic, it works about 40% of the time. The USS Farragut, another Arleigh Burke, is leading the push into the choke point. It is moving at 15 knots, following in the wake of a Sea Dragon that has just swept a corridor 800 meters wide. The Farragut's captain believes he is in cleared water. The EM-52 on the seabed beneath him has been sitting there for 11 months. Its sensors register the magnetic signature of the passing sled and dismiss it as too weak. Then they register the acoustic signature of the Farragut's twin propellers and cross-reference it against a threat library that includes every class of American destroyer built in the last 30 years. The match takes 0.3 seconds. The pressure sensor confirms displacement consistent with a 9,000-ton warship. The mine fires. The warhead detonates 14 feet beneath the Farragut's keel. The explosion creates a gas bubble the size of a 2-story building. The bubble expands, and the ship, briefly, is lifted on a column of superheated water. Then the bubble collapses, and the ship falls back into the void. The keel bends, not snaps, bends. 14 feet of vertical deflection along a length of 505 feet. Every weld in the hull, every propeller shaft alignment, every mount for every engine and every generator, is now compromised. The Farragut does not sink. It cannot fight either. It is a 9,000-ton hazard drifting sideways in a shipping lane less than 4 miles wide. The Theodore Roosevelt, following 6,000 yards behind, executes an emergency turn to port to avoid running its own escort down. The turn takes the carrier out of the swept corridor. For 98 seconds, the most valuable warship in the American Navy is moving through waters that no one has cleared. It does not hit a mine. But that is luck, not planning, and every officer on the bridge knows it. The flotilla cannot move forward. The mines are in front of them. It cannot move back. The burning wreck of the supply is behind them. It cannot spread out. The channel is too narrow. And this is the moment Iran chose to release the storm. The coastal hills between Bandar Abbas and Bandar Lenja erupt in white smoke. The first wave is Shahid, 136 loitering munitions. Not dozens, 140. They fly at 115 miles per hour. They cost between $20,000 and $40,000 each, and they sound at close range like a swarm of chainsaws. They are not fast. They are not stealthy. They are not particularly accurate. They do not need to be. They are cheap, and there are a lot of them, and the American ships have to shoot down every single one. The Aegis combat system on every destroyer in the group begins engaging. SM-2 interceptors, at roughly $2 million per round, start climbing out of the vertical launch cells at a rate of 1 every 3 seconds across the flotilla. The math is grotesque. Every Shahid the Americans kill costs them 100 times what it cost Iran to launch. And this too is the point. Because hidden inside the radar clutter created by 140 exploding drones, buried in the thermal noise of burning wreckage and expended interceptor motors, the second wave launches. 50 NOR and Gator anti-ship cruise missiles. Sea skimming. Mach 0.9. They come in from 3 different bearings simultaneously, from batteries spaced 60 miles apart along the Iranian coast, on flight paths that were programmed hours in advance to converge on the American flotilla from angles the Aegis system has to reprioritize to engage. The system reprioritizes. The SM-6, the newest and most capable interceptor in the American arsenal, begins launching. The SM-6 is designed exactly for this scenario. It has a range of 240 miles, it can engage sea-skimming missiles at extreme distances, and it has a data link that lets one ship guide another ship's missile to its target. But an Arleigh Burke has 96 vertical launch cells. Some of those cells are loaded with land attack Tomahawks. Some are loaded with anti-submarine rockets. Some are loaded with SM-3 ballistic missile interceptors. The number of cells actually loaded with SM-6X and SM-2s at the start of this engagement is, on the average destroyer in the group, somewhere between 40 and 60. They have been firing for 11 minutes. The gaps begin to open. Not everywhere, but in specific places, where specific ships have burned through specific inventories, gaps appear. A single NOR breaks through the outer defensive layer on the eastern side of the formation. It is skimming 10 feet above the water, heading directly for the Theodore Roosevelt, which is still recovering from its emergency turn and has not yet regained full defensive posture. The last-ditch defense on an American carrier is the RIM 116 rolling airframe missile. It is small. It is fast. It is designed to hit a threat inside 5,000 yards, when everything else has failed. A 21-cell ram launcher on the Theodore Roosevelt engages the incoming NOR at a range of 4,200 yards. The ram's infrared seeker acquires the missile's exhaust plume, the missile spins itself onto an intercept solution, and it detonates directly on the nose of the NOR at a range of 400 meters from the carrier's hull. 400 meters. That is the width of 4 football fields. That is how close it came. The Truman's air boss, watching the intercept on the bridge monitors, says nothing at all for about 6 seconds. Then he calls down to combat and asks how many rams the Roosevelt has left in that launcher. The answer is 13. And this is when the ballistic phase begins. The Aegis operators see them first. Not on the surface search radar. On the volume search. 4 contacts, climbing on ballistic trajectories from deep inside Iranian territory, apogee at just under 200 kilometers, terminal velocity projected in excess of Mach 6. These are Khalij Fars anti-ship ballistic missiles. Iran developed them from the Fateh 110 short-range ballistic missile platform and mated them with an electro-optical seeker in the nose cone. The seeker is a high-resolution camera that, in the terminal phase of flight, identifies the shape and thermal signature of a ship and steers the warhead into it. The Khalij Fars is not fast enough or maneuverable enough to be a genuine carrier killer against a fully alert Aegis group with a full magazine. Against a group that has just spent 11 minutes shooting down drones and cruise missiles, it is a very different weapon. The remaining SM-6X launch. 3 of the Khalij Fars are intercepted in the upper atmosphere, converted into streaks of burning debris that will fall across 100 miles of empty desert. The 4th continues its dive. Its seeker, in the final 6 seconds of flight, looks down at the sea and sees the American flotilla arranged below it. It is looking for a carrier-shaped thermal signature. It finds one. But between the carrier and the missile, in the geometric center of the deep water channel, there is another target the seeker's discrimination logic has never been optimized to reject. A very large crude carrier. 1,100 feet long, 200,000 deadweight tons, loaded to the waterline with 2 million barrels of Kuwaiti crude oil that never got the memo to turn around. The seeker locks onto the tanker. The warhead hits amidships at a velocity of just over Mach 6. The kinetic energy alone is equivalent to about 40 tons of TNT, and the warhead itself adds another 600 kilograms of high explosive. The tanker does not explode. Crude oil does not detonate. It burns. It burns for a very long time, and it produces a column of black smoke that rises to 12,000 feet and drifts west across the strait in a wall the width of the shipping lane. The infrared sensors on the American ships, which have been the primary means of identifying incoming threats through the drone smoke and missile debris, go effectively blind. Every optical seeker on every helicopter, every jet, every destroyer, is now looking through a curtain of oil fire and black soot. The flotilla scatters. It has to. The tight formation that made the layered air defense possible is no longer survivable. The destroyers push out into the shallower waters north and south of the main channel, water they have not surveyed, water that may or may not be mined, water where their high-speed maneuvering is the only thing keeping them from being targeted by the shore batteries whose optical sensors are now, thanks to the smoke, just as blind as the American ones. They move at 30 knots. Zigzag patterns. Randomized headings. It is the only way to defeat a GPS-guided targeting solution from shore. And it is burning fuel at 4 times the rate of a normal cruise. The supply, which was supposed to refuel them, is on the bottom of the sea 40 miles behind them. The nearest replenishment ship is in Bahrain, 12 hours away at flank speed, and no one wants to send that ship into the strait right now. The carriers are burning through their reserves just to keep the combat air patrol aloft. The E-2D Hawkeye that is coordinating the entire air defense picture has been aloft for 9 hours and is on its second aerial refueling. The tanker aircraft that refueled it is now itself running low. And this is when the intelligence officer on the Truman, the one who read the evacuation broadcast, walks back into the flag bridge with a piece of paper and says, "Sir, I think I understand the evacuation order now." The order was not a warning to civilians. Not primarily. It was a coordination signal, broadcast in the clear because it needed to reach 14 different units, all of them running on shore power or battery reserve, all of them in emissions-controlled states where they could not receive a standard military transmission without lighting up their own antennas. The units on the receiving end of that signal were the Goddard-class submarines. All of them, sitting on the seabed, waiting. The one that killed the supply was the first. The intelligence officer, tracing the geometry of the flotilla's advance against the underwater terrain of the strait, believes there may be as many as 9 more of them, arranged in a rough arc along the 50-mile stretch of water the American ships have just sailed into. The strike group commander looks at the tactical display for a long time. The Roosevelt has 13 rams left in its portside launcher. The average destroyer in the group is down to 20% of its interceptor loadout. Fuel is bleeding out of every ship at unsustainable rates. The mine channel behind them is impassable. The oil fire in front of them is impassable. And underneath them, quite possibly, are 9 submarines that have been holding their fire for a reason nobody on the American side has yet figured out. He picks up the handset for the fleet-wide net. He does not raise his voice. He orders every ship to go to ultra-quiet, all non-essential emitters off, all active sonar secured, all high-speed maneuvering to cease. He orders the carriers to recover aircraft and hold them on deck. He orders the destroyers to form a tight defensive ring around the carriers at a radius of 4,000 yards. He is doing the only thing he can do. He is making the flotilla small, silent and coherent, and he is waiting to see whether the second wave of submarines has orders to attack, or whether their orders were something else entirely. Something worse. Something like a coordinated strike on the 5th Fleet's home port in Bahrain, timed for the moment the strike group in the strait was pinned down and unable to respond. The sun comes up over the Musandam Peninsula at 5:41 local time. It rises through a wall of black smoke that stretches from horizon to horizon. The American fleet is intact. It is also, for the first time since the Second World War, genuinely trapped. Not in the sense that it cannot fight its way out. It can. But not without paying a price that no American president, in any administration, has ever been asked to authorize. The evacuation order is still being broadcast on the civilian emergency frequencies. It has been broadcasting for 4 hours now. The intelligence officer on the Truman listens to it one more time and notices something he did not notice before. The recording has a very faint background sound underneath the announcer's voice. A rhythmic pulse. He has it isolated and analyzed. It is a countdown, and it has not yet reached 0. The radar operator on the T-0509 highway outside Mariupol barely had time to register the incoming object. 3 seconds of thermal signature on the screen. A flicker. Then the truck carrying fuel to the Donetsk front detonated in a column of orange and black, 95 kilometers from the nearest Ukrainian position. The drone that killed it had been in the air for over 40 minutes. Threading through gaps in Russian air defense coverage that no longer existed. This is how wars pivot. Not with a single decisive battle, but with the systematic dismantling of everything that feeds one. The liberation of the Donbass didn't begin with a grand charge across open ground. It began with a truck on fire on a highway that Russia thought was safe. Let's rewind to the math, because the math is where Russia's spring-summer 2026 campaign started dying before it ever had a chance to live. In April 2026, the Institute for the Study of War recorded something that hadn't happened since Ukraine's Kursk incursion in August 2024. Russia suffered a net loss of territory. Not a slowdown, not stagnation, an actual retreat of the map. 116 square kilometers gone, swallowed back into Ukrainian control, as if the months of grinding Russian assaults had amounted to nothing more than a temporary stain. To understand how catastrophic that number is, you need the context around it. January 2026 saw Russia gaining 318 square kilometers. February dropped to 122. March collapsed to just 23, which is less than a square kilometer per day across the entire theater. And then April arrived, and the number went negative. The trend line doesn't just suggest that Russia's offensive is faltering. It proves it. The Kremlin poured more soldiers, more drones, more glide bombs into the Donbass than at any point since the full-scale invasion began, and the battlefield responded by handing them less than nothing. But this isn't a story about numbers on a chart. This is a story about a system that is breaking apart at every seam, from the frontline assault teams dying in waves against Ukrainian kill zones to the supply trucks being picked off by drones nearly 100 kilometers behind what Russia assumed was a secure rear area. And the breakage is accelerating. Start in the north, at Sloviansk. This city, along with its twin Kramatorsk, represents the beating heart of the fortress belt, the chain of fortified urban centers that Ukraine has spent 12 years turning into a defensive nightmare. Every road into Sloviansk passes through terrain that is mined, surveilled, and covered by overlapping fields of drone fire. Russia has been probing this area for months, and the results are exactly what you would expect when a force attempts to breach prepared defenses without the element of surprise. The chief of staff of a Ukrainian air defense battalion operating in the Sloviansk and Kramatorsk directions reported in early May that Russian assaults had actually decreased in the area. That might sound like good news for Russia, like a tactical pause to regroup. It isn't. Russian aerial reconnaissance and glide bomb strikes indicate that Russia is preparing for larger mechanized assaults as warmer weather dries out the mud and hardens the ground. They tried this before. In March, Russia launched a reinforced company-sized assault near Shandryholov, northwest of Lyman. It was an attempt to probe Ukrainian defenses, to find the weak points before the big push. The assault failed. The probing found nothing but drones and death. Now the spring is here, the ground is dry, and Russia is gearing up to try again. But the conditions that destroyed their March probe haven't changed. What has changed is that Ukraine now deploys 30% more strike drones than Russia across multiple sectors of the front, a reversal that would have been unthinkable a year ago. Slide south to Chasiv Yar, where the story of Russia's Donbass failure takes on an almost tragic repetition. For over 2 years, Russian forces have been trying to punch through this battered town to reach Kostiantynivka, 7 kilometers to the west. Kostiantynivka leads to Kramatorsk. Kramatorsk leads to Sloviansk. That's the sequence. That's the plan. And it has been stuck on step 1 for 26 months. In late April, the Russian 70th Motor Rifle Division threw an assault group at Ukrainian positions in western Chasiv Yar. 1 tank, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, 10 motorcycles, assorted all-terrain vehicles. Ukraine's 24th Mechanized Brigade met them with drones, artillery, and entrenched infantry. The result was predictable. The attack was repelled. Enemy armored vehicles, transport, and assault troops were destroyed. The brigade's after-action summary read like a receipt for the obliteration of an entire combined arms element. The next day, Russia tried the same thing. Same composition, same sector, same result. 2 days of mechanized assault, 2 days of total failure. And the 24th Mechanized Brigade went back to doing exactly what it had been doing before, holding. Russia's problem at Chasiv Yar is structural. Their mechanized columns are too noisy, too visible, and too slow against a defense optimized for exactly this kind of attack. Ukrainian drones detect the formations before they reach the line of contact, and then the kill chain activates. Artillery, first-person view kamikaze drones. Overhead surveillance drones directing adjustments in real time. By the time the Russian vehicles reach the Ukrainian positions, assuming they reach them at all, the assault teams have already been shredded. So Russia is pivoting. The same infiltration tactics that eventually cracked Pokrovsk are now being attempted at Chasiv Yar. Small groups of infantry, sometimes just 3 or 4 soldiers, moving on foot or on motorcycles through the gaps between Ukrainian surveillance zones. The goal is to slip past the Chasiv Yar defenders and entrench in Novodmitrivka, a village just east of Kostiantynivka. If enough Russian troops can dig in there, they cut the resupply route to Chasiv Yar and gain access to the H-20 road running north to Kramatorsk. But enough Russian troops is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. The infiltration has started. Ukrainian military analyst Konstantin Mashevets has confirmed ongoing Russian attempts to seize Novodmitrivka. So far, those attempts are being met by the same drone-saturated defense that stopped the mechanized assaults. Geolocated footage from early May shows Ukrainian forces striking Russian positions in northeastern and southern Kostiantynivka after what analysts assess were failed infiltration missions. The SW reported on May 8 that footage showed Ukrainian forces hitting Russian service members along the T-0504 Pokrovsk-Kostiantynivka highway in southern Kostiantynivka, again after an infiltration attempt. The pattern is consistent. Russia sends small groups. Ukraine finds them. The drones do the rest. Here is where the geometry of the Donbass becomes a trap for Russia rather than a corridor to victory. Russia is trying to advance on Kramatorsk and Sloviansk from multiple directions simultaneously. From the east through Chasiv Yar, from the south through the Pokrovsk axis, from the southeast through Kostiantynivka. Each of these axes demands a massive commitment of troops, drones, artillery, and logistics. And Russia simply does not have enough of any of these things to sustain simultaneous pressure across all of them. The consequences of that overextension are playing out in real time. Ukraine's commander-in-chief, General Oleksandr Syrsky, reported on May 2 that Russian forces intensified activity in the Kostiantynivka-Drushkivka tactical area in April, attacking 83 times in the Kostiantynivka direction in the final week of the month alone. That is an enormous number of assaults for a single sector. And yet, Ukrainian forces recently advanced in southern Dova Bacha, southwest of Kostiantynivka, according to geolocated footage. Russia is pouring in attacks, and Ukraine is gaining ground. That is not how a successful offensive works. The reason why becomes clearer when you look at what is happening behind Russia's lines. And this brings us back to that burning truck on the T-0509 highway. Ukraine's mid-range drone campaign is the development that Russia did not see coming and still has no answer for. On May 8, the Ukrainian 1st Azov National Guard Corps reported that it struck Russian military targets near occupied Mariupol and is interdicting Russian logistics at depths of up to 160 kilometers from drone operator positions. Let that number sink in. 160 kilometers. That means Ukrainian drones are reaching into areas that Russia has been using as logistical staging grounds for the entire Donetsk offensive. The T-0509 highway, which runs from Mariupol to Donetsk city, is the primary supply artery feeding Russian forces operating along the northern front line and further northeast against the fortress belt. And now it is under active attack. Geolocated footage from May 6 and 8 confirms Ukrainian drone strikes on vehicles along this highway at points approximately 95 kilometers from the front line. Additional footage shows Ukrainian drones operating at points along the T-0509 between 95 and 104 kilometers from the front line and within Mariupol itself along the M14 highway that extends west into occupied Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts. This isn't harassment. This is the beginning of battlefield air interdiction by unmanned systems, a concept that military theorists have discussed for decades and that Ukraine is now executing with devastating practical effect. The ISW's assessment is direct. Ukraine's ability to conduct drone strikes against moving targets over 100 kilometers from the front line, in areas where Russian forces previously conducted logistics relatively risk-free, will likely achieve partial effects of battlefield air interdiction that degrade Russia's ability to conduct future offensive operations or defend against Ukrainian counterattacks. This isn't speculation. It is already happening. Ukraine has been intensifying its mid-range strike campaign since late December 2025 and has markedly increased the intensity and frequency of strikes since March 2026. In April alone, the Ukrainian unmanned systems forces struck more than 65 logistics and ammunition depots, 33 drone control centers and workshops, and 17 troop command posts across occupied territory. The scope of this campaign is staggering. It is attacking every layer of the Russian war machine behind the front. Fuel depots, ammunition storage, communication towers, Buk M3 air defense systems, Tor M2 systems, Strela 10 systems. Every time Ukraine destroys a Russian air defense asset, it opens a wider corridor for the next wave of drones to fly through. The Russians are caught in a loop they cannot break. And here is the part that turns Russia's drone deficit into an existential problem for the Donbass campaign. As of early April, Russia had expanded its unmanned systems forces to 101,000 personnel, with plans to reach 165,500 by the end of 2026. Those are impressive numbers on paper. But Russia's drone force is being built to operate primarily along the front line, using a system called the drone line that divides the battlefield into echelons extending up to 10 kilometers behind the contact line. Ukraine's middle-range systems are operating at 10 times that depth. Russia is building a wall, while Ukraine is building a weapon that flies over it. The Kremlin-affiliated mill bloggers are saying the quiet part out loud. One blogger associated with the Russian aerospace forces admitted that while Russia could theoretically increase glide bomb strikes from 10,000 to 15,000 or 16,000 per month, there are not enough aircraft or maintenance personnel to make it happen. Another complained that Russian forces are wasting bombs on low-value targets, striking basements housing individual infantrymen instead of concentrating on objectives that might actually change the battlefield. A third reported that Russian drone operators in the Huliapol direction are being pulled from their consoles and sent forward as assault infantry to fill gaps in units that have been ground down to skeletons. When you are using your drone pilots as cannon fodder, the strategic situation has moved well past desperation. Now layer in the manpower crisis. In the first 3 months of 2026, the Russian army lost 89,000 troops killed or seriously wounded. President Zelensky reported this at a press conference in late March, and it tracks with the numbers coming out of every independent tracking source. Russia's recruitment target for 2026 is 409,000 troops. In the first quarter, they managed roughly 80,000. That is a deficit of approximately 9,000 soldiers in 3 months, a shortfall that compounds with every week of high-intensity combat. According to The Economist and multiple Western intelligence services, total Russian military casualties since February 2022 have reached somewhere between 1.1 and 1.4 million, including between 230,000 and 430,000 dead. The Netherlands Military Intelligence and Security Service estimated in April 2026 that Russia has suffered about 1.2 million permanent losses, including more than 500,000 dead. These are staggering numbers by any historical standard. Russia is losing soldiers at a pace that exceeds the entire Soviet death toll in Afghanistan, not over a decade, but on a monthly basis. In December 2025, a single month's losses exceeded the total Soviet casualties from 10 years of fighting in the Hindu Kush. British Defense Secretary John Healey confirmed in mid-April that Russia has been losing more soldiers than it can recruit for 4 consecutive months. Ukrainian Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov put numbers to the carnage. For every square kilometer Russia gains, it currently loses 254 soldiers on average across the theater. In Donetsk Oblast specifically, that number rises to 428 soldiers per square kilometer. And Ukrainian Brigadier General Pavlo Palisa, the deputy head of the president's office, has placed the Donetsk-specific figure at 316 soldiers per square kilometer captured. Run the arithmetic. Russia has approximately 6,000 square kilometers of Donetsk Oblast left to capture before it can claim the Donbass. At 316 casualties per square kilometer, that translates to 1.896 million additional casualties. At 428 per square kilometer, the number climbs to 2.568 million. Either figure is larger than Russia's total losses for the entire war to date. The Donbass, in other words, is not a campaign that Russia can complete by bleeding. It is a campaign that would require Russia to bleed itself to death, and then keep bleeding. Putin knows this. His generals know this. And yet the orders keep coming. In April, Kremlin Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov insisted that Russia had only 17 to 18% of the Donetsk People's Republic left to liberate, a framing designed to make the remaining territory sound like a manageable final push. Putin has set a new deadline of September 2026 for the capture of the entire Donbass. Ukrainian intelligence chief Vadim Skibitsky has confirmed this deadline exists. Everyone who has looked at the battlefield math agrees it is fantasy. Palisa said in early March that at the rate of advance Russia was making in January and February, it would need a year and a half to take Donetsk. That estimate was made before Russia's advance collapsed into net negative territory in April. A year and a half now looks wildly optimistic for Russia. The September 2026 deadline is not a military plan. It is a political demand dressed in a uniform, and the uniform does not fit. And then there is the Starlink factor, a development that has received less attention than it deserves. In February 2026, all Starlink satellite communication systems in and around Ukraine were limited to registered users only, effectively cutting off Russian forces that had been using stolen or acquired terminals. The impact was immediate and severe. Russian units lost the rapid coordination capabilities that Starlink had enabled, degrading their ability to direct drone operations, coordinate assaults, and communicate between echelons. An ISW assessment from the Oleksandrivka direction noted in May that Russian infantry activity had declined in part due to continued coordination issues after Russian forces lost their access to Starlink. The acting head of recruiting for a Ukrainian brigade in the area stated that while Russian forces have likely restored some basic communications, they have lost the faster decision-making capabilities that Starlink previously enabled. Losing Starlink didn't just slow Russia's offensive, it made every other problem worse. Drone operations became less coordinated. Assault timing became sloppier. Logistics became harder to synchronize. In a war where reaction time is measured in seconds, losing a few seconds of communication delay translates directly into additional casualties. Russia is trying to fight a 21st century drone war with a 20th century communication backbone, and it is showing. So what does Ukraine's plan actually look like? It has 3 layers, and they are all operating simultaneously. The first layer is the front line itself. The fortress belt, 12 years in the making, anchored on the cities of Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, Kostantinivka, Drushkivka, and Dobropilya. Rivers, minefields, tank barriers, bunkers, and overlapping fields of drone fire. Every Russian assault that hits this belt burns soldiers at a rate that Russia cannot sustain. The cost per square kilometer keeps climbing because the defenses keep improving, because the drones keep multiplying, because the kill zones keep expanding. The second layer is the mid-range strike campaign. Drones reaching 100 to 160 kilometers behind the lines, hitting the supply arteries, the fuel depots, the ammunition stores, the air defense batteries, the communication towers. Every successful strike at this depth degrades the support structure for the frontline offensive. Soldiers who cannot be resupplied fight less effectively. Vehicles that cannot be refueled sit idle.
Air defense systems that have been destroyed cannot protect against the next drone wave. This layer is what turns Russia's attrition problem from bad to potentially terminal. The third layer is Ukraine's deep strike campaign against Russian strategic infrastructure. Oil refineries as far as 1,500 kilometers from the front. In April 2026, there were at least 21 Ukrainian strikes on Russian oil refineries, export terminals, ships and pipeline pumping stations, the highest monthly total since December. Russia's crude processing rate fell to 4.69 million barrels a day, about 11 to 12% below early 2026 levels and roughly 18% below 2021 rates. This isn't just economic pressure. It is strategic strangulation. Russia's ability to fund the war, to pay the enormous signing bonuses that attract recruits, to maintain the industrial base that produces the weapons, all of it is being eroded by drones that fly further than Russia can defend against. These three layers work together as a system. Frontline attrition burns Russia's soldiers faster than they can be replaced. Mid-range strikes degrade the support infrastructure that surviving soldiers need to fight effectively. Deep strikes attack the economic engine that funds the entire enterprise. Each layer makes the other two more effective. A Russian unit that has lost its supply line dies faster on the front. A Russian air defense system that has been destroyed opens the corridor for the drone that will hit the next supply depot. A refinery that is burning means less fuel for the trucks that carry the ammunition that the frontline soldiers need to survive. Ukraine is not trying to defeat Russia in a single battle. It is building a machine that converts Russian offensive momentum into Russian self-destruction. The more Russia pushes, the more it feeds the machine. And the machine is hungry. That is why Russia's net territorial losses in April are so significant. They represent the first visible evidence that the machine is working. Russia intensified its assaults. It launched 1,384 combat engagements in the week leading up to April 27, the highest number in 2 months. And it lost ground. The correlation between maximum effort and negative results is the signature of a force that has been strategically outmaneuvered even as it maintains tactical aggression. The next few months will determine whether this trend becomes irreversible. Russian forces are preparing for larger mechanized assaults as the weather improves. If those assaults hit the same defenses that stopped them in March and April, the casualty figures will spike further, and the recruitment shortfall will widen. If Ukraine can sustain and expand its mid-range strike campaign, Russia's logistical backbone in occupied Donetsk will continue to degrade. And if Russia's September deadline comes and goes without the Donbass falling, which every available indicator suggests is certain, then the Kremlin will face a choice that it has been avoiding since 2022, accept that the Donbass cannot be taken by force, or continue feeding soldiers into a machine that turns them into statistics. 20 Russian soldiers held out in the Kupiansk city hospital for months after infiltrating the city in December 2025. Encircled, cut off, surviving on whatever they could scavenge, they became a symbol of Russia's infiltration doctrine, proof that small units could penetrate Ukrainian lines and hold. Then, in early May, a Ukrainian airstrike destroyed the hospital. Most of the surviving personnel were killed. A Russian mill blogger reported that the soldiers fought their last battle and held their positions until the very end. He meant it as a tribute to their courage. But it reads as something else entirely. 20 men, trapped for 5 months in a ruined hospital in a city they could not hold, dying in the rubble of a building that no longer served any strategic purpose. That is the Donbass campaign in miniature. Brave soldiers. Impossible orders. A fortress that does not break. Ukraine is not liberating the Donbass with a single dramatic offensive. It is liberating it by making the occupation cost more than Russia can afford. Every drone strike on a supply truck 100 kilometers behind the lines is a liberation. Every failed infiltration at Kostiantynivka is a liberation. Every month where casualties exceed recruitment is a liberation. The territory will follow when the army that holds it can no longer sustain itself. And that process has already begun. The radar operator almost missed it. Not because the signal was weak, because it arrived exactly where nothing was supposed to be. At 2014 in the morning, a ground-based sensor array positioned along Iran's Makran coast picked up the first thermal anomaly. Not a missile, not a drone, something else. A shape moving at altitude, slow and deliberate, in a corridor that hadn't been active in weeks. The operator flagged it, ran his secondary check, and then sat very still for a moment. Because what he was looking at wasn't supposed to exist in that airspace, and the system he was operating wasn't supposed to be able to see it. This is the story of the night Iran lost the one thing it spent 40 years building, and never once believed it would lose in a single evening. Not a ship, not a city, not an oil field, its confidence. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had rehearsed the Gulf scenario in some form or another since the tanker war of the 1980s. The core premise never changed. Iran's geography is the weapon. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 miles wide at its narrowest point. The coastline is 800 miles of inlets, islands, and shallow water that big American surface ships can't enter without becoming targets. And between those coastlines, Iran had spent 4 decades stacking every advantage it could afford. Coastal missile batteries, swarm boat doctrine, underground hardened shelters carved into the rock of Keshem and Hormuz Islands. A layered system designed around one strategic truth. America would come from the sea, and the sea is where Iran would bleed it. What they had not fully accounted for was what happens when America doesn't come from the sea at all. At least, not only from the sea. Back to that thermal anomaly. The sensor operator's flag traveled up the chain quickly, because the chain had been on elevated alert since the early evening, when satellite imagery had shown unusual activity at several American air bases in the region. The flag reached the duty officer at the Integrated Air Defense Coordination Center, just outside Bandar Abbas at 2:21. The duty officer looked at the data, reached for his phone, and made the call that would define the next 4 hours. He put the entire coastal defense network on alert status. That decision was correct. It was also already too late by roughly 90 minutes. The sequence that night had started not with a missile, but with a target list. The planning cell that assembled it operated on a principle borrowed from logistics rather than from warfare. You categorize by what the mission requires. Some targets need to be erased. Some need to be disabled. Some need to be put in a condition where they can't be used for weeks, long enough for a specific diplomatic window to open or close. The list reflected all 3 categories, and each category came with its own weapon. The hardened anti-ship missile shelters along the Bandar Abbas waterfront belonged to the first category. These weren't improvised. They were engineered over 2 decades, reinforced concrete walls thick enough to absorb anything short of a direct hit from a penetrating munition. Iran had positioned them with care, set back from the waterfront by several hundred meters, partially buried into the hillside, with their launcher doors oriented seaward for fast deployment. Their contents were the weapons that had spent that same morning tearing holes in 3 commercial tankers in the Gulf of Oman. By evening, the calculation was straightforward. Leave them standing and they reload by dawn. The coastal radar network belonged to the second category. Destroying it was unnecessary and potentially counterproductive. A blind coast generates unpredictable behavior. A degraded coast can be managed. The goal was suppression, not elimination. Keep it noisy enough, long enough for the first wave to cross unmolested. The port operations infrastructure belonged to the third category. Command nodes, fuel storage, the logistics chain that moved weapons from storage to launcher. Disable the system and the hardware becomes irrelevant even if it survives. 9 BGM-19 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from 2 surface ships in the Gulf of Oman at 9:47 in the evening local time. The BGM-109 is a weapon that has aged into its role like a piece of furniture that turns out to be load-bearing. It is 20 years old in its current configuration, carries a 1,000-pound warhead, cruises at 550 miles per hour at wavetop altitude, and can cover nearly 1,000 miles on a route that nobody anticipated. It was not designed to be fast. It was designed to be inevitable. The 9 Tomahawks hit the water and turned northwest in tight formation, hugging the surface at 10 to 15 meters, navigating by inertial reference and GPS correction. Their flight paths scripted weeks in advance to route around every known air defense site and enter the target zone from a bearing that offered the maximum approach window before any coastal radar could acquire them at useful range. That plan assumed the radars would be working under standard atmospheric conditions. The Gulf in late spring and early summer does something inconvenient to radar physics. A phenomenon called an evaporation duct forms over warm, humid water when the temperature gradient between the sea surface and the air above it creates a layer of dense, wet atmosphere just above the waves. Radar energy, normally traveling in straight lines, bends downward through this layer and follows the curve of the Earth for distances far beyond its designed horizon. The effect is inconsistent, unpredictable, and entirely outside the control of any engineering decision either side makes. On some nights it doesn't exist. On others, it extends the practical detection range of a coastal radar by 50% or more. That night it was working. The coastal radar operator who caught the Tomahawks didn't know what an evaporation duct was by name. He knew his equipment, he knew the normal clutter signature of the Gulf at night, and he knew that the contacts seeping into his display at wave height 40 kilometers past his theoretical horizon were real, because he had checked everything else first. He was calm about it. His radio call was delivered in the flat, practiced tone of someone who had trained for exactly this moment, and was now slightly surprised that it had actually arrived. His report went out over the coastal defense network inside 90 seconds. Along 300 kilometers of coastline, crews that had been waiting in varying states of alertness started moving. Launcher tarpaulins came off. Radar systems began their warm-up sequences. Battery officers called their own subordinates.
In the hills east of Bandar Abbas, one crew in particular received the report, acknowledged it, and did nothing visible in response. Their radar stayed cold. Their engines idled. Their electro-optical tracker, a stabilized thermal telescope bolted to the radar dish, was already watching the sky. The EA-8G Growler is not a combat aircraft in any conventional sense. It carries no bombs. It wins no dogfights. Its entire purpose is to make other aircraft harder to kill, and it does this by filling the electromagnetic spectrum with noise targeted precisely at the frequencies enemy systems depend on. The Growler crew that night received the alert about the early radar acquisition over their encrypted data link and executed the frequency change in under a minute. They had been orbiting at altitude over the Gulf, their jamming pods pointed inshore, waiting for the moment the plan required them. That moment had arrived 12 minutes early. The jamming went up. The coastal radar operators' contacts dissolved into static. Now the clock was running on both sides. Jamming degrades over time and distance in a predictable way. The further a target is from the jammer, and the closer it gets to its own radar, the stronger its return signal becomes relative to the jamming noise. There is a range, called the burn-through range, at which the target's radar return punches back through the noise and becomes visible again regardless of what the jammer does. The Growler crew knew this. So did the planners. The original jamming window had been designed to cover the final approach only, the last 20 minutes before impact, when the Tomahawks would be crossing the coastline. Starting 12 minutes early meant the window would be burning out at the worst possible moment. The crew had no alternative. But that didn't make the math comfortable. 24 minutes to impact. The coastal radar operator had been blinded before. He knew what it meant and he knew what to do. He worked the problem methodically. He pushed his transmitter power to maximum. He narrowed his sweep to the last clean bearing he had on the contacts and ran it repeatedly, watching for any return strong enough to push through the noise. The jamming was strong and his equipment was doing its best. He kept working. He had done this in exercises. He had never expected to need it on an actual night. Now he was grateful he had paid attention. 60 miles inland, in the hills above the port, the corded battery crew were also doing their job without making themselves visible. The system the Iranian military calls the third of Cordad is a mobile surface-to-air missile battery built around the Sayad-2 missile, a weapon with a maximum range of roughly 45 kilometers, capable of engaging aircraft flying at medium altitude. The same system had reached up and removed an American RQ-4 Global Hawk from the sky above the Strait of Hormuz in 2019. Its crews had learned since then that in this kind of environment, the radar is both the weapon and the target. 2 batteries had been destroyed earlier in the day, both lost within seconds of activating their radar systems, both killed by HAWARM missiles that rode the radar beam straight back to the source. This crew had internalized that lesson completely. Their electro-optical tracker was watching the sky to the south, looking for the heat signature of jet exhaust against the cooler background of the upper atmosphere. It couldn't guide a missile. What it could do was tell the crew exactly where to point the radar before they switched it on. 8 seconds of radar. That was the plan. Long enough to get the missile on track. Short enough that a higher M launched the instant the emission appeared couldn't fly the distance back before the radar went cold again. The FK-18 pilot the strike planners had designated as Uppercut 2. One had known there was a Cordad somewhere in the hills east of the port. His pre-mission intelligence package had placed it at a position 15 kilometers south of his planned route, confirmed by satellite imagery taken the previous afternoon. He had designed his ingress specifically to route around the threat box it defined. The additional distance had cost him 40 miles and nearly 2,000 pounds of fuel. He had absorbed the cost without complaint because the alternative was flying through a known engagement envelope. Standard calculation. The Cordad had moved at sunset. Not far. 12 kilometers. Far enough. His detour didn't clear the threat. It aimed him directly down the battery's line of sight. 20 minutes to impact. The electro-optical tracker found him first. The crew confirmed the bearing. The radar snapped on. In Uppercut 2, one's cockpit, the radar warning receiver went from silence to full tone lock alert in the same fraction of a second. He had roughly 3 seconds before the missile, already climbing toward him, closed the geometry past the point where maneuvering could help. He broke hard, dispensed chaff, and pulled the nose sideways with enough force that the harness dug into his shoulders hard enough to leave marks. 3 seconds gone. The Sayad was already in the air, command-guided, the radar in the hills steering it every meter of the way. This is where the timing collapses into fractions. The Growler carrying the escort mission had been listening on all active frequencies since the evening began. The moment the Cordad's radar emission appeared, the AGM-88G under its wing had the coordinates memorized before the missile finished its launch sequence. The HARM is a weapon designed to kill radars. It doesn't wait for guidance. Its seeker memorizes the last known position of an emission even after the source goes quiet, and it drives to that position regardless. The Cordad crew had planned to be dark in 8 seconds. The Esh arm covered the geometry in 27, 3 seconds short of their safety margin. The radar in the hills cut out mid-track. The Sayed, with no one steering it, went ballistic and wide. Uppercut 2, 1 rolled wings level, checked his fuel state, looked at the bearing to his designated targets, and pressed on. 15 minutes to impact. The coastal radar operator had been building toward his own solution, with the patience of someone who understood that he was the last functioning sensor on his section of coast. He couldn't guide missiles. He couldn't intercept anything. What he could do was communicate. His radar had been fighting the jamming for 20 minutes, and the burn-through effect was beginning to work in his favor, faint returns pushing through the static on the bearing he'd been watching. Enough. Not a precise track. Enough to know the direction and the rough corridor. He dropped to a low, band frequency. Below the threshold the American receivers were optimized to hunt, and passed his last clean plot by voice to every station within reach. Strike aircraft bearing 160, inbound on the port approach corridor. That message reached the surviving batteries in time to be useless. The one battery that mattered, the Corded, was already a burning truck in the hills. 8 miles offshore, the Tomahawks encountered their next problem. GPS works by receiving an extremely faint signal from satellites in orbit. A ground-based jammer broadcasting on the same frequency can flood the local area with interference strong enough to drown the satellite signal out. Iran had positioned a jammer on the coast specifically to degrade the terminal guidance phase of any cruise missile attack. Done correctly, the technique walks a weapon off its aim point by several hundred meters, enough to miss a hardened shelter entirely. The Tomahawk stopped receiving a clean GPS signal. The navigation system shifted to pure inertial guidance, counting its own velocity and heading without external correction, and held its course. This is the system's designed fallback response to GPS denial. When the coastline rose ahead of the nose camera, the terrain matching system, essentially a photographic comparison between what the camera saw and what the weapon had memorized from pre-mission imagery, snapped the position back into focus with an accuracy that the GPS jammer could not affect. You can flood a radio frequency. You cannot alter what a building looks like from the north at 2 in the morning. The weapons came down off the wave tops and ran straight for the port. The Panzer S-1 battery stationed on the port perimeter was a Russian-designed system carrying a radar, 12 surface-to-air missiles, and twin 30mm cannons on a single-wheeled vehicle. It was designed specifically to engage cruise missiles in their terminal phase, and its crew was competent. The first missile they fired detonated in the sea 50 meters short of a Tomahawk running at 10 meters altitude. The second missed on a similar geometry. The problem is not the Panzer's capability. The problem is physics. A missile flying 10 meters above the sea surface sits inside the radar's ground clutter return, the background noise created by the sea surface itself. The proximity fuse that detonates the interceptor when it senses a nearby object cannot cleanly distinguish the Tomahawk from the water it's skimming over. The fuse triggers early on the waves or not at all. The battery got 4 shots off before an AGM-88G arrived to address the radar at the center of the system. 3 minutes to impact. The lead Tomahawk crossed the beach, matched its nose camera image against the stored scene of the anti-ship missile shelter, and drove a 1,000-pound warhead through reinforced concrete at 550 miles per hour. The shelter did not collapse outward, it collapsed inward. 3 more arrived on interval, spaced to prevent debris from one impact interfering with the next. The command and control node that coordinated the coastal battery network took 2 direct strikes and stopped functioning as a building. The waterfront boat sheds, where the fast attack craft that had launched that morning's tanker strikes were stored alongside their weapons and fuel, disappeared in a chain of secondary explosions that burned for 6 hours. Uppercut 2, 1 rolled in behind the Tomahawks with a GBU-31, a 2,000-pound satellite-guided bomb, and put it through the roof of the Port Operations Center. The building, which had been the communications hub for the entire Bandar Abbas Naval District, detonated from the inside out as its internal fuel and power systems fed the initial charge. Then the boats came out. They didn't emerge in formation, they emerged in 1s and 2s from every available point of water access, throttles wide open, spreading across miles of dark gulf on a heading that put them between the burning piers and the American ships offshore. Dozens of them, small fast, dispersed across a corridor of open water too wide for any single weapons system to cover efficiently. This was the doctrine Iran had rehearsed since the 1980s. Make the attacker solve 30 separate problems simultaneously. Make every solution expensive. Force the exchange ratio to work in your favor through sheer volume. Every exercise for 40 years had validated the approach. The umpires always ruled the swarm successful, because the swarm had always been evaluated against systems that were looking at it from sea level. On the lead boat, the coxswain had the throttle against its stop and the bow lifting and slamming across 4-foot chop. The piers behind him were a wall of orange light. Ahead was black water. He was scanning for helicopters, for gun flashes, for any indication that he had been acquired. He saw nothing, because the thing that had already assigned him a track number was orbiting at 25,000 feet, with a radar aperture the size of a small aircraft, and a data link connecting it to every shooter in the battle space. The E-2D Hawkeye is a carrier-based airborne early warning aircraft built around the ANAPY-9 radar, which rotates in the dome mounted above the fuselage and can track hundreds of surface and air contacts simultaneously across an enormous geographic area. At 25,000 feet, the Hawkeye sees ocean that no ship's radar can reach because the ship's radar is blocked by the curvature of the Earth below horizon range. Every small boat that cleared the harbor mouth became a numbered track on a shared display before it had traveled half a mile. Those tracks reached the strike aircraft overhead before the fastest boat had cleared the outer harbor. The FDA-18 pilots received targeting vectors to boats their own radars couldn't see yet and began working down the list. The weapon they were using for this was not a missile in any conventional sense. The APKSS, Advanced Precision Kill Weapon System, is a modification kit that bolts a laser seeker and steering fins onto a standard unguided Hydra 70 rocket. The complete modified round costs approximately $25,000. It is laser-guided, meaning a pilot or systems operator paints the target with an infrared laser, and the rocket's seeker follows the reflected energy to impact. Each aircraft carries multiple 7-round pods. The economics of this engagement are critical and deliberate. A Hellfire missile costs approximately $150,000. A Tomahawk costs well over $2 million. A fast attack boat costs less than the Hellfire. At those exchange rates, using precision missiles against small boats is a losing calculation even if every shot hits. The APKSS inverts the equation. A $25,000 round against a boat worth less than that is, at worst, a draw, and the magazine doesn't run dry after the first dozen engagements. The lead Hornet rolled in on the first track, locked the laser on the hull, and fired. 2 seconds of flight. The boat came apart in white spray and splinters. The pilot was already taking a vector to the next track before the debris settled. The Hawkeye's picture cleared one number at a time as the list shortened. Back on the destroyer, the geometry had compressed to the point where every system on the ship was making decisions in fractions of a second. A missile launcher on the forward deckhouse slewed hard onto a contact crossing the bow at low altitude, moving fast. The mount's identification system interrogated the contact automatically and encrypted digital handshake that every American aircraft answers without pilot input. The reply came back within milliseconds. Friendly. The empty, railed FKA-18 aggressing home continued south without its pilot knowing how close the geometry had come. The point defense system that almost fired is a phalanx close in weapon system. A radar, guided cannon that fires 4,500 rounds per minute and exists specifically for situations where every other defensive layer has been penetrated and a threat is seconds from the hull. It operates autonomously. It doesn't wait for human authorization because human reaction time is not fast enough for the geometries it's designed to address. The only thing that keeps it from engaging friendly aircraft is the Mode 5EF reply and the carefully briefed altitude and corridor deconfliction plan that separates friendly aircraft from threat profiles by lane and by timing. The system is invisible in mission graphics. It appeared in no briefing slide. It was the structural foundation the entire operation ran on. The last boat steadied on the destroyer's bow bearing with its throttle against the stop at 4,000 meters. A Hornet tipped in from altitude, designated the target with a laser, and released. At 1,000 meters of range, the final round of the evening followed the laser spot down to the hull. The Hawkeye's picture went quiet. The tracks cleared one by one until the scope showed open water, smoke, debris, and nothing else moving. Over the port of Bandar Abbas, the fire from the boat sheds was burning tall enough to be visible 40 miles offshore. A container ship inbound from Fujairah on a standard commercial transit watched the smoke column climb for the better part of an hour before its bow crossed the longitude where the strait begins to narrow. The ship's master logged the observation and held his course. Commercial traffic continued. The strait remained open. That was, in the end, the specific outcome the operation had been designed to produce. Not the destruction of a city, not the collapse of a government. A demonstrated cost for a specific behavior, delivered against a specific capability, at a specific time, with the strait still open when the sun came up. Iran had built its Gulf strategy around one foundational assumption: that the cost of defending against a sustained American conventional strike would be prohibitive, and that the threat of retaliation against commercial shipping would make that cost politically unacceptable before it was ever paid. The assumption was reasonable. It had been reasonable for decades. It was based on accurate analysis of American political risk tolerance, and accurate understanding of the economic pressure that disrupting the Strait of Hormuz places on global energy markets. What the assumption couldn't account for was an administration that decided the political cost of inaction had become higher than the political cost of action, and a military that had spent 20 years building the systems, the doctrine, and the ammunition stockpiles to execute a campaign that left the strait open and the shelters closed in a single night. The sensors that saw through the evaporation duct, the network that rewrote the jamming plan mid-flight, the seeker that remembers coordinates after the radar that provided them goes dark, the inertial system that holds course through GPS denial until the nose camera finds the building it was looking for, the cheap rocket that made the boat swarm a solvable problem instead of a prohibitive one, the encrypted handshake that kept the point defense cannon from firing on the pilot flying home with empty rails. None of these are dramatic individually. Together, at 2 in the morning over the Strait of Hormuz, they were the answer to 40 years of rehearsal. The coxswain on the lead boat had been right about one thing. Disperse and close fast. Make them solve 30 problems at once. That part worked exactly as designed. The problem was the 30 problems all had pre-assigned numbers, and the solution was already airborne before the first throttle opened. The aircraft carrier was already on fire when the order came through. Not the Reagan itself. Not yet. But one of the commercial tankers 3 nautical miles off the port bow was venting a column of black smoke so thick it bent the horizon, and for about 90 seconds every watchstander on the bridge of the USS Ronald Reagan thought they were looking at the opening minutes of a war they hadn't been briefed on. They weren't. The tanker was a Panamanian-flagged chemical carrier called the Delos Prosperity, 620 feet long, and what it was venting was the result of an engine room fire that had started 11 minutes earlier when a fuel transfer valve failed. The crew of 23 was already at their muster stations. The fire was contained. It was, by any operational definition, someone else's problem. But the smoke was everyone's problem because it was drifting southeast across the traffic separation scheme in the Strait of Hormuz at 8 knots, laying a gray-brown curtain across 2 miles of navigable waterway, and that curtain was about to become the backdrop for the worst miscalculation the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had made in 30 years. The Ronald Reagan, CVN-76, Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 1,092 feet long, 97,000 tons full load, was transiting the strait on a Wednesday morning that should have been routine. The ship was eastbound, heading out of the Persian Gulf into the Gulf of Oman, running at 18 knots through water that was 200 feet deep and the color of poured concrete. The air wing wasn't flying. The weather was 104 degrees with visibility dropping because of the smoke, and the strait was doing what the strait always does, trying to kill everyone in it through sheer geometric inconvenience. 34 miles wide at the narrowest point, 2 miles of inbound lane, 2 miles of outbound lane, 2 miles of separation zone, and crammed into those lanes on this particular morning, 9 commercial tankers, 14 cargo vessels, 2 container ships, 6 dhows of various registration, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 small craft contacts that the Spy-6 V-1 radar aboard the escort destroyer USS John Finn, DDG-113, was dutifully tracking as it steamed 3 nautical miles ahead of the Reagan on the threat axis. The John Finn was an Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 destroyer, the newest variant, carrying the AN/Spy-6 V-1 air and missile defense radar, which represented a quantum leap over the older Spy-1D. The SBY-6 used gallium nitride transmit/receive modules that gave it roughly 35 times the sensitivity of its predecessor. It could detect a target with a radar cross-section of 0.1 square meters at ranges exceeding 200 nautical miles. It could track ballistic missiles in the upper atmosphere while simultaneously maintaining a surface picture dense enough to count fishing boats. It was, by a considerable margin, the most capable naval radar ever put to sea on a destroyer hull. And on this particular morning, it was staring north into the Iranian coastline, painting every square foot of water between Keshem Island and the Musandam Peninsula, and the picture it was painting was about to get very crowded. On the Reagan's flag bridge, Rear Admiral Catherine Harlow, commander of Carrier Strike Group 7, was halfway through her second cup of coffee and reviewing the morning intel brief. The brief mentioned increased IRGC Navy activity at Bandar Abbas over the past 72 hours. It mentioned that Iranian state media had been running footage of fast attack craft exercises for 3 days straight, which was the kind of signal that usually preceded either a genuine provocation or a domestic propaganda cycle. The brief assessed probability of a harassment approach at elevated, probability of a kinetic engagement at low. Harlow read both assessments, noted the delta between them, and called down to the Combat Direction Center to ask a question that would prove more important than anything else she did that day. She asked what the MQ-4 Sea Triton was showing. The MQ-4 Sea Triton is a high-altitude, long-endurance unmanned surveillance aircraft built by Northrop Grumman. It has a wingspan of 131 feet, larger than a Boeing 757, and it operates at altitudes above 50,000 feet for missions lasting more than 24 hours. Its primary sensor is the AN/ZPY-3 multifunction active sensor, a 360-degree active electronically scanned array radar that can surveil more than 2 million square nautical miles in a single mission. It also carries an electro-optical/infrared sensor suite and an automatic identification system receiver. The Navy operates it specifically for maritime domain awareness, which is a polite way of saying it watches the ocean and tells you everything that's moving on it. The Triton orbiting over the northern Gulf that morning had been on station since 2200 the previous night. Its radar had been building a comprehensive surface picture for over 8 hours, layering pass after pass into a track history so detailed that analysts at the Maritime Operations Center in Bahrain could see not just where every vessel was, but where it had been, how fast it had moved, when it had stopped, and in several cases which pier it had departed from. The answer to Harlow's question came back in 4 minutes. The Triton was showing 52 fast surface contacts forming up in the anchorage east of Bandar Abbas.
52. Not a drill formation. Not a transit column.
52 boats in 3 distinct clusters, each cluster arranged in a wedge, and all 3 wedges oriented on a southbound heading directly into the strait.
Harlow set her coffee down.
The boats were a mix of types the IRGC Navy had been accumulating for 2 decades. The backbone was the Bagamar-class fast patrol craft, the same fiberglass speedboats Iran had been using since the tanker war in the 1980s, updated with newer engines but fundamentally the same design philosophy: small, fast, cheap, expendable. Mixed in were several larger Paycap-class missile boats and at least 6 of the newer Zulfiqar-class fast attack craft, which were 16-meter catamaran hulls capable of 65 knots and equipped with Nasser-1 anti-ship cruise missiles. The Nasser-1 was an Iranian development of the Chinese C-704, a sea-skimming missile with a range of about 22 miles, a speed of roughly Mach 0.8, and a 330-pound semi-armor-piercing warhead. Not sophisticated by Western standards. Not precision-guided in the way an American weapon was.
But it didn't need to be.
A 330-pound warhead moving at 600 miles per hour does not need to be sophisticated. It needs to arrive. And 52 boats carrying 1 or 2 missiles each meant somewhere between 52 and 100 missiles potentially inbound in a single coordinated salvo.
Harlow picked up the red phone.
300 miles to the south, aboard the cruiser USS Chancellorsville, CG-62, operating in the Gulf of Oman as the air defense commander for the strike group's southern element, the tactical watch officer received a flash message from 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain that had been originated by the Combined Air Operations Center at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The message upgraded the threat condition for the Strait transit and authorized a series of pre-planned responses that had been sitting in a binder in every combat direction center in the strike group since the transit planning conference 6 days earlier. The responses were not improvised. They were the product of 2 decades of wargaming this exact scenario, refining it after every exercise, every real-world harassment incident, every intelligence report on IRGC Navy tactics. The Navy had lost the 2002 Millennium Challenge exercise to a swarm attack so badly that it had spent the next 23 years making sure it never lost that way again. The doctrine was called Distributed Maritime Operations, and at its core was a simple principle: never let the swarm become a swarm. Engage it while it's still a formation. Disrupt it before it reaches launch range. And if you can't disrupt it, dilute it so that no single ship absorbs the full salvo. Harlow issued 3 orders in 90 seconds. The first order vectored a pair of F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from the Reagan's Air Wing, already airborne on a routine combat air patrol south of the strait, to reposition north at 25,000 foot over the Omani coast with ordnance hot. Each Super Hornet was carrying 2 AGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles and 4 AGM-65F Maverick infrared-guided air-to-surface missiles, plus a full drum of 570 rounds of 20mm ammunition for the M61A2 Vulcan cannon. The Harpoons were overkill for fast boats. The Mavericks were not. The Maverick's imaging infrared seeker could lock onto a boat engine's thermal signature from 14 miles, and its 300-pound penetrating blast fragmentation warhead would disintegrate a fiberglass hull so completely that recovery crews would find nothing larger than a cooler lid. The second order pushed the John Finn forward, accelerating to 30 knots on a northwest heading to open the engagement geometry and put the destroyer's full weapons suite between the approaching swarm and the carrier. The John Finn carried 96 vertical launch system cells, but for this threat, the relevant weapons were the Mark 45 Mod 4 5-inch gun on the foredeck, the two 25mm Mk38 Mod 2 chain guns amidships, and the Block 1B Phalanx close-in weapon system on the fantail. The 5-inch gun could fire 20 rounds per minute to a range of 13 nautical miles using GPS-guided extended-range munitions that cost about $2,000 each. At that price, the Navy could afford to be generous. The third order was the one that mattered most, and it went not to a ship but to an aircraft already on station. The MQ-9A Reaper drone orbiting at 42,000 foot over the northern strait received a retasking command that shifted its sensor ball from wide-area surveillance to individual target tracking. The Reaper's MTSB electro-optical sensor could identify and classify small surface craft at ranges exceeding 30 miles from its operating altitude. Within 4 minutes of Harlow's order, the The Reaper's operator at a ground control station in an air-conditioned trailer somewhere in the Middle East had each of the 52 boats individually designated, numbered, and classified on the targeting network. Every ship in the strike group could now see every boat, its heading, its speed, and its type in real time, on the same screen. The IRGC had planned for American hesitation. They had not planned for American omniscience. At 0618 local time, the 52 boats cleared the anchorage east of Bandar Abbas and entered the strait. They were running in 3 groups. The Western Group, 18 boats, hugged the Iranian coastline headed south-southeast toward the outbound shipping lane. The Central Group, 20 boats, pushed straight south through the separation zone. The Eastern Group, 14 boats, angled southeast toward the inbound lane where the Reagan's formation was steaming. The 3 groups were spread across a front roughly 15 miles wide, and at speeds between 45 and 55 knots, the entire formation would reach potential missile launch range of the carrier in approximately 26 minutes. 26 minutes is both a long time and no time at all. It is long enough to launch aircraft and reposition escorts. It is not long enough to get a tanker out of the way or to call Washington for permission to do something that might end up on the front page. Harlow did not call Washington. She had weapons-free authority from 5th Fleet, which had weapons-free authority from Central Command, which had been granted pre-authorized responses for exactly this scenario by the Secretary of Defense during the transit approval process. The chain of command had already made its decision. It had made it 6 days ago, in a conference room in Bahrain, over PowerPoint slides and legal review. The boats did not know this. The 52 boat commanders, most of them junior officers or senior enlisted equivalent in the IRGC Navy, had been briefed on a plan that depended on closing to 8 nautical miles before the Americans could sort the threat from the background clutter and obtain authorization to engage. Their laminated mission cards showed a timeline. 15 minutes to cross the separation zone, 8 minutes in the engagement zone, 3 minutes inside missile launch range, fire at 8 miles or closer, turn east, run for Omani waters. The total exposure time in the Americans' weapons envelope was supposed to be 11 minutes. The plan assumed 11 minutes of American paralysis. Classification, identification, escalation, authorization, weapons release. 11 minutes of a democracy arguing with itself while fiberglass boats crossed open water. The plan got 45 seconds. At 0619, 1 minute after the boats cleared the anchorage, the John Finn Spy 6 radar had all 52 contacts designated and cross-referenced with the Reaper feed. The combat system had a firing solution on the 18 nearest contacts in the Western Group. The weapons direction officer was waiting for one thing, the commanding officer's verbal order to fire. He got it at 0619 and 45 seconds. Open fire. The Mark 45 barked. The sound of a 5-inch naval gun firing is not what movies suggest. It is a short, brutal crack that hits the chest before the ears process it, followed by the clatter of the automatic loader cycling the next round. The first projectile left the barrel at 2,690 feet per second, an extended-range guided munition that deployed stabilization fins and began adjusting its trajectory via GPS 3 seconds after leaving the muzzle. The target was a Bagamar 11.4 nautical miles northwest, running at 48 knots on a heading of 165 degrees. The round arrived in 26 seconds. The Bagamar was constructed of fiberglass over a plywood frame with a foam core. It had no armor. It had no damage control capability. It had no compartmentalization. The 5-inch guided round detonated 8 feet above the waterline on the starboard quarter. The blast fragmentation pattern shredded the engine, the missile rail, and most of the stern. The boat lost power instantly, nose down, and was swamped by its own wake. The 6 men aboard went into water that was 89 degrees and filled with diesel fuel. The engagement, from trigger pull to kill, cost the United States Navy $2,000. The second round was already in the air before the first one hit. The 5-inch gun cycled at 1 round every 3 seconds. In the first 2 minutes of the engagement, it fired 40 rounds. 34 were guided. Of those 34, 26 struck boats or detonated close enough to inflict mission kills through fragmentation and hull breaching. 9 boats in the Western Group were destroyed or disabled before a single one of them had covered 5 miles from the anchorage. The Western Group broke, not according to doctrine, according to panic. The surviving 9 boats turned hard east, some of them nearly capsizing at 50 knots, and scattered toward the Iranian coast. 3 of them collided with each other in the turn. One collision ruptured a fuel bladder and both boats caught fire. The 7 that made it out of the gun's engagement zone ran north at full speed, abandoning their mission entirely. But the Western Group was the feint. Everyone on both sides knew it was the feint. The real attack was the Central and Eastern Groups, 34 boats, pushing straight at the carrier from the north. And these boats were now 12 minutes from missile range. At 0622, the The 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets reached their station over the Omani coast at 25,000 feet. Their APG-79 active electronically scanned array radars painted the central group at 34 miles. 20 contacts, tight formation, heading due south at 52 knots. The lead pilot, call sign Red Hawk, selected 4 targets on the left side of the formation and designated them for Maverick. His wingman, Vandal, took 4 on the right. The Maverick engagement was almost clinical. The AGM-65FS imaging infrared seeker stared down through 25,000 feet of Gulf haze and saw what it was designed to see: hot engine exhaust against cooler water. The seeker locked. The symbology went steady. Red Hawk pickled 4 Mavericks in 8 seconds, each one separating from the wing pylon with a thump and a smoke trail before its rocket motor ignited and pushed it to just under 700 miles per hour. The 4 missiles covered 14 miles in 72 seconds. 4 Bagamars ceased to exist. The kills were not gentle. A 300-pound warhead impacting a fiberglass boat at 700 miles per hour does not leave a boat. It leaves a debris field the size of a tennis court. The shockwave from each impact was visible on the Reaper's feed as a white flash followed by a rapidly expanding ring of spray. The infrared sensor showed each impact point cooling from white-hot to ambient in under 10 seconds. There was nothing left to burn. Vandal's 4 Mavericks hit 7 seconds later. 8 missiles, 8 boats, 8 kills. 1,600 pounds of Maverick warhead against $2 million worth of Iranian fast attack craft. The central group lost 8 of its 20 boats in under 2 minutes without having fired a shot, without having seen the aircraft that killed them, without any warning at all. The 12 surviving boats in the central group did something unexpected. They did not scatter. They accelerated. The formation tightened, the boats moving closer together and increasing speed to 55 knots, pushing their engines past the red line. The IRGC Navy had trained for this. The doctrine said that if the outer boats were killed, the inner boats were supposed to compress the formation and sprint for launch range, accepting the losses, trusting that the Americans could not kill all of them before some reached firing position. It was the logic of the swarm reduced to its most brutal arithmetic: enough of us will survive. The arithmetic was wrong, but the courage was real. At 0626, the Eastern Group, 14 boats, cleared the radar shadow of a cluster of anchored tankers near Lyric Island and appeared on the Spy 6 as 14 new contacts bearing 020 degrees from the Reagan at a range of 18 nautical miles. These boats had taken a longer route, hugging the island chain, and they were now closer to the carrier than the central group. 18 nautical miles. At 52 knots, that was approximately 20 minutes to missile range if they maintained their current course. But the Nasser 1 missile carried by the Zulfiqar-class boats in this group had a stated range of 22 miles. 4 of these 14 boats were already inside launch range. This was the real play, not the western feint, not the central charge. The Eastern Group, arriving from an unexpected bearing, masked by commercial traffic and island geography, carrying the longer-range missiles. The IRGC had studied American carrier defense doctrine carefully enough to know that the escorts would push toward the most obvious threat. The John Finn was now 8 nautical miles northwest of the Reagan, fully engaged with the western and central groups, its 5-inch gun cycling continuously. The carrier's defensive screen on the northeast axis was thinner. Harlow saw it. She saw it because the Reaper saw it, and the Reaper's picture was on her screen in the Flag Combat Direction Center, and she had been doing this for 27 years. She saw 14 contacts appear on a bearing that was not the primary threat axis, and she understood in about 2 seconds what the IRGC was trying to do. She ordered the Reagan to come hard to starboard, turning the carrier's stern toward the Eastern Group to open the range. A Nimitz-class carrier at 30 knots turns like a building falling over sideways, but it turns, and every second of heading change added distance. She ordered the destroyer USS Halsey, DDG-97, which had been screening the carrier's starboard quarter, to sprint northeast at flank speed to intercept the Eastern Group. And she ordered the 2 Super Hornets to break off the Central Group and reposition to the northeast. The Halsey was a Flight IIA Arleigh Burke, older than the John Finn but carrying the same 5-inch gun and the same close-in weapon systems. Its commanding officer, Captain David Moreno, understood the geometry the moment the order came through. 14 boats, 4 of them already in missile range, and his ship was the only thing between them and a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with 5,000 sailors aboard. Moreno rang up flank speed. The Halsey's 4 LM-2500 gas turbines spooled to maximum output, pushing 100,000 shaft horsepower through the reduction gears, and the destroyer leapt forward to 31 knots with a bone-white bow wave that rose to the bridge windows. At that speed, on that heading, he would close the Eastern Group in 9 minutes. He did not have 9 minutes. The 4 Zulfiqar boats with Nasser 1 missiles were already inside launch range and could fire at any moment. At 0628, the first Nasser 1 launched. The missile came off the rail of a Zulfiqar boat designated Track 4207 on the Halsey's combat system. The Nasser 1 dropped from the rail, its solid rocket booster ignited, and it accelerated to Mach 0.8 in 4 seconds, transitioning to sea-skim altitude of approximately 15 feet above the water. Its radar altimeter held it steady. Its terminal active radar seeker was set to activate at 3 miles from the programmed target location. The missile weighed 770 pounds and was heading south-southwest at 614 miles per hour toward the USS Ronald Reagan. 7 seconds later, a second Nasser-1 launched from a different Zulfiqar.
Then a third, then a fourth.
4 anti-ship cruise missiles, sea-skimming, inbound on the carrier from the northeast. Aboard the Reagan, the Spy-6 radar on the John Finn detected the missile launches within 2 seconds of booster ignition. The thermal bloom of a rocket motor is unmistakable on a phased array radar, and the system automatically classified the contacts as ASCMs, anti-ship cruise missiles, and generated engagement quality tracks. The data flowed through the Cooperative Engagement Capability Network to every Aegis-equipped ship in the strike group simultaneously. The Halsey's Aegis system had the tracks before the missiles had covered their first mile. The Halsey responded with a weapon designed for exactly this moment. 2 RIM-162 evolved Sea Sparrow missiles erupted from the forward VLS cells in a cloud of white exhaust, accelerating vertically before tipping over and screaming toward the inbound Nasser ones at Mach 4. The SSM cost about $2.5 million per round. It used X-band semi-active radar homing in its earlier variants and active radar homing in the Block 2, which was what the Halsey carried. The Block 2 SSM could engage sea-skimming targets at ranges up to 30 nautical miles and had demonstrated a kill probability against subsonic cruise missiles that the Navy described as very high in unclassified briefings and that was rumored to be above 95% in classified ones. The first SSM intercepted the lead Nasser-1 at a range of 6.4 nautical miles from the Reagan. The engagement happened at a closing speed of roughly Mach 4.8 combined. The 86-pound blast fragmentation warhead on the SSM detonated within lethal radius. The Nasser-1 disintegrated. The debris fell into the strait from an altitude of 12 feet, which meant it simply became part of the water. The second SSM killed the second Nasser-1 4 seconds later. Range 5.8 miles from the carrier.
Clean kill. Debris in the water.
The third Nasser-1 was killed by the Reagan's own close-in defense. The ship's self-defense system aboard the carrier detected the inbound missile, classified it, and automatically engaged it with a RIM-116 rolling airframe missile fired from one of the 2 Mk-49 launchers mounted on the carrier sponsons. The RAM is a small, fast, infrared homing missile that costs about $1 million and was specifically designed to kill the missile that gets past everything else. It killed the third Nasser-1 at a range of 1.9 nautical miles, close enough that several sailors on the carrier's weather decks saw the flash. The fourth Nasser-1 was killed by the Phalanx CWS on the Reagan's starboard quarter. The Block 1B Phalanx tracked the incoming missile with its Ku-band search and track radar, calculated a firing solution in 0.3 seconds, and opened fire with its 20mm M61A1 Gatling gun at a range of 1,600 yards. The gun fired 270 rounds in 3.6 seconds. 11 of them struck the missile. At 3,650 feet per second, each tungsten penetrator carried enough kinetic energy to punch through an engine block. They punched through the Nasser-1's airframe, its fuel section, and its warhead casing. The missile tumbled, broke apart, and impacted the water 890 yards from the carrier's hull.
Close. Too close.
Close enough that the spray from the impact was visible from the flight deck. Close enough that the after-action report would later describe the engagement as inside minimum acceptable engagement range.
4 missiles fired. 4 missiles killed.
0 hits on the carrier. But the margin had been measured in hundreds of yards and single-digit seconds, and every officer in the Combat Direction Center knew that if there had been 10 missiles instead of 4, the math might have been different. The Zulfiqar boats that had fired were now empty. Their one contribution to the fight had been launched, intercepted, and destroyed. They had nothing left. The RGC doctrine at this point called for them to turn east and run for Omani territorial waters. 3 of the 4 did exactly that, peeling off at maximum speed. The 4th did something no one anticipated. It turned toward the Halsey and accelerated. Track 4207, the first boat that had launched, was now heading directly at the destroyer at 62 knots. The Zulfiqar class was faster than the Bagamar, and this one had shed the weight of its missile and most of its fuel. It was running lighter and faster than anything in the IRGC inventory was rated for. The range was 4 nautical miles and closing. Moreno did not hesitate. He didn't have time to wonder whether this was a suicide run or a navigation error or a mechanical failure that had locked the helm. 4 miles at 62 knots was 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He ordered the Mk-38 25mm chain gun to engage. The Mk-38 Mod 2 is a stabilized remotely operated weapon that fires 25mm high-explosive incendiary rounds at a rate of 180 per minute, accurate to 2,500 meters against surface targets. The gun costs about $500,000. Each round costs about $25. The chain gun opened fire at 2,200 meters. The first burst of 15 rounds walked across the water and into the Zulfikar's bow. Fiberglass shattered. The second burst hit the wheelhouse. The boat veered to port, then corrected, then veered again. The third burst struck the engine compartment. Black smoke erupted from the stern. The boat decelerated from 62 knots to 30 knots, then to 15, then to nothing. It wallowed beam to in a cloud of its own diesel smoke 1,100 meters from the Halsey's hull. Total ammunition expended, 45 rounds. Total cost, $1,125. The engagement lasted 22 seconds. Meanwhile, the Central Group was dying. 12 boats had compressed their formation and sprinted south, trusting the doctrine, trusting the numbers, trusting that enough of them would survive. The two Super Hornets had repositioned overhead after dealing with the Eastern Group's missile launches. Red Hawk and Vandal were now out of Mavericks but still carrying full guns. They descended to 3,000 feet and began strafing runs. The M61A2 Vulcan on a Super Hornet fires 6,000 rounds per minute of 20mm PGU-28/B semi-armor-piercing high-explosive incendiary rounds. Each round weighs about half a pound. At 6,000 rounds per minute, the gun empties its 570-round drum in 5.7 seconds. A 1-second burst puts 100 rounds into an area the size of a car at a range of 2,000 feet against a fiberglass boat. A 1-second burst is excessive. A half-second burst is excessive. But at 480 knots and 3,000 feet, the geometry of a strafing run does not allow for surgical precision. The pilots took what the physics gave them. Red Hawk's first pass destroyed 2 Bagamars and damaged a third. The damaged boat lost power and began circling to port with its helm jammed. Vandal's first pass killed 1 boat and set another on fire. The burning boat's crew went over the side. They were in the water for 40 minutes before an Oman Coast Guard cutter picked them up. The 5-inch gun on the John Finn was still firing. It had been firing for 12 minutes. It had expended 147 rounds. The barrel was approaching its recommended sustained fire limit, and the gun captain was monitoring barrel temperature with the focus of a man who understood that a cracked gun tube meant losing the ship's primary surface weapon in the middle of a fight. He slowed the rate of fire to 12 rounds per minute. At that rate, the barrel would hold. The Central Group was down to 5 boats. Then 3. Then 1. The last Bagamar in the Central Group, track 4188, was still running south at 50 knots. It had not fired its C-704 missile. It was 11 nautical miles from the Reagan and closing. The swarm was gone. The formation was gone. The doctrine was gone. But this one boat was still coming, driven by either extraordinary courage or total ignorance of what had happened to every other vessel around it. The John Finn's 5-inch gun put a guided round through its engine block at 0641. The boat stopped as if it had hit a wall. The C-704 on its stern rail toppled sideways and fell into the water. The crew of 4 abandoned the sinking hull and were later recovered by a U.S. Navy rigid-hulled inflatable boat launched from the Halsey. At 0644, 26 minutes after the first boat had cleared the anchorage at Bandar Abbas, the engagement was over. The Reaper drone overhead confirmed no further fast surface contacts outbound from the Iranian coast. The Triton at 50,000 feet confirmed no additional formations marshalling at Bandar Abbas or any other IRGC Navy installation. The SBY-6 on the John Finn showed a surface picture returning to the ordinary chaos of commercial traffic. The Strait of Hormuz was resuming its default state, crowded, dangerous, and indifferent. The numbers told the story in the language the Strait understood best, which was money. 52 IRGC Navy fast attack craft had sortied. 31 were confirmed destroyed. 7 were disabled and adrift, later recovered by Iranian tugs. 7 had fled back to the coast in the first 3 minutes after the Western Group broke. 3 had escaped into Omani territorial waters and were later interned. 4 were unaccounted for, presumed sunk in deep water with no survivors. For Nasser, 1 anti-ship cruise missiles had been fired at a United States aircraft carrier. All 4 had been intercepted. The closest had been killed at 890 yards. No American ship was hit. No American sailor was wounded. The Delos Prosperity, the Panamanian tanker whose engine room fire had started this story, extinguished its fire at 0635, requested a tug, and continued its transit to Fujairah 2 days later. Its crew never knew what had happened 3 miles off their bow. Total IRGC Navy assets destroyed or disabled, 38 boats, estimated replacement value $14.2 million, plus 31 missiles that never launched, estimated value $3.7 million. Total Iranian personnel lost. The Navy did not release figures. Estimates from commercial satellite imagery of recovery operations over the following week suggested between 80 and 160 fatalities. Total U.S. ordnance expended: 168 5-inch guided rounds, 16 Maverick missiles, 2 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, 1 rolling airframe missile, approximately 580 rounds of 20mm phalanx ammunition, approximately 45 rounds of 25mm chain gun ammunition, and roughly 2,800 rounds of 20mm Vulcan cannon ammunition from the 2 Super Hornets. Total ordnance cost, approximately $6.8 million. The United States Navy had spent $6.8 million to destroy $17.9 million worth of Iranian naval assets, to intercept 4 anti-ship missiles that could have killed 5,000 sailors, and to keep open the waterway through which 21% of the world's daily oil consumption flows. The Millennium Challenge problem, the one the Navy had lost in 2002 and spent 2 decades solving, had been answered. Not with a new weapon or a secret technology, but with something simpler: information. The swarm's entire theory of victory depended on surprise, on confusion, on the Americans not knowing what was coming until it was too late. The MQ-4C Triton at 50,000 feet, the MQ-9 Reaper at 42,000 feet, the Spy-6 radar, the Cooperative Engagement Capability Network, the Pre-Authorized Weapons-Free Authority, none of these were secret. All of them were publicly known capabilities that the IRGC could have accounted for. The IRGC had built a plan for the Navy of 2002. They had executed it against the Navy of 2025. The gap between those two forces was not measured in ships or missiles. It was measured in seconds. Seconds of awareness. Seconds of decision. Seconds of authorization. The swarm needed 11 minutes of American hesitation. It got 45 seconds. And 45 seconds was not enough time to cross 20 miles of open water against a force that could see every boat, track every heading, and shoot every target from the moment it left the harbor. The Strait of Hormuz went back to being the Strait of Hormuz. The tankers transited. The oil flowed. The Reagan passed through the eastern exit and turned south toward the Gulf of Oman. The John Finn's gun crew swabbed the barrel and counted their remaining ammunition. The Halsey recovered 4 Iranian sailors from the water and gave them blankets and medical treatment and Gatorade, because that is what the Navy does after it is done killing you. And somewhere in a ground control station in the Middle East, a Reaper pilot who had been on shift for 14 hours watched the last IRGC boat limp back into Bandar Abbas on one engine, trailing smoke, and entered the final target assessment into the log. He saved the file, stood up, and went to get a sandwich. The carrier was never on fire. The plan to set it on fire had lasted 26 minutes. It had cost Iran a generation of fast attack craft and somewhere between 80 and 160 men who had been told the Americans would hesitate. They did not hesitate. At 0247 local time, a single Nor anti-ship cruise missile leaves its transporter erector launcher on the southern tip of Keshem Island and drops to 8 meters above the waterline, skimming east across the Strait of Hormuz at 540 miles per hour. Its target is a Liberian-flagged crude carrier making 22 knots through the outbound traffic separation scheme, loaded with 2 million barrels of Kuwaiti export blend worth roughly $160 million at current spot prices. The missile cost Iran about $120,000 to build. The tanker's hull insurance alone runs north of $9 million a year. Tehran is about to make its point with a ratio that would make a hedge fund jealous. 14 miles to the southwest, the guided missile destroyer USS Fitzgerald, an Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 hull commissioned 9 months ago at a price tag of just over $2 billion, picks up the launch on its Spy-6 V-1 air and missile defense radar. The system classifies the contact in under 2 seconds, a sea-skimming cruise missile bearing 045, inbound, fast, and 1 minute 12 seconds from the tanker's port quarter. The tactical action officer gives the order. A single RIM 174 Standard Missile 6, the Navy's longest-range interceptor, climbs out of Cell 14 in the Mark 41 vertical launch system and pitches over, accelerating past Mach 3.5, 3.5 times the speed of sound, on a terminal intercept trajectory. That one interceptor just burned through roughly $4.5 million of taxpayer money to kill a missile that cost less than a loaded Ford F-150. Somewhere in Raytheon's Virginia headquarters, a spreadsheet just got a little fatter. The Nor disintegrates 11 seconds later in a bright flash 6 miles east of the destroyer. Burning fragments scatter across 300 meters of open water. The tanker's bridge crew never sees it happen. They will not learn there were 38 seconds from a catastrophic hull breach until a Navy liaison boards them 4 hours later. But the Nor was never meant to hit the tanker. What the Fitzgerald's Combat Information Center did not know was that the missile launch was a timing device. Its sole purpose was to force the American destroyer to light up its Spy-6 radar in full active tracking mode and commit an interceptor from a finite magazine. Somewhere inside the limestone ridges on the Iranian mainland, 17 miles north across the water, an IRGC signals intelligence team is recording every emission, cataloging waveforms, measuring response time. They now know exactly where the destroyer is, exactly how fast it reacts, and exactly which cells in its vertical launch system are hot. That data is already being relayed to the operations center at Bandar Abbas. Iran has just spent $120,000 to buy a complete electronic portrait of a $2 billion warship. The Strait of Hormuz is about to get very expensive. 72 hours earlier, 320 nautical miles to the southeast in the Arabian Sea, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford is making 18 knots on a northwest heading, its air wings cycling through combat air patrols at a rate that has not been sustained since the opening weeks of Operation Enduring Freedom. The Ford is the centerpiece of Carrier Strike Group 12, and right now she is operating with a guided missile cruiser, 2 additional Arleigh Burke destroyers, a fast combat support ship, and a Virginia-class attack submarine running silent somewhere beneath the thermocline. Total replacement cost of the surface group alone sits at roughly $14 billion. That is before you count the 68 aircraft on the Ford's flight deck, each one worth between $70 and $90 million depending on variant. The entire annual defense budget of Iran is about $25 billion. The United States has parked more than half that figure in hardware on a single patch of ocean. The problem is that hardware has to go through a keyhole. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point, but the navigable shipping channels compress that to roughly 6 miles in each direction, separated by a 2-mile median. Every day, roughly 21 million barrels of crude oil pass through those channels. That is 21% of the world's daily petroleum consumption, moving through a gap you could drive across in 10 minutes on a highway. Iran does not need to win a naval war. It needs to make that gap too dangerous to use for 72 hours, and global oil prices will do the rest. The IRGC has spent 3 decades preparing for exactly this scenario. Their doctrine has a name. It is called Mosaic Defense, and the operating principle is elegant. You do not try to sink an aircraft carrier. You do not try to win a symmetrical engagement against the most powerful navy in human history. Instead, you break your forces into hundreds of small, cheap, expendable units and attack from so many directions simultaneously that the enemy's superior technology cannot process the threat fast enough. Each individual unit is almost worthless. A Bagamar fast attack craft costs roughly $300,000. A Tufan anti-tank missile repurposed for naval use costs about $40,000. An Ababil drone loaded with a shaped charge warhead costs less than $50,000. But when you launch 200 of them at the same time from hidden positions along 140 miles of coastline, you create a problem that a $4.5 million interceptor cannot solve one missile at a time. The math is on Iran's side, and Tehran knows it. 40 miles north of the Fitzgerald's patrol station, at the IRGC naval headquarters carved into the hills above Bandar Abbas, the commander of Operation Soleimani's Gate is reviewing the electronic intelligence his team captured from the Noor launch. He now has confirmed positions for 3 American surface combatants, a patrol pattern for the P-8A Poseidon maritime surveillance aircraft flying at 28,000 feet, and an estimated position for the submarine based on a brief burst of satellite communication his signals team intercepted 9 hours earlier. His plan does not require sinking a single American warship. His plan requires sinking 1 oil tanker, damaging 2 more, and mining the outbound channel deeply enough that Lloyd's of London pulls coverage from every vessel transiting the strait. Once insurance evaporates, commercial shipping stops. Once shipping stops, the oil price spikes. Once the price spikes, Washington has a domestic crisis that no amount of naval firepower can shoot its way out of. At 0315 local time, the first phase begins. 3 Goddard-class midget submarines, each 67 feet long and displacing roughly 120 tons submerged, slip their moorings from concealed pens on the north shore of Keshem Island. These boats are diesel-electric, almost silent at creep speed, and their acoustic signature at 4 knots is smaller than a fishing trawler. They are carrying a combined load of 36 EM-52 rising mines, a Chinese-derived design that sits on the seabed and launches a torpedo upward when it detects a ship's magnetic signature passing overhead. Each mine costs roughly $70,000. Each one can break the keel of a supertanker. 120 miles to the south, the P-8A Poseidon picks up a faint anomaly on its APS-154 advanced airborne sensor, a synthetic aperture radar mounted in a canoe-shaped pod beneath the fuselage that can image the ocean surface with enough resolution to detect a periscope wake at 40 nautical miles. The operator flags 2 faint lines of disturbed water near the eastern entrance of the Clarence Strait. They could be fishing nets. They could be tidal artifacts. She tags them as contacts of interest and passes the coordinates to the strike group's anti-submarine warfare coordinator aboard the cruiser USS Gettysburg. What the Poseidon crew does not know is that the 2 contacts they flagged are decoys, unmanned semi-submersible sleds towed by remote-controlled fishing dhows. The 3 actual Goddard submarines are transiting 12 miles to the west, hugging the acoustic shadow of the Keshem Island shoreline where the shallow water and rocky bottom create enough ambient noise to mask their engines. The IRGC has been rehearsing this route for 11 years. At 0338 local time, the decoy works. The Gettysburg vectors an MH-60 Seahawk helicopter to investigate the 2 contacts, pulling it off its assigned patrol sector covering the western approach to the shipping channel.
The helicopter drops 2/SSQ-62E diecast active sonobuoys and begins a systematic search pattern. It will find nothing, because there is nothing there. But for the next 45 minutes, the western approach to the outbound channel is uncovered. 300 meters beneath the surface of that uncovered sector, the lead gunner begins laying its first string of EM-52 mines across the shipping lane at precise GPS-plotted intervals. Each mine descends to the seabed, anchors itself, and arms after a 60-minute delay. By the time the first one goes active, the submarine will be long gone. The captain releases 12 mines in 16 minutes. Iran just spent roughly $840,000 to create a minefield that will cost the United States Navy an estimated $300 million and 6 weeks to clear. If a single mine finds a tanker, the insurance implications alone will pull $50 billion of daily oil trade to a halt. Aboard the Fitzgerald, the Combat Information Center is focused on the air picture, and the air picture is about to become overwhelming. At 0355, the IRGC launches the main assault. The first wave comes from 12 separate positions along the mainland coast between Bandar Abbas and Jask, a frontage of 140 miles. 47 Bagamar and Paycap fast attack craft surge from hidden coves and fishing harbors at speeds exceeding 45 knots, each carrying a mix of Nasser-1 cruise missiles, Tufan wire-guided missiles, and in some cases nothing but a reinforced bow packed with 500 pounds of military-grade explosive. Simultaneously, 60 Ababil 3 drones launch from mobile rails concealed under camouflage netting on the hillsides above the coast. And from 3 hardened sites deeper inland, the IRGC fires a salvo of 8 Khalij Fars anti-ship ballistic missiles, a weapon designed to strike a moving ship from a near-vertical trajectory at Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound, giving the target less than 30 seconds of warning. The Fitzgerald Spy-6 radar goes from tracking 4 contacts to tracking over 115 in less than 90 seconds. The Aegis combat system begins automatic threat classification and prioritization. The ballistic missiles get priority. They are the fastest and the most lethal. 22,000 feet above the strait, a pair of F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from the Ford Strike Fighter Squadron 106 have been orbiting on combat air patrol. Their APG-79 active electronically scanned array radars pick up the Khalij Fars salvo at 43 miles. The flight leader rolls in and fires 2 ALM-120D AMRAAM missiles in quick succession, each one accelerating past Mach 4 on an intercept course. The wingman adds 2 more. For missiles at roughly $1.5 million each, chasing targets that cost Iran about $300,000 apiece. 3 of the 4 AMRAAMs connect. Bright flashes mark the kills at 60,000 feet. The 4th Khalij Fars missile survives, its trajectory curving toward the Gettysburg. The cruiser's forward Mark 41 ripple fires 2 SM-2 Block IIA interceptors. The first one guides true. The ballistic missile fragments at 11,000 feet, scattering debris into empty water 2 miles off the cruiser's beam. That single surviving missile cost Iran $300,000 to build. The United States just spent roughly $6 million killing it. The exchange rate is not sustainable and the IRGC knows it. But the ballistic missiles were never the main attack. They were the priority magnet, designed to force the Aegis system to commit its highest value interceptors upward while the real threat comes in low. At wave-top height, 47 fast attack boats are now 12 miles from the Fitzgerald and closing at 45 knots. At that speed, they will be within Nasser-1 firing range in under 8 minutes. The Fitzgerald's captain makes the call that changes the battle. Instead of engaging the swarm with missiles, one by one at $4.5 million per shot, he orders the ship's SLQ-32V-7 Surface Electronic Warfare Improvement Program system to full offensive mode. The system floods the electromagnetic spectrum across the strait with enough directed energy to fry the guidance electronics on every Nasser-1 missile in the swarm. Simultaneously, the ship begins firing its 5-inch Mark 45 Mod 4 gun using proximity-fused high-explosive rounds at a rate of 20 rounds per minute into the densest cluster of approaching boats at 17,000 yards. Each 5-inch round costs roughly $2,000. Each one throws a lethal fragmentation pattern across 150 meters of ocean surface. In cost per kill terms, the Navy just went from $4.5 million per engagement to $2,000. The accountants at the Pentagon just had the first good news of the evening. 11 miles to the north, the A-10C Thunderbolt IIs arrive. 2 of them, launched from Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE 43 minutes ago, drop below the radar horizon behind Larak Island and emerge at 200 feet over the water. The lead pilot acquires the easternmost group of fast attack boats on his Sniper Advanced Targeting Pod at 9 miles. He selects the GU-8/A Avenger, a 30mm 7-barrel rotary cannon that fires depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds at a rate of 3,900 rounds per minute. Each round costs about $37. The pilot depresses the trigger for a 2-second burst. 130 rounds leave the barrel. The three lead Bagamars disintegrate in a line of white spray and orange fire. Iran just lost $900,000 of fast attack craft to $4,800 of ammunition. The A-10 banks hard left, lines up the next group, and does it again. In the space between 0412 and 0425 local time, the battle collapses for the IRGC. The electronic warfare barrage has severed coordination between the fast attack groups. Without GPS and without radio links, the boats revert to visual navigation in darkness. 3 of them collide at speed. 2 more beach themselves on the rocky shoals east of Larak Island. The A-10s make 6 gun runs, expending 1,400 rounds and 4 GBU, 12 Paveway 2 laser-guided bombs on the coastal missile sites that have been feeding targeting data to the surviving boats. The Paveway 2s cost about $22,000 each, less than the launcher they destroy. But below the surface, the mines are still there. And at 0441 local time, the container ship MV Pacific Voyager, a 900-foot Panamanian flag vessel making 14 knots through the outbound channel, passes directly over an EM-52 that armed itself 12 minutes earlier. The mine's magnetic sensor triggers. A torpedo launches vertically from the seabed and strikes the ship's hull 14 meters below the waterline. The detonation opens a 40-foot gash in the engine room. The Pacific Voyager begins taking on water at a rate of 3,000 tons per minute. She will not sink, her watertight compartments hold, but she is dead in the water, listing 9 degrees to port, blocking the outbound lane of the most important shipping channel on Earth. This is the moment Iran actually wins something. Not the surface battle, that is already lost. Not the air battle, that was never competitive. The mine that cost $70,000 has just stopped a shipping lane that moves $11 billion of crude oil per day. Lloyd's of London issues a notice within 90 minutes. War risk premiums for Hormuz transit triple before sunrise. 4 major tanker companies suspend all bookings through the Strait pending clearance confirmation. The IRGC lost 41 fast attack boats, 60 drones, 8 ballistic missiles, and 3 midget submarines. Total cost of the entire Iranian operation runs to roughly $170 million. The shipping disruption from a single $70,000 mine will cost the global economy an estimated $2 billion per day until the channel is cleared. The U.S. Navy begins mine countermeasures at 0600 local time. The Avenger-class mine countermeasure ship USS Pioneer arrives from Bahrain with a crew of 84 and a hull made of fiberglass and wood to minimize magnetic signature. She deploys the AN/SLQ-48 mine neutralization system, a remotely operated vehicle that locates each mine and places a demolition charge beside it. The process is agonizingly slow. Each mine takes between 2 and 4 hours to locate and neutralize. There are at least 24 more in the water. The Ford's air wing can destroy every fast attack boat in the Iranian Navy before lunch. It cannot sweep a single mine. At 0730 local time, the Gerald R. Ford launches a full strike package. 12F divided by a -18E Super Hornets carrying 84 joint direct attack munitions, 40,000 pounds of precision-guided ordnance, hit the IRGC naval base at Bandar Abbas, the submarine pens on Keshim Island, and the 3 Khalij Fars missile garrisons simultaneously. The strikes last 11 minutes. Secondary explosions from fuel and ammunition stores burn for the rest of the day. Iran's ability to launch a second wave is functionally eliminated. Total cost of the strike package in munitions alone exceeds $62 million. The targets they destroyed cost Iran roughly $110 million to build over 15 years. By noon, the surface battle is over. Iran lost its fast attack fleet, its coastal missile batteries, its drone inventory, and its submarine capability in the Strait. The United States spent roughly $370 million in munitions, fuel, and interceptors across 8 hours of combat operations. Iran spent $170 million. By every measure of force-on-force engagement, the U.S. Navy won decisively, but the outbound shipping lane remains closed. The mine clearance operation will take an estimated 14 days. Global oil prices have risen $19 per barrel since dawn. The insurance market has effectively declared the Strait of Hormuz uninsurable for commercial traffic. Iran lost every boat, every missile, and every drone it committed to the fight, and it still managed to shut down 21% of the world's oil supply with mines that cost less than a mid-range Tesla. The Pentagon held a press conference declaring total operational success. The oil futures market disagreed. Iran did not need to win the battle. It never planned to. Every fast attack boat, every drone, every ballistic missile was a distraction, a spectacular, expensive distraction designed to keep American sensors pointed at the surface and the sky while 3 quiet little submarines planted the weapons that actually mattered on the seafloor. The IRGC traded $170 million in expendable assets to inflict a $2 billion per day disruption on the global economy. That is not a military defeat. That is the most lopsided return on investment in the history of naval warfare. The Strait of Hormuz is open again 17 days later. The Navy sweeps 41 mines from the channel. Commercial shipping resumes under armed escort. Insurance premiums remain elevated for the next 6 months. And somewhere in the limestone hills above Bandarabas, construction crews are already pouring concrete for new submarine pens. Iran just learned exactly what works and what does not against the most powerful fleet ever built. The next time, there will be more mines and fewer boats. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how the US Navy plans to counter China's mine warfare capability in the Taiwan Strait. Bye for now. The radar saw it at 3:14 local time. A small return, low and slow, threading a path between the ridgelines of southern Dagestan. Then another, then 6 more. The operator at the Caspian naval base tried to classify the contacts, but they were already below the tree line on his scope, dipping in and out of ground clutter, moving southwest to northeast at barely 120 km per hour. By the time the air defense battery at the base received the alert, the first drone was 4 minutes out. What was parked at the pier that night, alongside the fuel depot and the ammunition storage bunkers, was a ship that weighed 860 tons and carried enough cruise missiles to flatten a residential district in Kiev. A Project 22800 Karakurt-class corvette, 67 meters long, 8-caliber vertical launch cells. A Panzerem close-in air defense system bolted to the superstructure. The ship was one of 2 Karakurts transferred from the Black Sea Fleet to the Caspian Flotilla in April 2025, sent south through the Volga-Don Canal because Moscow had concluded that the Black Sea was no longer a safe place to park cruise missile carriers. The Caspian was supposed to be different. A landlocked sea, 1,500 kilometers from the nearest Ukrainian-controlled territory, surrounded on all sides by Russian, Iranian, Kazakh, Turkmen, and Azerbaijani territory. The Caspian was supposed to be a sanctuary. On the night of May 7, 2026, that assumption died. The drones that hit the Karakurt at Caspiask were FP-1 models, built by a Ukrainian company called Firepoint. The FP-1 is not a sophisticated weapon by the standards of modern aerospace engineering. It is a plywood-framed, twin-boom airframe powered by a 2-cylinder engine, launched from a sloped ramp with a solid fuel booster, carrying a warhead of approximately 50 kilograms. It costs about $55,000 per unit. Its range, according to Ukrainian sources, is roughly 1,600 kilometers. That range number is the entire story. 1,600 kilometers from Ukrainian-controlled territory puts you deep inside Dagestan. It puts you on the Caspian coastline. It puts you at the pier where Russia had been parking its caliber-armed warships under the assumption that no weapon Ukraine possessed could reach them. The Ukrainian General Staff published the strike footage alongside its announcement. Thermal imagery showed the drone descending on a low approach toward a vessel moored at the quay. The Karakurt was hit. The extent of the damage was described as still being clarified, which in the language of military communiques usually means the strike succeeded, but nobody wants to commit to a number until satellite imagery confirms the outcome. The Caspiask strike did not happen in isolation. It was the second Karakurt struck in 5 days. 4 nights earlier, on May 3, Ukrainian forces had launched a massive drone wave against the port of Primorsk on the Baltic Sea, Russia's largest oil export terminal, capable of handling 1 million barrels per day. Over 60 drones were sent. The governor of the Leningrad region, Alexander Drozdenko, claimed most were intercepted, but the fires at the terminal told a different story. And parked at the Primorsk pier, apparently deployed there to defend the oil infrastructure from exactly the kind of attack that was now destroying it, sat another Karakurt-class corvette. The ship was the Amur hull number 803, built at the Zalev shipyard in Kerch, Crimea, commissioned in August 2024, and transferred from the Black Sea Fleet to the Baltic Fleet in October 2025 via the Volga-Don Canal. She was carrying her full combat load of 8-caliber cruise missiles, each with a 450-kilogram warhead, each with a range of up to 2,000 kilometers. She also carried a Panzerem naval air defense system, a point defense suite designed to shoot down incoming drones and missiles. President Zelensky confirmed the strike personally. He said Ukrainian forces hit the Karakurt, a patrol boat, and a Shadow Fleet oil tanker in the same operation. Ukraine's Special Operations Forces added a detail that contained its own dark arithmetic, 8 calibers that would not reach Ukraine. That phrase landed harder than the warhead. Since the full-scale invasion began in February 2022, Russia had used caliber cruise missiles to devastate Ukrainian cities, energy grids, hospitals, and residential buildings. The missiles were launched from submarines in the Black Sea, from surface ships in the Black Sea, and from ships in the Caspian. In November 2025, during what was supposed to be a period of active peace negotiations, Russia fired calibers into Kiev and killed 7 people. The missile does not care about diplomatic context. It carries 450 kilograms to whatever coordinates it is given. The platform that launches it is, from Ukraine's perspective, a machine that produces dead civilians. Destroying the platform before it fires is not merely a tactical act. It is preemptive self-defense measured in human lives. And so Ukraine had been hunting Karakurts for years.
The first one was hit in November 2023, when the Askold, still being built at the Zalev shipyard in Kerch, was struck by what Politico speculated was a French-made Scalp-G air-launched cruise missile. The damage was severe. Photographs showed a ship that had been opened up from above, its internal compartments exposed to the sky. Askold never entered service. In May 2024, the Karakurt-class Cyclone was sunk by American-supplied Atom's ballistic missiles while moored at Sevastopol. Russian sources eventually confirmed the loss. After those two strikes, Moscow pulled its remaining Black Sea Karakurts out of the theater entirely. The Caspian and the Baltic became their new hiding places. Now both hiding places had been found. The strategic logic of what Ukraine was doing was straightforward, even elegant. Russia had built the Karakurt class as a cheap alternative to larger frigates, a way to put caliber launch capability on a small, relatively affordable hull that could be produced in numbers. 16 were planned. 13 had been completed. Of those, several were now damaged or destroyed. Each one that burned at its pier represented not just a loss of hardware but a subtraction from Russia's total caliber launch capacity, the number of cruise missiles Moscow could put in the air during any given strike package against Ukrainian cities. That capacity was not infinite. Russia had been struggling for years to sustain its missile production rates against the demands of a war that consumed munitions faster than Soviet-era stocks and modern factories could replenish them. Every Karakurt that went up in flames was a permanently cancelled salvo. But Ukraine's reach into the Caspian raised questions that went far beyond the bilateral war. The Caspian Sea is not just a Russian lake, it is bordered by 5 nations. Its southern shore belongs to Iran, and in the spring of 2026, the Caspian had become something it had never been before in modern military history, a contested logistics corridor at the intersection of 2 simultaneous wars. The first war was Russia's invasion of Ukraine, now in its 4th year, grinding through eastern Donetsk, consuming divisions, burning through missile stocks, and slowly eroding the Russian Navy across every fleet. The second war had begun on February 28, 2026, when the United States and Israel launched joint strikes against Iran. The conflict had reshaped the Persian Gulf's geography in ways nobody in Washington, Tehran, or Riyadh had fully anticipated. Iran had closed the Strait of Hormuz. Over 1,500 commercial vessels were stranded. Oil prices had surged past $120 a barrel. A ceasefire brokered by Pakistan took effect on April 8, but the strait remained closed. Iran continued demanding transit coordination through the IRGC, and the world's energy supply remained hostage to 34 miles of contested water between the Iranian coast and Oman. The connection between these two wars ran directly through the Caspian Sea. Since at least 2022, the Caspian had served as the primary logistics route between Russia and Iran. Iranian-designed Shahid drones, later manufactured in Russia and rebranded as the Garan 2, were shipped northward from the port of Bandari Anzali on Iran's Caspian coast to Astrakhan. The volumes were staggering. Western intelligence estimated over 300,000 artillery shells, 1 million cartridges, and vast quantities of drone components moved along this corridor. In the other direction, Russia sent military technology southward, including air defense components, captured NATO equipment for reverse engineering, and according to reporting from early 2026, Su-35 spare parts and radar systems routed to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In December 2025, Russia reportedly concluded an agreement to supply Iran with 500 Verba man-portable air defense systems and 2,500 associated missiles, deliveries scheduled between 2027 and 2029. Israel had noticed. On March 18, 2026, the IDF struck the port of Bandari Anzali directly, hitting Iranian naval vessels, a port command center, and maintenance infrastructure. The stated purpose, according to Israeli sources, was to disrupt the Russia-Iran smuggling route. A former Israeli Navy commander told the Wall Street Journal that the most important goal of the strike was to limit Russian smuggling and show the Iranians that they don't have sea defenses in the Caspian. 3 weeks after that Israeli strike on Iran's Caspian port, Ukraine hit a Russian warship on the opposite side of the same sea. This was not coordination. No evidence has emerged that Ukraine and Israel planned these strikes together or shared operational intelligence for Caspian targeting. But the effect was cumulative. Within a span of 50 days, both the Iranian and Russian ends of the Caspian logistics pipeline had been struck by different countries, using different weapons, for different but convergent reasons. The Caspian sanctuary was being dismantled from multiple directions simultaneously. Meanwhile, in the Strait of Hormuz, the situation was reaching a breaking point of its own. On the evening of May 3rd, the same night Ukraine was hitting the Amur at Primorsk, President Trump posted on Truth Social that beginning the following morning, the United States military would help guide ships from neutral and innocent countries safely out of the restricted waterway. He called it Project Freedom. He warned that any interference would be dealt with forcefully. On May 4th, 2 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, the USS Truxtun and the USS Mason, entered the Strait of Hormuz heading northwest. Behind them, 2 US-flagged commercial vessels,
including the Maersk-operated Alliance Fairfax, entered the transit lane. Iran fired cruise missiles and sent drones. The IRGC launched its fast attack boats. American Aegis combat systems intercepted every missile. Apache helicopters destroyed 6 Iranian boats with Hellfire missiles. The commercial vessels made it through. Trump paused Project Freedom the next day, citing progress toward a deal. Then, on May 7, things escalated again. 3 destroyers this time. The Truxtun, the Mason, and now the USS Rafael Peralta, DDG-115, were transiting the strait heading from the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman when Iranian forces attacked. CBS News reported the onslaught was fiercer and more sustained than the May 4 engagement. Swarms of IRGC fast attack boats maneuvered close enough that American warships opened fire with their 5-inch naval guns, their phalanx close-in weapon systems, and small-caliber guns manned by deck crews. Apache helicopters fired Hellfire missiles. 50-caliber machine guns hammered from the ship's rails. Iranian forces launched anti-ship ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and kamikaze drones simultaneously. CENTCOM's statement was terse. No U.S. assets were struck. The United States eliminated inbound threats and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and ISR nodes. The U.S. struck Bandar Abbas, Keshem Island, and Bandar Kargan. The IRGC claimed it had caused significant damage to 3 American destroyers and forced them to flee. CENTCOM denied any hits. Trump told reporters the same evening, "They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle." He said the ceasefire was still in effect. Both sides needed it to be. The alternative, an acknowledged return to open hostilities, would close the door on negotiations neither side had publicly abandoned. 3 senior Iranian officials told the New York Times that Tehran and Washington were discussing a 1-page plan to reopen the strait and end hostilities for 30 days. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had announced that Operation Epic Fury, the U.S. military campaign against Iran, was officially over. The semantic gymnastics required to maintain that fiction while U.S. destroyers were firing 5-inch shells at Iranian boats and American jets were striking Iranian ports represented a kind of diplomatic performance art that only made sense if you understood that both governments were trying to get to a deal while simultaneously demonstrating that they could not be pushed around. The confluence of these events, the Karakurt strikes in the Baltic and the Caspian, the U.S.-Iran clashes in Hormuz, the Israeli strike on Bandari Anzali, was not coincidental in the sense of being coordinated, but it was not coincidental in the sense of being random either. All of these actions were responses to the same structural reality. The Caspian Sea and the Persian Gulf had become 2 ends of the same strategic corridor, and control of that corridor was being contested by 5 or 6 nations simultaneously, each with different objectives, different timelines and different thresholds for escalation. Russia needed the Caspian to park its cruise missile carriers safely and to move weapons to Iran. Iran needed the Caspian to receive those weapons and to ship drones and ammunition northward. Ukraine needed to destroy the cruise missile carriers before they could fire and to disrupt the pipeline that kept Russian munitions flowing. Israel needed to sever the same pipeline from the other end and degrade Iran's ability to reconstitute its military after the February strikes. The United States needed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz without triggering a full-scale war it had just finished fighting. And every actor on the Caspian's littoral, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, was watching all of this happen on and around a body of water they shared. The Karakurt class, caught in the middle of this convergence, was never designed for it. These were 860-ton corvettes, 67 meters long, with a crew of 50 to 70, a maximum speed of 30 knots, an endurance of 15 days, and a range of 2,500 nautical miles. Their radar, the Mineral M and the Positive M, could detect air targets at useful ranges. Their Panzer M, on ships that had it installed, provided a competent point defense bubble against incoming missiles and drones. Their primary weapon, the 8-cell UKSK vertical launch system, could fire caliber land attack cruise missiles at targets up to 2,000 kilometers away or Onyx supersonic anti-ship missiles at surface targets. They were designed to be cheap, at roughly $34 million per hull at 2017